faster. Go. time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles I'm running, never touch the brakes. See that counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time, it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause time, it's time. Wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master. Time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master.
Faster. you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
I fear no man. But that thing, it scares me.
We don't talk about that thing. They are not here, right? เอาไป
Oh my god! This is brutal!
It makes you think, what are they on? What's their settings? What's their sense?
He is just running behind them, knife out. But this is looking like it's gonna happen, William.
เราควรจัดการมันไม่งั้นพวกเราได้กลายเป็นคนที่ถูกจัดการแน่
Guys, we have the chance to make history. Let that be known.
You want me to say, let's get 13-0'd, guys. Woohoo! I was out of it. Surf was gone. Jill was completely out of it. There was no escape.
Dude, what the f are you doing in the dark?
We're just filming content. Stage 2, bro. What's up?
Stop f***ing around. Get your ass back to training. We're not gonna make champs like this, bro.
No f***ing losing!
Again?
We are back in the COEX Shinhan card, RTM in Gangnam, South Korea. It's beautiful, it's sunny, it's summer, and it's the second day of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific. Yesterday, we've already witnessed some of the craziest things, and we're expecting more of that today. What's up, gang? Welcome back to Korea. I'm your host, Victoria, and with me today, we've got Achilles and Asarai with the coolest hair. You know what else is cool? Yesterday we had another 13-0 here in Pacific. We saw Clove, we saw Deadlock. How you feeling?
Good. Hopefully we get some more firsts, I guess. I mean, pull out ISO, whatever. He's not buffed yet. That's not until next week, but why the hell not? The Deadlock, I think you could kind of miss me with that. That didn't really do too much. The game plan wasn't really coming together, it would seem, there for Bleed. But who knows? We've got some crazy teams coming up. I mean, they might pull some new stuff out.
Yeah.
PRX, lay it on me.
Yeah, some teams are coming up with new things today, Asarai. As new as your hair.
Thank
I
you.
really like your hair.
Straight out of like flock of seagulls.
It's fine, you know. I like to give somebody shelter if I can.
He's hiding like mini Dan the Penguins in his hair right now.
Yeah, they're just kind of getting away from the heat, I guess. But yeah, there's a lot of innovations that we've seen from a lot of teams here, and I don't think that's gonna stop moving forward into this stage too.
It is innovative.
No, there was okay.
And
Look,
we haven't seen it.
There
Yeah.
was innovations.
Yeah.
Not
It's
all
just
innovations
not all
work.
of them. Not all of them paid off. The
Yeah.
Clove
Yeah.
looking excellent. That was
Yes.
fantastic inside of DRX of all teams.
Yes.
To pull something like that out, that was very much shocking. But solid performance for them. But yeah, I think I want to see another iteration of the Deadlock. I want to see a second attempt at that. I think.
Okay.
To see if that game plan actually comes together.
I think we might see more Deadlock. Wouldn't you expect so with the new maps coming in? The map changes, the map pool changes. Next week, Breeze will be saying goodbye to it.
I mean, yeah, we will actually, and then possibilities because you do have a lot of choke points that you can use with that can block off with that Deadlock wall. So there is a lot of possibility for it. So yeah, I'm excited to see what's gonna happen for that one.
Now here's our stage 2 schedule. That means we have non-stop Valorant every single week until July when we are gonna hit the finals and go to champions. And we don't even have to go anywhere because it's here in Korea.
Just get to chill. Just
Yeah.
Stay. It's nice to not have to fly.
Yeah.
Granted, I mean Shanghai was already pretty close, so that was good. This is a good year for us.
Yes, it's a great year for us. I'm very excited to welcome everyone. I know you're excited to do that. Achilles has a whole list for people to come visit. So DM Achilles if you want Korea recommendations. If you're going to watch any of the Alpha and Omega groups here. Now, the teams are competing within their groups this stage too.
Right. So we did get to see, DRX going up against Zeta. Just kind of slaughtered them on maps 1 and 3. It's a nice, competitive rally back from Zeta to be able to, make that a series, but still seemingly some changes that need to happen. But yeah, the intergroup play is going to be pretty interesting to watch. And I mean, right off the bat, we've got a big one with Gen G versus T1.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the biggest thing about this is, aside from, again, all of the intergroup infighting that we're going to be seeing here, is so many of the teams that are playing into stage 2 have gone through some pretty drastic roster changes. Some for the better, some maybe for the worse. But again, we still have to really see, like maybe midweek or mid-month before we really see the full fruits of their labor for this one.
That's right. 7 of the 11 teams have changed their roster. It's kind of crazy. DRX also continues to be undefeated here in Pacific. See what I did?
Yeah, that record's going well. We'll ignore the playoffs from the last stage and the failure to qualify for Shanghai. But no, they have looked dominant, and with that win, they have locked playoffs because again, the big system here, the whole point of having the championship points and everything like that is to reward the regular season play, and DRX has been the most consistent in that regard, despite not being able to go over to Madrid, over to Shanghai. But right now, they absolutely have champs in their sights, and they seem like they're going to be in a really good position for it. They have a lot of points racked up.
Now, Astra, what do you think of this? Gen G, you see them on the standings. They're in 6th place, but they just came back home with the trophy from Shanghai. So how much do you think these standings count for? I mean, DRX being on the top, I think it does count for a lot, but how about the rest?
Points-wise, it definitely matters, because even though they did win Shanghai, they still have to kind of climb through the ranks and so on and so forth. But at least, mental-wise, that kind of gives them a big boost that, even though we're middle of the pack right now, we're still top dogs in Pacific. So this shouldn't really bother us as much. And that is coming from a team that has gone through so much of the gauntlet, right? Always lower bracket runs, always winning that, and then just a straight win streak on Shanghai. So I think Gen G's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fine. I think there are a lot of chances here, like you said, if you're in the middle of the pack. Now, we hit our 1,000 kill. Who was it yesterday? It was in the middle of the cast. It was DRX. Is it Buzz?
It was Buzz.
Buzz hit his 1,000 kill. And we have 3 who are just on the brink of hitting 1,000 as well. And it seems like Forsaken?
Well, something
He'd
tells me
probably get
Forsaken
it.
is unless something comes out the gate and he's just going absolutely crazy. I'm guessing that Forsaken is probably going to be able to get that one done. Just 11 kills, and I'm sure that we'll probably see that maybe even in the first half of the first map when they do come around to play. Jeremy, probably going to have to wait a little bit longer. Seems like Forsaken is something we'll be able to just probably hit that mark before him. So we'll have to just wait and see. But it's good to see that, people they're catching up.
Yep, they definitely are, and it's great. I think, I don't know, we got a lot of kills happening here. That's a good sign, because we're the best region, right? We always say that.
I'm going to say credit where it's due, because, something being at 974, you have to think there's a couple weeks last year before he had joined PRX, several matches that he was not playing in. So the fact that he is caught up this significantly is damn impressive, and it's a testament to how strong of a duelist he is.
No, I think we definitely have to respect the something power. Now, we got some exciting games today. T1 versus Gen G. T1 has a new member.
They do.
They do.
They do.
Do you guys know about this yet at home? I don't know if you know about this, but they have a new member. Azurai, how are you feeling about this latest member?
Honestly, with Stax joining T1 right now, I am ecstatic just because they do need that IGL in-game leadership, so he probably can bring that for the team. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I'm very curious how this is all going to come into play. We are going to go over to see how they're doing. See them walking now. That's Execurate. Got Rossi here. I wonder how the roles will be shifting. This is definitely a big question.
One DRX?
No.
What team?
T1. Thank you so much.
This is so weird, guys. I'm really not used to seeing this.
Adorable. Does anybody else get? Oh, they all get them.
Does this mean they're the? Is that a king's crown? Is that a?
They're very dainty.
The divas of
princesses.
They're actually not divas at all. Some of the nicest guys.
I love this.
If they play with this on in the match, I'll be ecstatic.
Maybe they can alter the headset or something,
Yeah.
I love it.
The most effective bodyguard that you can
Jen
find.
bodyguard.
Oh yeah, Jen.
I'll just texture getting some gifts here from the fans as well. Obviously, plenty of love, camaraderie between the teams.
They're still so in disbelief. And it's the complete opposite color scheme too. It's black-red.
Oh dear. This is an image.
Photoshop level. I love this. Who needs AI? This is great.
Oh,
He looks so good with long hair. Do you feel that he is the savior of T1 though? Because I feel like this is a lot, to make a claim. As Stax is super experienced.
This is going to take some time, I think, because T1 has stated that they're currently tooling around with a 6-man roster. Whether or not we see any substitutions in the series here today, yet to be determined. But we need to see, what is that core going to look like? Who's going to be subbed out when Stax comes in? Is it going to be multiple players that they're working around? Does he sometimes come in for Carpe, but then also sometimes Izu? Or is it going to be just a one-for-one swap? I really don't know what they have prepared. All I can tell you is, if Stax is going to be coming into this roster, playing Flash Initiator, and he's not IGLing and doesn't have to worry about the stresses of calling, maybe doing some mid-rounding, reinforcing Execurate in that regard, I think he's going to fry. This guy, he's a crack gamer, always has been. You saw, back in the days of Vision Strikers when Glow was still a player on the team, when he was the one who was doing the IGLing, Stax on that breach made a name for himself the world around because he was absolutely impeccable with both his aim as well as his utility. So if he is just going to be unleashed to just go out and wreak havoc, I think he's going to be able to get it done.
I think this is a really good sign, Astra. I completely agree with what Achilleo said. We've seen it happen in other teams. Scary relinquishing the IGL role, other players as well, and it helps their performance. There's so much pressure to be an IGL.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll kind of tilt this, conversation a different way, in the sense that we have seen, another Korean forgo the the DRX roster actually go for bleed and hasn't really found that success. Sure, again, it's a different thing with Stax joining T1, but there's also probably the issue of communication where he's been using local language in Korean to speak with the DRX players. Now he's going to T1, which primarily should be English. How is that going to really affect the comms moving forward in their upcoming games?
Now we are looking at our key players, Xcurate and Munchkin here. I mean, what should we be looking out for these two gentlemen?
I mean, we just need to see what the prep is going to be looking like. I mean, obviously T1, a little bit of extra time to get ready for this matchup once they got the schedule. Gen G recently back from Shanghai, flying in same day as you and I basically to get back over here to Korea. T1, they've been able to sit back a little bit. They've been able to rest and relax, but they've also been trying to integrate this new player and figure out what the roster is going to look like. So as far as specific prep for Gen G, I don't suspect that T1 is going to have too much done in that regard. I think a lot of their time is going to be spent on just integrating Stax as much as humanly possible. But I want to see what the reads are going to be looking like, because Munchkin, he put on a clinic in Shanghai. The guy was just an absolute calling god. Those last two maps of the series versus Heretics in the final were absolute perfection. This really downloaded what the playbook was going to look like. I want to see a similar thing here from Ekir.
Yeah, and that's a crazy thing about him is he's able to do that while also seamlessly still being an incredibly good player, right? Where Xcrit might struggle along those lines, so maybe that's again the reason why they bring in Stax. But that head-to-head kind of just goes to show that there is that kind of friction between the IGLing of Xcrit and Munchkin. That again, Xcrit can't really hit that level that Munchkin can. So bringing in an extra bit of brain power with Stax might again alleviate the issue.
Yeah, I mean that's a great point. Just having that extra person there who's so experienced with this in Valorant, at least, can he can bounce these ideas off of them. It is interesting though. I mean, we've seen Talon. They try to make the 6-man roster work. Let's see if T1 can also make that happen. Do we expect a lot of changes here with their map ban picks? This is from stage 1. I mean, again, we saw a lot of changes already happen yesterday because the teams have already changed. Gen G's roster has not changed, obviously, but with T1, what do you guys think?
I think that this is really difficult for T1 because like everybody was basically talking about going into the final with Gen G having kind of like ban advantage. They don't really have a bad map in the pool. They're really strong at damn near everything. Bind hasn't been looking great for T1 so far this season. Haven't been able to pick up wins there. Formerly, it was a really solid map for them. So I would say like that's kind of where you would maybe want to go against Gen G, but even now, probably not. I think if you have a really solid plan for Icebox, that was something that T1 did look good on over at Shanghai, but we'll have to just wait and see.
Yeah, we do have to wait and see. And you know what? You don't have to wait too long because we're going to go find out right now what the map ban picks are. Of course, we got our coach Autumn here, and we have Coach Solo.
Let's go for the plain white tee.
Yeah. Do you think this is a statement of some sort? I don't know.
He had the, I see. They didn't have jerseys available, so he had to give his to Stax. They didn't get Stax's printed in time, so he had to just hand that one over to him.
I was about to say maybe everything's in the laundry right now,
Yeah.
But I mean, if that was the case, then it wouldn't be fitting Stax very much because Autumn is a lot taller than him. So it would look a bit large on him. So I mean, this is wise. I mean, T1, banning Breeze. It's been a really strong map from the side of Gen G. Icebox banned by Gen G because they saw, what T1 is able to do over at Shanghai. So Split is going to be selected. And this has, been a middling map, I would say, for Gen G. It's not a real clear-cut one in the past, at least, but they looked so incredible on it over at Shanghai in that grand final for that final map that I think this is a bit of a bold prediction, or a bold selection, rather, here for T1, but they must have a solid game plan.
Yeah, I'm just assuming that maybe if they bring Stax in, again, point of conversation for that man. He does play a breach, so we might see him bring it in on Split, so just kind of pointing it out possibly. Lotus, of course, Gen G's kind of stomping grounds at this point, so that doesn't really look out of place from the second pick since they're picking it, so yeah.
It is, but it's also not going to be, obviously, a foreign pick for T1 either. They have, in the past, very much leaned into Lotus and had kind of used that map as a bit of a crutch because they were so consistent on it to begin with. So Gen G does, I think, offer them up a little bit of an olive branch with that pick because I was expecting maybe the Ascent to come through, the map that T1 got absolutely read and broken down on by DFM previously. I thought maybe they would go for something like that, but the final ban.
I want to time how long it takes Solo to pick maps.
Long time.
Every single time. This
guy,
very
long time.
Yeah, he just wants to make absolutely no mistake.
They just like smile at him and dude, hurry up.
Maybe this is a part of his Maybe he's just gaming them. Maybe
Yeah.
this is just mental damage. He's just draining them. He knows exactly what he wants to pick. He's just running the clock intentionally.
It could be. Or maybe, the Wi-Fi is really bad. He's just waiting for something to load.
Yeah, we're in Korea. The Wi-Fi is never bad.
That's also true.
There you go.
All right,
she actually
no
banned us.
Ascent.
Alright, on a quick recap.
Just sunset.
T1 bans Breeze, Genji bans Icebox, T1 picks Split, Genji will play defense, Genji
I
picks
could
Lotus,
very
T1
well
will
see
play
this
defense,
actually going to 3.
T1 bans Bind, Genji
Yeah.
As long as
picks
T1 come out
Ascent,
swinging with that
T1
split,
play
I think that
defense
this
on Ascent.
could end up
Alright,
being a
Lotus
3-mapper between these two teams.
Absolutely. And we have Carpe there instead of Data, but we will have Data here. We're going to have a chat with him real soon. All right, so this is the first map of today. It'll be Split. This is T1's pick. How are you guys feeling?
I mean, again, I'm feeling like T1 have to have something a little bit different up their sleeve. I'm curious if
Yeah.
they're going to try to maybe flex some things around. We have seen Izu playing on that Yoru in the past. Do they want to run a double duelist setup like that? Or are they going to stick with this raised jet that they've been playing? It feels like there has to be something different for them to pick this, given that we've only seen it really from them once, and it was in a loss.
I mean, I think this is where our new recruit comes into play here. I mean, I think with Stacks in the mix, surely something is going to be different for Split and T1. Gen G, I mean, a lot of their comps, you said it already, Achilleos, that a lot of their map picks are very, very strong, their map pool.
Yeah, there's so many things that you also have to take note of here. I mean, Genji might even play a different comp altogether. I mean, we might not see the double duels. Just sort of throwing it out there. It could be a possibility.
Sure.
Probably not. But we'll also say that this is at least a very heavy proving ground right now for T1 if they really want to try to bring in something new against Gen G when they've already played so many games on this map as this set roster already for Gen G.
All right, well, I want to talk. I actually want to break this down more because there is a lot of tape for T1 to review at this point.
Sure.
Gen G has been playing nonstop. I think they played the most out of any team here in Pacific. But
Probably globally.
Globally, yeah. I think that would actually be very true. Now, let's talk about predictions. And we have Asterai here, so everyone's always curious what Asterai is going to pick.
Okay, so I have not gotten any consistent good predictions after that first stint. Everything has just been topsy-turvy, so never believe.
I mean, you took a punt on Zeta, but hey, you got Secret. You're welcome for that one. All the Secret fans out there.
Yeah.
And you can
took
look
the
forward to
lead.
more wins
I love
this
it.
season because I'm still not going to predict them no matter
love
how
it.
good they look.
Thank you. We appreciate it as, Filipino.
All
we
right.
don't have
I'm going
Chobra.
all secret this
might
this
have-
particular stage. But we're not talking about secret. Let's talk about Gen G versus T1.
Yeah.
All right, I see Chobra and Paper Thin have gone with T1. What's your case for Gen G? Is it simply because they're the Pacific winners?
Look,
Yes.
they're the champions. T1, I think even with Stacks coming through, it hasn't been that long to try to get him integrated. T1 did not have a strong performance over at Shanghai. They went out, 2 losses. Some close games, yes, but, they lost to G2. That's honorable. G2, a solid run. But then they lost to Lev. Side player was not having a good time. I think he put up about half the number of kills that Aspas did across that series in 3 maps. It was like 20 kills in 3 maps. It was
I mean, to
not
be
a good
fair,
performance.
everyone probably half the number of kills Aspas did.
Yeah.
I mean, it is Aspas.
Yeah.
But I know what you're saying. Is there a case for T1 here?
I think there is. So even though, again, I did, also predicted Gen G here. Gen G went through, Shanghai and was able to go up against all of these super aggressive teams that weren't from Pacific. That's the same thing could be said for T1 here. So that's learning grounds for T1 as they were coming out of Shanghai, right? They played most of the North American teams, which, again, hyper aggressive teams. So at least the pacing and everything is going to be something that I feel like helps T1 kind of feel out and kind of just add to their arsenal coming back to Pacific.
Now, I know we all have a lot of questions for T1 right now, and the man who can make a case for it would be Coach Data from T1. So let's welcome him back to the analyst desk. Hello.
Hello.
That is a cool face mask, a T1 face mask.
Oh, yeah.
Merch. I'm sure you can get it from the store, T1 bundle, etc., etc. Anyway, welcome. How are you feeling coming back from Shanghai? And I think there might be a lot of pressure maybe going in. Like, how have you guys been trying to cope with that?
I think we're feeling okay coming out of Shanghai. Definitely after the Leviathan loss, we went through a bit of turmoil within the team to try and figure out the direction, what went wrong. We talked about. But as far as coming in today, I think that it's going to be a pretty good match for us. I think it'll be the pressure that we need. I think this season, the split, is going to be really tough for us because if we lose any games, we're practically out of playoffs. But then at the same time, part of the driving force for bringing Stacks in is you have to take risk. We took a lot of stage 1, taking a lot of risk that didn't work out in our favor. But going into stage 2, if you have incredibly low odds to be able to make playoffs, you might as well take the stage to kind of find the identity that the team needs for the next year, or at least to give you direction.
I do want to ask, were you always looking for a roster addition, or is it more that Stacks became available, so you're like, hey, we're going to take that guy?
I think it's the latter of the two. I would have to talk to my GM on that one, but I'm pretty sure it was we need change. We need an outside perspective for a player role, and we have one of the best perspectives you can get in the region.
How has the integration with Stacks gone so far? Because from what we've kind of been hearing and what's been stated, it seems like there's going to be, right now, experimentation with a bit of a 6-man roster. But how quickly was he able to just kind of fall in with the rest of the guys and start, getting up the pace with them?
I would say it was relatively seamless. First scrim session went incredibly poorly, and then the second scrim session went incredibly well. There's no communication issues. Biggest concern for me to not know his English level, but it was practically seamless. And the one benefit that we did get from him is he can kind of put Rossi in his place.
Someone could actually put him under control.
Control him.
Perfect. So you were talking about having that kind of style, right, moving forward for stage 2, maybe even to next year. With the addition for Stacks here, is it a completely different style from what we've been seeing from stage 1? Is it the same, or is it just like an upgrade? What do you kind of, if you can share your thoughts on that?
I would say it's a bit of a mixture. I don't think that right now we have the best identity. If you look at a lot of our compositions and a lot of our play style, it isn't really the T1 from last year that made champions, and it's not really the T1 that we want to be this year. I think that Stacks coming in with a different perspective, he should help solidify a lot, but I think that right now, especially with a very small turnaround time between Shanghai, we're still running a lot of what we were running before as far as compositions. It's just our direction going into those compositions is going to change slightly. And then, of course, we're waiting for the patches to be live to be able to make the drastic changes that we want.
If we could fast forward a bit, because it sounds like you're working towards something, what do you want T1 to be known for? What is the goal? What do you want everyone to be thinking when they think this is what T1 does?
I think me personally, I want consistency. I think it's very easy to be a good team that's not consistent. That's a lot of rosters. Historically, I've always tried to work with rosters that I believe can build consistency long term, and I think that right now we're in a struggle position where typically this is the stage that rosters either do or die. That's been T1's slogan for the entire year for their socials branding for us, is do or die, and I genuinely think that this split is it is a do or die for this roster. But that's the nature of esports. So for me, it would be consistency.
That's fair. I think consistency is it's a big thing, and just not seen often enough, like you just said. How do you feel against going Genji? They are, the Masters winner, and they came really close. Is there a certain way you're approaching this? Is there a certain mental that you're trying to, make sure that there's no block?
I think we've played them numerous times, and I think that we can go in with the same practice and same mentality as we normally try to go in. Our last match against them, of course, didn't go in our favor. We had a lot of internal struggles, so a lot of our work has been to try and push out the mental blocks that we've been hitting, especially going up against Genji, where it can feel kind of coin flip, we either win pretty well or we lose pretty poorly. We just want a great match, especially for bringing in a new player.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going for that.
Yeah.
Did you want to ask something really quick? Otherwise, we're going to pull up the audience questions.
I think it's on most people's minds.
Right.
How much calling has Stacks been doing for you guys in your scrims? Is Xgrid still, I assume he's still the primary caller?
In fact, let's pull up that audience question, because it's exactly what they want to know, too.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Who's going to be the IGL? Who's making the calls?
So right now it is still Excurate.
Okay.
He's still calling. But we have seen a lot of stacks and a lot of like Saya's input. I mean, everybody's bringing in their input, but it's still going to be the initiator and the duelist kind of pushing the direction that they want to be working in.
So Stax is primarily there to just rein in Rossi a little bit, and then Excurate keeps doing the calling.
I would love to see that interaction.
Seems like a good system.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you so much, Data. Do you have any quick message for the fans before you start this big matchup of today?
I just want to thank everybody for the support, as always. I know that for viewers and fans especially, it can feel like you guys don't really have any control over the match results. But I really think that being able to go in and like beforehand and see the amount of support that we do get does impact the players' mentality, and they do really care about you guys. So thank you all for all of the support always.
Oh man, that's great. Thank you so much, Coach Data, and all the best for today's match.
Yep, of course.
Best of luck.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Coach Data, ladies and gentlemen from T1.
Fighting.
Fighting. Always fighting.
Yeah.
And they're another team, like Secret. Like, they always come really close. And I've actually have gotten even closer. But just something happens every single time. And hopefully this is, you know, the missing piece that they need, or whatever it is, it helps a stepping stone in that direction.
I mean, based on what he was saying, it seems like the integration of Stax has gone really smoothly. It happened really quickly. Again, I'm curious about how much prep time they've had in particular just to get ready for Gen G. But I'm also curious how Gen G is going to be looking coming into this, because they just went through an absolute gauntlet in Master Shanghai. So more matches. It's a fast turnaround for them. We saw a bit of a soft start for them in stage 1. Took a while for them to ramp up. It really wasn't until we got into the later stages of the playoffs that Gen G hit that form that then carried them to that trophy at Shanghai. So it could be a little bit wobbly for them to start.
Yeah, my takeaway here for T1 real quick is at least they haven't given it to Stax yet, the reins on that IGL. So that means that there is that stability of playstyle. They just have that addition of an extra man, but then he's not there to just call the shots. He's just there to kind of assist with the individual, you know, the individuality that he has.
I think having him in the mix will be a good addition. I don't think X-Curate is the issue anyway with T1. We saw immense improvement already since he became the IGL, and I think having someone there with that experience as an IGL to help support him and kind of get that vibe together and set the rest of the team straight. I think reining in Rossi is going to be huge, actually, because that guy is really good, but maybe this is what he needs, like a little bit of that big brother, you know, discipline in there. Now, we have a little bit of, we asked you guys for questions yesterday. If you don't know what I mean, like, check out our Twitter, I think my account and the Pacific account. We took some of your questions and we're going to feature some of them here. We did ask the players, so let's throw it up on screen. Lofi Ofi, I love that name, asked T1, I want to know who on T1 is the ultimate vibe merchant. And we have the answer here. Stax and Rossi competing to be T1's vibe merchant.
I guess if Stax is coming in and be like, this is my job. So this is where he's reining Rossi in.
Yeah.
He's just trying to take over and be the vibes guy. I mean, we've seen it from Stax, but we've seen Stax be happy. We've seen him kiss the mouse, but we've also seen Stax despair. And that's what we don't want to see here for T1. So I'm hoping that everything's going to be looking good, and I think that there's going to be a lot of energy as they get ready to come out on stage. I mean, this is a re-debut for Stax. I think that he is going to be more motivated than ever to have a strong performance here today. And with Split, I was thinking about it this whole time we we're going through this interview, and I kind of wanted to ask, but I don't want to spoil it for myself, but I'm curious if we see them pivot over to a Breach composition going into Split, because Stax on Breach, on Split, I'm going to be a happy boy if that happens.
He's going to be a happy boy. How about you, Asarai? Are you a happy boy?
I'm already out.
Are you vibing with Stax and Rossi?
Yeah, absolutely, honestly, because I feel like, again, just looking at it, Rossi's been such an incredible player, right? He's done so many things during stage 1 that allowed T1 to actually get into Shanghai. So at least having him do that, but not overly do it, is going to be even better. So that's just it. Yeah, simple as that.
I'm confused because there have been, of course, some comments and people saying like, well, this mixed rosters don't work. I'm like, Rossi's doing fine. Like, what the hell are you guys watching? Are you watching the same game that I am? Because the man's been frying, and oftentimes he is the guy who keeps them in games.
Yep.
So, I don't know. People need to open their eyes. I think this is going to be good. I'm looking forward to this game.
We're all definitely looking forward to this game. We got 2 of our Master Shanghai qualifier playing teams playing today against each other once more here in Pacific.
T1.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to go. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah.
Go to the fire to breath. Finger the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing the play. Just like a pebble in
I don't know what's in there. Maybe it's the prize money for stage 2 right now. But we got our 2 teams from Korea. I just want to know what's in that box. Both qualified for Masters Shanghai and one returned with our very first trophy here in Pacific. That was Gen G. And then we have T1 who wants to do very much the same. And we have T1 Stacks.
I'm seeing it in reality. I'm like, it's so weird.
Yeah.
It feels so bizarre.
It feels like an alternate universe or like almost like a meme.
Yeah, this is strange. After seeing him in blue and white for the longest time, now he's here in the black and red. But Stacks, they're ready to show up, getting ready to play.
And it's no joke, going from DRX to T1, 2 giant Korean powerhouses. And of course, going against Gen G. Oh no! It's the trophy case.
But they
The shape
removed
of it,
it.
yeah.
Well, maybe it's in there.
If you buy the Gen G bundle, enough of you buy it, then the trophy appears.
There's a conspiracy here. They opened it so that, T1 can smell the trophy and then this is what we missed when we lost.
Oh, texture.
Texture.
Pat in the fist, he's ready to do battle.
Oh, there. Oh my God.
There it is.
Oh, here's the trophy. This is beautiful. I mean, it's a little sensitive, but it's also so cool because it's our very first trophy. Look at it here on our stage. Doesn't it look nice, Achilles?
It looks absolutely fantastic, and it's even better that it's back here on Korean soil.
Autumn is not amused by this. Okay,
Nope.
maybe he is.
He smiled. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh, it's so interesting. Okay, so Stacks looks great in Autumn's jersey.
I was wrong. They did get them printed in time.
Yes, it does say Stacks. How are you? Are you guys excited for this? Like, how excited are you? I mean, this is the very first time we're seeing Gen G back on Korean soil since Shanghai. I know it wasn't even that long ago. It's been, what, 6 days, 7 days?
Yeah.
7 days.
We all got back on Monday.
7 days.
We're just on the same flight, right? Going
7 days ago, they held that trophy for the very first time. And they are back now, going straight into stage 2. And T1, they were saying it's a do or die for them. And they they want to stay in. They want to make sure they make it to champions. I mean, Gen G had their time, but T1 is thinking, like, I want my turn.
No, they certainly do, but they're very much aware of their mortality at the moment. As Data was saying, like, we can't afford to lose games. If we drop, basically more than one, our playoffs, that could just be it. So they need to rack up as many wins as humanly possible, keep themselves in for playoffs, get as many championship points as they possibly can to try to qualify for champions and get to that next international event. The pressure is going to be on, and for T1, it doesn't get more difficult than this. Gen G, yeah, they're fresh off the plane, but these are the reigning champions. This is the best team in the world at the moment, so this is a big battle for T1.
Yeah. At least for T1 specifically against Gen G. We talked about it, they have a lot of tape. Gen G's coming in from, an exhausting run at Shanghai, and there's just so many options, so many things right now that could go wrong for Gen G since they are still catching up to get those championship points.
Well, we're going to see what happens in this very first matchup of Stage 2, Day 2. We're going to go to our casters, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, we are kicking off day 2 with an absolute banger. T1 versus Gen G. Now, obviously 2 very storied brands in Korea, but the story has flipped quite a bit, not just in Valorant, but actually across multiple games out here in Korea. Gen G now absolutely on top.
All the different games. Gen G is just ecstatic, right? I mean, they brought out the trophy.
I love it.
It's right there.
I love it. I love it. They draw the aggro first, to get you to buy the bundle, and then they still bring out the trophy. And I'm wondering if they're going to keep it on the stage
for every.
I mean, this is like absolute salt in the wound, by the way, to Stacks, right?
I know.
Because they knock him out from going to the Masters twice in a row. He was kind of meant to be the first Korean player to pick up an international trophy.
Always been there. He was the one in that elevator. He was there. He was saying, I want to go. But Gen G got there first.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you just got to prove yourself to get there. Well, now Stax on a new roster. Let's take a look at the picks. Saya player picking up the chamber while Excurid's still here on the starting 5 for Split.
So this is pretty interesting. I mean, already picking up Split against a team like Gen G says quite a bit. I think they have a bit of a game plan going in. Of course, Gen G are sticking to the comforts. This is what they won against Team Heretics with, like 13-3. That was a very, very strong showing. But T1 now, having studied that a little bit, this chamber, do you think it could like change things up a little?
Well, there's 2 questions here. Because first of all, Saya, the chamber meta is when he started to get a little bit quieter, right? He used to be an absolute menace on that jet back when he was on the guard. And then the chamber meta, it was, there were some ups and downs. However, what I do like from T1 is that there were big questions from their performance at Shanghai on, is Izu meant to be the new duelist now? You keep putting Saya on things like the Gecko and the Sage, Excurid now going onto things like the Sage. You're flexing everybody else around, and it seems like Izu just always feels more comfortable on the duelist. So now you keep him on that role, see how much he can do on his own, just as that solo raise.
I mean, Coach Data did mention that that's kind of the direction that they want to try to head towards in. Pretty much similar agents, similar roles, but different direction, different looks, different vibes. And it might be interesting, especially with Stax now coming in as the Sky. But then again, right, the calling still mainly rests on Excurid's shoulders.
Well, we'll have to see how that calling is able to carry forward against the likes of Munchkin. Now everyone touting him as the best IGL in the world. I mean, he lifted the trophy. No argument against that one. And now T1 will be kicking off the attacking side against Gen G, bringing out that single duelist in the raise, but backing it up with a chamber in the form of Saya player.
So that's also another thing that we might want to bring up is the chamber versus Cypher, right? How does that play out against on a map like Split? Like map control wise, it's going to be a little bit different because you're relying on how you want to attack, but that's why they are starting out on the attack and now slowly creeping up towards mid.
Yeah, very interesting that you're already keeping the screen here in mid, but the lurk is still on A. So really just waiting to see, does Gen G push out to clear out information? That's something that Gen G's very good at on reading those timings. And right now, T1 just want to get a better read on the positioning out here. The rendezvous baiting it out. And that's a trade from Izu, 1 for 1 though. And now it's going to be no Viper on the side of Gen G, but of course, no Omen for T1. So the smoke's already dwindled on both sides.
Yeah, it's a great exchange, a little bit damaging to either side, but at the same time, just a bit more control for T1. They're trying to wait to see if Gen G wants to trade even further, so slowly moving up.
This is perfect for them, right? I mean, it's all as intended. They did have mid control, and yes, you split the numbers, but you still have to hit the first shot, and Lakia continuing his performance right where he left off in Shanghai. Trying to really establish himself as the Lakia of Valorant, as they say.
30 seconds left.
I mean, the crosshair placement, Gen G, they prepared, they're reading this. They knew T1 is kind of slowly inching up towards it. That's why every single player from Gen G are holding these backwards positions alongside the crosshair placement.
Texture, he shines in this position, and there's only
10
13
seconds left.
Yeah. Dwindling down, counting down, it's 1v1s. Izu, good movement, he's just buying time. He actually wins out against Texture. The left-right movement favoring the rookie of T1. And now it's a 3v3.
For the retakes. Bit of information already from Stax. The rest of the team from Gen G starting to rendezvous alongside Karon. I mean, they're going to have to make use of both Heaven as well as screens, right?
I mean, you have the space, you have to use it, but the big question is how are you able to buy time around Izu here? Karon just has to keep him tied up so the main forces can go in, and it's perfect! Karon draws the attention, they win the 2v2 from Heaven, and at that point there is just nothing Izu can do. Defuse going over to Gen G, leading 1-0 in the pistol.
You said it all, William. I mean, drawing aggro outside of the game with that trophy, and also drawing it in the game with this retake. The way that they executed it was just kind of typical Gen G stuff. Like, Meteor peeking out the top of Heaven, they got that first frag, and the rest of them to follow through alongside it, and they don't miss a single beat. Every single part of this dance goes along with Gen G's rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, very, very clean. Sure, Izu had a bit of a shining moment against Texture, but already at that point, Gen G still able to tie up the numbers even after losing their duelist. And now the Cypher setup going over to A. T1 going to continue with some mid-pressure a little bit fast with the shorty, not going to connect onto the head. Munchkin will get the spray down. Takes a little damage. It's not going to be anything to worry about as he does get healed up by Lakia.
Perhaps just not fully anticipating Munchkin hiding inside that smoke. But nonetheless, it's going to be now Gen G feeling a little bit more confident, right? They're bringing that confidence over from that Champions win. I mean, they're moving forward now, trying to maintain control over Garage, mid as well, just checking out for information.
I will say, good on Stacks for making sure he equipped the right classic here. Had the T1 classic in hand. Don't want to make that mistake. I know. Sometimes habits die hard, but he is gonna stick with the red. And now on this round, I mean, you don't have your Rays. It's all just classics. I mean, at this point, I would imagine that T1, you're better off trying to not use any utility that's going to cost you credits. Just do whatever damage you can with the classics and get by. And it's not going to be much damage at all, as it is a double team here. Lakia actually just getting all the kills himself, and that's a third for Lakia. 1 point away already from his Seekers in the anti-eco.
Punishing Guardian. I mean, hopefully Sai can at least pick off one head. Okay. And that's a nice little win for T1. You know, as much damage as possible. This series, just to start off Pacific Stage 2, right, means a lot for T1. If they can take down Gen G, that would be huge. But of course, for now, it's just going to be Gen G.
Yeah, Gen G leading the way that a lot of fans, I think, would expect them to. Even on, of course, the talent side here, just me and Paper Thin predicting the T1. Now, I don't know what Clinton was thinking, but I will say on my end, I'm just taking the thought that Gen G, they like to kind of take things slow in the beginning of these stages, right? They started off slow on stage 1 as well, working off of what they've already built up, slowly building the game plan for the long term. And sure, their foundations are great. I'm not taking anything away from that, but T1, they had so much tape. We gotta see something, and it has to start here on their buy round. Now with the 5 rifles, all full armor as well, so nothing to fear. And immediately, Rossi wins an aggressive 1v1, draws out the Trailblazer. So Gen G has a bit of an idea that it is most likely the Lurk, and Lakia is going to confirm that as well. This is huge information for Gen G. They can start to shift their weight over towards the B side and mid. I do like that Charon doesn't fully commit, right? You're not seeing any other executes on B. So still just keeping his eye on Lakia.
Oh, okay.
Taking a bit of a journey all the way around. Now, we'll see if this actually works in their favor, because they're thinking that this is absolutely a B-side execute. But there's a lot of people in sewers.
Oh my gosh, William. Gen G.
Oh, this is...
I don't know if they've lost the plot. And at the same time, Saya still holding over Garage. That could be tricky. The rest of T1 now off of Rossi's kill. This... does a lot.
Yeah, the saving grace is that most likely Saya dies to Lakia, right? Because Lakia's going to see the rendezvous here. And so he should be able to make the call that, hey, something's fishy here. I haven't seen anybody. We're only hearing this one gun. Something's going on. Lakia has to be ready for this, and he can't get it. This is absolute disaster for Gen G. All things pointing to a very, very clean round here for T1.
My goodness. Absolute mind games. A double kill for a Saya player on the side of B while he slowly clears his back and everything else. Now Gen G, the rest of them, alongside 2 Spectres, trying to go for the retake, but they gotta be very careful and decisive with how they want to peek this one. Those Spectres against the rifles, if you peek out Heaven that way, nah, no way.
Yeah, I do like that they're slowly clearing out ramps, but at the same time, yeah, T1, they've just given ramps over entirely. Should have heard that, and they're going to get the ping with the guiding light as well.
Rossi.
Oh, this is all eyes on this side, though. Nobody's watching screens. T1, got to get those comms ready. You can't get too hungry for the kills here. That's going to be Kara with the 2. You can't challenge this guy like it. The pinch comes in for Munchkin. He's looking to do whatever more damage he can. Defuse already too late. He cannot pick up a gun to continue the fight, and T1, what looked to be pointing towards a flawless, ends in a very messy 2 remaining rifles in the 3rd round.
That is just dangerous. It's getting my heart pumping, William. I mean, yes, the T1 walked away with that win for sure, right? But you got to consider the long-term implications of that. Economy-wise, now we're seeing stacks on that Guardian. It still damiges them a little bit, and that's the best sort of possible scenario for Gen G. They almost made that possible with the aim from Charon, with the misdirectional play, allowing for Munchkin to peek out of screens that way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you got the flawless, suddenly the snowball is absolutely in your favor, but now it's just back to square one. Whoever wins this one, it's got to be a quick escape here for T1. Izu will get out, doesn't take any damage either. The Trailblazer and Gen G, they've been so good about this. This is something that they've been working on as they continue with their international performances. It's just clearing out and making sure that they have solid information. But Saya creating space on his own with the chamber.
following that momentum from the previous round. Very controlled, very solid frags coming through. I mean, this is Gen G's textbook style, right? They love to go in for these early information gathering stuff, gathering control over Garage, maybe taking the orb. But while they do that, they lose control in other parts of the map. And now, Lakia wants to go in to confirm even further, but he takes damage, Will.
And now Saya player still just holding on to mid, and that's going to be the Thorn. Okay, Munchkin going to get a free clear, but the perfect timing from T1. The pinch is right there, and the shot stop for T denies it! Izu will still finally stabilize onto the kill onto Texture. Things are getting a little messy across both sides, but T1 comes out on top, 4-1 on the remaining members. Meteor, you have to save this rifle. You're already on the other side of the map.
Good recovery. And yeah, he's definitely going to be hanging on the other side. I mean, things just started to go a little bit south once you start seeing T1 feeling this confident. Saya creeping upwards, trying to read the map, and at the same time dealing that little bit of damage. That hurts Gen G because they start to try to fall back, and the execute from T1 starts to come in. Izu with that showstopper definitely shook things up.
Yeah, and then again, the decisiveness of that call, right, is once you're already holding on to mid, you've prepared your execute. Sure, Saya gets taken out from the side, a little bit blindsided, but the game plan was already set in motion. And T1 looks to try to take the lead away. They still got the Seekers for the next round as well. Going on a bit of a hunt here for a couple of the members, as they do have some creds to spare, but nothing too crazy. Giving the respect, to the individuals on Gen G. They'll always take a 1v1.
And definitely looking for some trades too, but still, yeah, Gen G is definitely not a team that you want to continue to hunt down, as we just saw from round number 3. But that said, I mean, what are you thinking, William? And this T1, the slightly new direction, Saya player doing pretty darn good so far.
Yeah, that was where my eyes were on, right? I think it was very clear that Izu's gotten very comfortable on that duelist. That's where he feels the best. That's what he used to play back in Challenger Japan as well. But Saya going back to the chamber, how much does he remember from the old days? Obviously, once you get the op, we always know his op is good for one.
You can't forget it.
Yeah,
it's in your muscle memory.
Yeah, but we'll see if he can continue to create space on his own. Looks like the slow pacing has been favoring him. The barrel, he needs to watch out for it. He's hitting it very well so far, and just like that, Saya is going to get the Inkling. Bumps against each other, and that's an immediate fire off. Munchkin going down. The pillar for Gen G now fallen. Mid having to be given up. Lakia, he doesn't want to give it up just yet, though. Him and Texture are already here. They want to make sure that they at least get some information to work off of as Charon picks off the tail end against Excurit from B main.
I don't think that's something we expected at all. It's a good pick, but is it going to be enough? As Izu swaps back over, flicks on towards it. A good flash from Lakia to try to get his teammates some kind of safe cover, but then that weakens the A site as the rest of T1 starts to push down. It's all down to Meteor with his Soul Phantom who can stop them. Good bit of movement from Texture too, but it's going to be really tricky. Meteor has to stay alive, pops out the cage, tries to play around elbow. Teammates already around screens. They're starting one for
alone.
Izu pops off with flashbacks, and he swings for the double. A good spray. It's all down to Karen. Can't quite peek out against him as Izu pops out on top.
Let your rookies play what they want to play. That's where they feel most comfortable. I mean, I got a little bit concerned because he was slightly ahead of the rest of the team. His job was to basically try to open up the site because Seekers on both sides, you don't want to get delayed before the backup actually takes position. And he finds the perfect timing, throws in the blast pack to make sure that they'd be corralled into elbow. Oh, barrel for barrel. And Munchkin actually fires off first, and Saya, I thought his barrel would show first indeed, but he's just a little bit quicker, just a bit more accurate on the first shot. Now Izu leading the scoreboard in kills, leading his teammates. He used to always seem to kind of look for confirmation on his previous decisions when he was playing Flex, but now, as that sole duelist, he has to be the spearhead for T1.
And he's starting to show that he can definitely do it too. A little bit sharp on it with that blast pack decision as well, but now on to the next round. It feels like they're not just full-on aggressing into sites though, right? Well, I mean, for as much as this first half has gone, it's T1 slowly inching forward, slowly looking for some early picks, not giving Gen G these trades.
But I love the read that T1 has right now indirectly, because so far, 3 rounds in a row, Saya's been trying to create space alone in mid, and now they realize Gen G, they're not even checking it with util. That means they have to be waiting for something, because this isn't a team that's just going to give up mid for free. No way, because we've been taking it for free through the means of Chamber. So now that you finally hear the Trailblazer, they start to move away, they put the pressure with the fake smoke on B main, and now the execute prepared on the A site. However, the trademark cleared in mid, and Gen G does have a good read.
Early dark cover just tries to
30 seconds
dissuade T1 from continuing down this ramp's path. They're just going to head up towards Heaven instead. Walking through the toxic screen weakens them a little. It's a lot of noise. Munchkin definitely hears it.
Oh, this is...
What is this?
Now, here's the thing, is that this is somewhat of a blind read. It's a good one.
Okay,
off
Karen.
of all the indirect information. 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
Good hit. Manages to hold down the off angle. First thing goes through, but then it's trade from Stacks. Karen has arrived on the scene in time, but he needs to buy more time for the rest of the team to arrive on site.
Oh, the blast pack!
What? Again with the blast pack. It throws Karen off. Now the retake in a 3-on-4. Munchkin trying to find any line of sight, but T1 is not giving it to him.
T1, decisive, just planting where it is safest.
Ooh.
Gets the good spot from Izu as well. Now Saya's going to have his crosshair strained. He does get cleared out, and now it's going to be all 1v1s. The timing favor in Gen G. Still a 2v2. Stacks and Izu. Stacks good for one, and Izu down to a 1v1. You just have to play time. Stacks, he's been in these positions before.
All right.
Going against Munchkin. Munchkin has to hold at least that. He's got one shot, but Stacks will clear with a 3K as T1 leads 4-2 on the attack.
What on earth was that round? I mean, things went a little bit topsy-turvy, but it's T1 making great rotations, playing alongside how Gen G wants to operate on the map, right? They're always going to go for that information, trying to fall back bound by bound, and with that, T1 decides to rotate through from top of A ramps, past vents, back into B, and it leaves Gen G on like a 2-on-4 as they try to hold down the site.
Yeah, and Stacks, again, not having to be the main IGL. We'll have to keep our eyes on what his performance looks like, but so far he's looking very comfy. Always there, good for the trades. Sure, X-Curate not getting the frags we're used to seeing from him, but Izu picking up all the slack. 10-4 right now. Absolutely dominating. And on the other side, Texture coming off of a world win with only 1 kill on the board so far in 6 rounds.
Yeah, it's been a bit rough for Gen G for now. 4 straight rounds for T1. They've built up a little bit of that ultimate bank, but is it going to be enough? Of course, this round's going to be a bit more of a save, and they're still kind of holding default. Gen G not really doing too much, still trying to control mid like before.
And now it's going to be Saya trying to push A. It's a lot of variance on where Saya's able to put pressure. A lot of it relies on the chamber. Can Gen G get the correct read? Okay. Lots of noise in mid. They're trying to see if there's a peek out of A main, but Gen G's not giving it to him. Finally, Saya gets spotted. Will get out alive.
This, I gotta say, looks like a very well-prepared T1, Will. I mean, they're respecting Gen G a lot, even on the Thrifties, but they're not over-aggressing too much. In fact, they're kind of inviting Gen G for these peaks, and that's where they strike them down.
Yeah, it's 2s and 2s, right? Chamber's the only one that's always walking around on his own, going for these lurks, and sometimes it's with the operator ever since he's bought it.
And that makes sense because he has the rendezvous.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, obviously one of the safest agents to do it. And so T1 continuing to work the map. And that's not a phrase we would use very much for T1, but now the XQ comes in. Now, one thing is once again, it's 10 seconds on the clock. Izu will get the first kill, but they're not safe yet. Showstopper for a double for Texture. And that is going to be T1 still clearing out the site. But boy, oh boy, do they make it close so many of these rounds.
The explosions go off. It is a little bit close, but still very good reads, good calls, good executes as they hit onto the site. And like you mentioned before, Will, it happens because of Izu. I mean, look at that little bit of a spray control, spray transfer. That stray bullet actually tagged a bit of a wallbang onto Stacks' head. On his opponent's head, that is, as Stacks collects the kill, but the rest of it into the site. I mean, this is just how T1 wants to play, even though they got hit by that full paranoia from Karon.
Yeah, now it's another 3-1-1. I mean, Gen G.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, going for these passive plays with the trap wires, it's not really getting them the information they want. Now, Texture, he's going to try to answer back with his own op. They've already cleared a lot of angles, so you know that this cannot be the main force, right? It has to be some form of lurk out here because there's no utility to answering back. There's no peek to check. And T1, Rossi just needs to stay alive. That's his job. The moment he peeks, we've seen what Texture can do on some of these flicks.
On ascent? Oh, yeah. We've seen those.
It is oftentimes to the right side, so we'll have to keep our eye on here on the map. And this time it's to the other side, but Saya trying to clear out the trip. Actually gets it.
My God. I mean, it seems like a small thing, but it's so much pressure against Gen G, who wants to play off of information. Now they have the adaptations. as they swing out along that Trailblazer. Rossi, though, taking down Texture. No
Both
operator for
teams
Gen G.
Really just waiting for the reactions across the map. The comms have to be really good across all 10 members in the server right now. Izu has been spotted, but it's too many targets as T1 just absolutely swarmed the site. Paranoia will get dodged by one of the members. Stax still has his vision. He peeks out on the wide swing, takes down Meteor, and it's just Karon. He's done some crazy things before, but not today as T1 get yet another round on their attacking half here on Split.
6 rounds in a row, Will. This is not how I expected things to go when we're looking at Gen G, the defending champions against T1. I mean, what a way to kick things off. They might have lost a pistol, they might have lost a subsequent round, but as they continue off with their full buys, they're reading things. They lost Saya, but Rossi picks up that frag against Texture. They press that go button, and Gen G finds a tough time trying to retake.
Yeah, and just that round, again, was a great exemplification of how these teams are operating across the map. So you're not seeing, any answer back from A. You want to peek out mid, but if you peek out dry, it's been rough because you don't know who's out there. So you peek out with the Trailblazer. Now it's a trade set up. But Rossi, on that timing, you know that 2 people committed over on mid. That means at best it's probably a 1v1 because who was it initially that got the guiding light on A? It was the Sky. So now you know they were mid. So now you know they probably set somebody up over on A main. It's all of this really info digesting across both teams, and I'm actually really proud of T1 for doing this consistently across the rounds, because Gen G, they've proven it. They've proven it to the entire world that they're very good at this. But T1, they are doing very well on their pick so far here on Split.
And that's why I do believe this timeout is good for Gen G. What we haven't seen much from them is something more active. So far, Gen G has been pretty passive with how they want to gather information, holding these angles, watching for any pushes or anything that T1 wants to do, and that's where Side Player might punish them. That's where Rossi might punish them sometimes. Now off of this timeout, I'm curious what their game plan is. We've got a Bucky and a Guardian in their hands.
See what they can do with those weapons. Very conditional weapons at that. And Lakia going to be positioned up front. Now with this one way, surely with the way they've been playing, there's just no way that T1's going to clear that blind. The Outlaw now going for a bit of a value purchase for T1, knowing the econ situation of Gen G. Still have the tour de force for the upcoming round as well.
Toxins going up.
Moisture commitment needed just yet. I don't think they've actually got sight of each other as that screen has gone up. Noise being made, don't think Gen G would have heard that.
Just so much of that push and pull. I mean, even if they might have heard that noise, Saya's still here to watch some of these shots. Fired off that first Outlaw round, though. Now he's in danger for the reload. Instantly takes down Texture and then rendezvous away.
And then
what
Rossi.
a steal!
He's
there.
back in! Yeah, he's there for the trade. Gets right back into it. The calls are there for T1. Forget what's been going on so far, because this time they are an absolute single unit moving together across the map. You still have that lurk in Stacks as well.
Lurking Sky. You got Saya Player watching top of ramp. He spots them out. There's the first one. Second shot fired off. Izu comes back in to pick things up where he left off. Now all down to Lakia. Only has a Bucky in hand.
And Izu wants this kill. They're just setting it up for him as well, as he is getting closer to his showstopper. Well, he'll get the old point one way or the other, and Saya will get to pad his stats on top of it. So T1 okay with how that round finishes, 7-2. Sure, it's their map pick, Quack, but on the attacking side against the current champions internationally, coming off of Master Shanghai. I mean, you can say that their schedule is brutal and whatnot, but one of their biggest strengths is that they know how to trade, they know how to react to the information they gather on the map, and right now T1 is running laps around him.
They're not letting them trade, Will. I don't know what else to say. I mean, you're looking at how Gen G wants to fight, how they want to play. They're trying to peek out, but every time they do so, they get shut down. In fact, it's T1 who has these trades set up. Now on to the next round, and we're looking at Garage again.
A little bit of util trading back and forth now, as there is no further response. The one-way set up for Gen G. That's going to allow them to empty it if they so choose, and still know that T1 most likely will have to use util to try to re-clear that, getting them some information as the operator holds mid. And it looks like Lakia might want to go on a timing check with one of his utility, maybe around the 1 minute mark.
I do wonder if that operator down mid is something that Gen G has been looking for now, because mid has been what T1 is using to slip through their defenses. A bit of suppressive fire.
Yeah, well, with that Trailblazer being cleared so aggressively out of the smoke by Lakia, you saw on the minimap, T1 backs off right away. They realize, okay, something's up. Nobody
Let's not go mid, yeah.
Yeah, nobody dry peeks out of smoke just to clear a Trailblazer. You're hiding something. And so now they will group up as you already have ramps control.
Yeah, that's that little weakness in Gen G's armor too. A push and pull everywhere. If T1 knows Gen G's hiding something up their sleeves around mid, they're going to push another part of the map. A ramps is that spot right now. 30 seconds left. It takes a lot of time, but at the same time, not a lot of defenses for Gen G right here.
No.
You've got Munchkin with the pit. Is that going to be enough? You've got the trips, and it works out well for Gen G. Munchkin lands the shot through, but here we go. You still have ramps and having to look out for. T1 could infiltrate from behind.
10 seconds. You can't go.
Are they trying to go through?
No, you can't. You just can't. They're going to have to save. They're going to choose where to save because you don't want to get stuck around the pit. I think they realize they just wanted to make sure they cleared their backs to make sure that they don't get all taken out from vents. And accepting the fact that you've been running the clock down so many of these times, and finally it bites them back right at the ankles. T1 will have to give over that round to Gen G. Now, one of the misses there was that the tripwire pretty far forward and the paint shells goes a little too deep. Not able to clear it, and Izu gets caught right as he flies through the Viper's pit.
I gotta say, I mean, this is just an exceptionally entertaining match right now. T1 is like a cautious fighter, throwing some slight jabs, some looks at their opponents who are, you know, to be said, they're defending champions. They're huge, they're big, they're really strong. And T1 wants to be very careful about this.
Up v up. Munchkin making some noise, trying to draw the aggro over towards that side, and it works perfectly! The bait and switch, Texture will find the headline, but it's an answer back. Rossi, he's had Saya's back so many of these rounds.
Wow.
Dwindles the numbers down. And now without a raise, a lot of delay utility also taken out from the side of Gen G in the form of the paint shells. T1 going to start to put the pressure in. Rossi for now, not taking any aggressive space in mid just yet. As Gen G, they're able to shift their weight. You've still got the Cypher setups on A. Gen G, no reason to move. They haven't spotted anything on cams. You're not spotting anything from vents. You know this has to be a B head.
And that's such a good read from Gen G as well. Keeping the weight on B.
Oh, you don't expect
a little bit
this.
of pressure towards mid too, but what a way to hold the off angle just around the edge of the smoke. Karen firing off as well. Rossi finding those trades, pretty good for it so far, but now he's another one-on-one. Tries to flick upwards, but Munchkin just shuts him down.
Oh man, had he got that, what a moment it would be for T1. I mean, as they said on the desk, Rossi has been doing everything for T1 from stage 1 onwards, even going over to Shanghai. So I don't think you can take that away from him, but at the end of the day, again, you have the initial trades, but Gen G, they've started to work a little bit more actively around the Cypher setups, not using it as kill trips, but more so, okay, once we get trades elsewhere, we can now use this for information, shift our weight, and Lakia with an excellent curveball outside of the smoke. You usually expect them to be hiding inside of it.
Let's play.
It's a good call.
Yeah, in terms of the macro game, I mean, the decisions from Gen G as well, it just looks incredibly good right now, and they're starting to get proactive with this, holding different angles, swapping out the positions, Karen getting that initial kill, and then Texture holding the angle up around A.
Yeah, so what we're seeing Gen G start to do is they're using a lot of these smokes to create these angles, right? Earlier, Lakia tries to peek under the smoke. This time, Karon above his own smoke, or above his opponent's, rather, from the box. And now they know that T1 likes to peek across the map, so Gen G's been waiting for that timing. Rossi spotted. Has to push away, but Lakia's coming in from the side. There's the Shrouded Step, trying for the bait and switch, but Lakia, he will not fall for it. He will hold his ground. He's going to get out alive.
Oh, what a big swing. Then that has wobbled T1. Gen G knows they have the numbers now, and they're looking for the knockout blow as we end the first half, 5-7, Will. It's a flawless round from Gen G.
And I just want to apologize to all the T1 fans out there that got excited because I was hyping them up on their 7-round win streak. You know, talking about how Izu was absolutely out-fragging Texture and such, because yeah, now it's not looking as clear-cut as it was. We got some Gen G fans bringing out the wingman to make sure that Gen G wins. Meanwhile, T1 fans, we've got some artists in the house.
Always gotta love the art here.
Yeah, there's some crazy good art. But now, obviously, the matter at hand is, sure, T1 looked a little bit rougher in the last couple rounds, but it's still a 7-round win scoreline in the half on their attacking side. Now, you don't have the Cypher for kind of easy information, a little bit more passive trap plays, but you do have the chamber. Saya can hold the angles that you're not used to watching out for, and once he gets the operator, it is going to be a tough job for Gen G to try to push him out.
I mean, that's something that's really, really strong, but at the same time, you don't want to doubt Gen G. I mean, I really do wonder if frags are going to be enough, because that's the thing about having a chamber, right? This entire first half has been T1 slowly inching forward, not giving Gen G those trades that they're looking for. But once Gen G goes on the attack, I mean, what if they just decide to execute and explode onto a site? What is T1's game plan with this specific roster and composition?
Curious to see, especially because and the pistol, it's not going to be as easy, right? I mean, on that chamber, you're really relying on the frags off of that rendezvous. Now just piling all his credits, of course, into the headhunter. So Saya really relying on his shots here in the pistol round. Just that trademark will be hiding, trying to delay on the site, and that's going to be a setup for Izu, who most of his job will be to wait. So A side for T1, it's just if the execute happens, we wait, and then we pick them off one by one from a pinch on Heaven and the site. And for now, it is going to be an execute onto A. Double blast pad quickly onto ramps. Saya's ready for it. Waiting for the screen to go down, but it's too many members. I don't know if he's going to be ready for this. The cage comes out as well, and they just absolutely juke him out. Mid completely taken. It's a quick pinch. Now, Gen G, they have the space, but if you wait here, you give time for T1 for the rotate. So it's going to be continued pressure with the Trailblazer.
Oh, man.
It's a good snake bite being prepped for B main, but Rossi, he's not going to have the time for it. It's a jump out after the Stacks gets two, holds his ground. And now it's a pinch, a crossfire here for T1, but Meteor, his crosshairs are trained. The classic good for three.
He holds it down, and now back to a 2-on-2. Lakio's a little bit low. What is T1's game plan? The spike has been dropped around the site. They're trying to listen for any cues for them to go through.
Saya's waiting for the push out.
Gotta keep in mind.
He knows.
Izu is right behind. Saya holds down the angle, gets the frag. Lakia down to 21 HP, tries to swing around, but Saya knows. You said it, Will.
Yeah, and so Izu going for the flank. So Saya, he doesn't want to peek out on his own. So you just say, hey, if you push me, you die. If you go for the spike, you die, right? So otherwise, you're just going to have to wait, and then we'll have a pinch onto the site. And of course, the pistol switch makes it all the easier here for Saya player. But Stacks,
yes,
ready and quick for that jump out of the smoke. I mean, the number of times he's had to play against PRX, he's going to be ready for a move like that. You can't do that against the likes of Stacks.
That is true. And Stacks says it. I mean, that was incredible stuff. Both sides, both players. And not only that, the pop flash as well to save his team. I mean, Meteor managed to work against that, but still damage was done. Now on to the next round. We got some Bulldogs, Judges, a Marshall for Saya, and they're trying their best to hold down these lines of sight.
Yeah, Rossi's crosshairs a little bit high on the initial setup, but of course with the Bulldog, gonna have that 3-round burst if you scope in. We'll see what his adjustments are. Trying to wait, trying to catch side. The Trailblazer gets the information, and that's an easy kill for Excurit. Couldn't have been any smoother. Rossi ready for the reaction over on B main. Sure, he gets taken down, but the weapon not recoverable for Charon. He's trying to fake him out to it, but it's still dropped above the box, so Stacks will pick that up. And Izu, the running gun here with the Spectre. You've heard the judge earlier, and now it's here in the smoke, waiting. As T1 leads 9-5, only dropping one member, but no actual value lost on their investment on that anti-eco.
I mean, you can tell there's a lot of thought put into this anti-eco, this entire map, even for T1. These weapon buys, they're not, you know, random or just something that they do based on how they feel. This judge is specifically meant to control, you know, areas like mailroom, and even down to that last kill, the off angle towards Garage. The Bulldog watching Garage as well. T1 has planned for this.
Oh, Gen G, triple Guardian. Boy, they love that weapon. I'll tell you that, led them to an absolute international trophy. We'll see if he can work the magic again. Texture tries to get a tag, Excurit safe for now, but he can't get out. We'll use his Shrouded Step. Took a big hit. Now at 70 HP with a judge, he still has to hold close, no option there. Like you mentioned, trying to use the map to their advantages. T1 with the shorter weapon. Saya not overcommitting, and this is something that is great to see from Saya player. One of the criticisms of Saya is that he would greed for these kills. He felt like he had to get the frag to make a difference, but now he knows, all right, I got the information. I can still re-clear with my rendezvous, you know, once it's off cooldown. Still have the support from Stacks as well. Stacks making both the chamber and the raise very comfy in the angles they hold. Look at how busy he is on the map. He is just running from site to site.
constantly trying to retrieve information, trying to find the best spot, trying to figure out where Gen G's about to strike.
Oh, but the read is wrong. The trademark, not going to get the tag until just now. A Saya player, he's all alone, has to switch to the headhunter. He has to get a kill if he wants to stay alive. The paint shell's already knocked him down too much, but he will get at least one. Dwindles the numbers just a bit as the tags come in right on time for Texture. Can he get more than one? No, he will get shut down. The trade from Charon over on the site, 3 versus 2. Meteor brings it down to only one remaining member with the sole judge. Does have a rifle up top. Doesn't mind making the noise. He wants to get whatever value he can. Excure it. Doesn't have to IGL anymore. See if he can focus back in on some of these frags. Trying to do a bit more economic damage because otherwise Gen G coming out with the Vandal and the Phantom still in hand. Should be able to continue that snowball.
The way his mind thinks, so diligent in clearing every little corner, every little bit, trying to get as much as he can, squeeze as much as he can out of this round, but that said, Gen G will press forward and fight back.
Yeah, and right as Cypher says, Gen G knows more than they knew before. You know, they're really stacking on that information. That's where they do shine. I mean, that's, again, it's not like Gen G, their games are always the cleanest, right? I mean, even in that grand final, goes to the very last map. But it's what they do with the information they get. It's how they adapt round to round, map to map. That absolute diligence and determination that we've seen from this squad all year long. Can T1 outlast that power? That's the big question now, as T1 still 3 rounds away from match point.
It's all in these tiny movements, too. I think T1 a little bit frantic on that previous round as they kind of tried to rotate over. Gen G were just able to get the read onto the rotation for B site, where Saya was alone. So now things are going to have to be a little bit different for T1. They have to control the map a little bit sharper and better. This time just holding the angles. The Trailblazer does not find Saya.
And Saya's just going to be hiding out with the operator. Now wants to re-clear mid. Izu's job is going to be, if it's going to be a fast hit through vents, he needs to slow things down before Saya feels the need to have to peek out, because that would be a very risky position for him.
Excure it, though.
Just hiding out on that east side. Has to back off, but Saya trying to reposition off of the guiding light. Izu's here for the trade. Plays it safe. Gets out with his life. Lakia took a huge hit as well, down to 35 HP, but the trademark, it's not going to get the ping anymore, Izu. You're not safe here on Heaven. A-site taken over. Excure it. Where can he reposition to? Using the smokes to mask his position.
30 seconds
Goes
left.
inside. The pop flash. The check is good from Lakia. Paranoia, which way is it? Excure, you're surrounded. Can you get the wins? The toxic screen, it's absolutely denying his vision as Meteor will pick it up with the classic.
Great way to pick things off. Rossi tries to get a little bit more space, but ultimately denied. This is going to have to be a save for T1 now as Stax hides away over in mailroom. I mean, Gen G pushing forward onto the site. They figured out where it hurts for T1, and they just keep on pressing.
Yeah, and the guiding lights from Lakia, not just in this round, but actually throughout this map, they've been so pristine. I mean, the timing and where he chooses to use it. For instance, you know, in the beginning of this round, he sends it deep into mail so that the only thing it can check is if someone's hiding in that corner, right? It's not going to check anyone in B Heaven. It's not checking anybody in vents. It's only checking that little square, and then he pop flashes into the smoke. Things like that where you're saying, I'm getting rid of all the curveballs, all the jokers that T1 could try to throw at us, and that's the information we work off of. It's great initiative from the initiator of Gen G. As they now get a 7th round win, they will make sure that the operator is picked up here for the side of T1. Still carries that over. That's a big one.
I mean, just thinking about in terms of the game plan too, right? Apart from Lakia just nailing this map and figuring out how to work off his utility, being very careful and diligent this time along that side, alongside that guiding light, it's Gen G taking control over mid, Gen G trying to push and make T1 feel uncomfortable in some of their positions. I mean, that's why, you know, Saya just unexpectedly got taken out. Izu, although he got the trade, wasn't able to, you know, do all too much off of it.
And this is where you start to see the big difference between the Cypher and the Chamber as well, right? Because, yeah, you might have the operator, but you have to be able to get the kills. And so Gen G, they get into sites for free right now. Texture goes all the way above, but they haven't quite cleared Rossi. He will get one, but Texture opens up the site. They've already got the crossfire. He's trained onto it, but the high-low, Izu good with the Sheriff, and Meteor will cover the flank. There is an operator on the side of T1. Do they want to go for this retake. See if they can maybe pick up any weapons. Ooh, clean shot from Saya, but no rifles, easily recoverable.
Still a big pickup nonetheless. Gen.G continues to peek out.
I mean, Lakia, yes,
What are you doing?
You won the duel the last round, but you can't keep testing your luck like that. Now Munchkin all alone. The spike still hadn't been planted just yet. But Gen.G knew they were surrounded. 3v1. Munchkin, the IGL. He's been in this position so many times for Gen.G to pull the rabbit out of the hat. 30 seconds to do it.
T1 knows they don't have to do anything.
30 seconds left.
There's absolutely no need. Uh-oh. The guiding light, and now they know he hasn't stuck it, so they will wait another 20 seconds. That's the second tap. You know you still have more time. There's the jump, and there is the perfect timing. It's actually Stax who will pick it up, putting him 2 points away from the Seekers. And the rifle upgrades come across the board for T1.
I mean, painful. Off all the rounds to kind of hand over to T1. It's the one where they're on a bit of a thrifty. I mean, T1 just smart stuff with Rossi playing inside of that smoke, but ultimately it was Saya player and this operator, because back then they still had the numbers. Once Saya got the pick onto Meteor and then Lakia, it just turns things around.
It's a rough one, because here's the thing, Gen.G not planting was the right choice, because you know that they've already surrounded you, but it's an operator. What more can you do? Lakia tests his luck.
I mean, it's 7-10, so the rounds right now, Will.
T1 trying to still inch ahead. That's what's important for them. See if they can get to that map point and maybe even finish off their pick here on Split with a victory.
Everyone's pretty close to their ultimates right now as well. T1 still trying to hold down their defenses on the sites. Gen.G trying to split them up.
Oh, Texture trained for it. There's a showstopper, not missing a single beat. Does he check right under? Oh, no, there's an opportunity here for Stax, and he does get the double. Oh my gosh, I was holding my words right there to the very end. Texture sure trades it out. But the site not entirely opened up just yet. Rossi, he spots the barrel. He wants the kills. He's going to keep up the move. And Xcurit is there for the support. And once again, it's a 3v1. This time, the rookie of Gen.G. But experience in spades across the world as he tries to prove himself as one of the best once again here in Pacific. Reposition with the Shrouded Step, trying to isolate the angles. Tries to get one. He gets one. Rossi low, down to 46 HP. The smoke to make sure that it's only one angle. The reposition. The gears are turning for Karon.
They're surrounding him.
He's waiting for it. He's banking on the fact that they have to funnel in from one side towards the spike. He'll clear the other angle first, and he'll wait. Just believes that it's going to be the fake. He can't check the spike. They're not on it just yet. He knows they have coming from the same direction.
Oh my god!
And T1,
he says a flash.
Bamboozled. Paranoia sent. Has to just play for time, and now Karon will not give the angle. And it's going to be Karon, the absolute power rookie of the world, bringing on the 8th round win.
You monster! Just the deliverer of death. He carries them over that river and sends them down to hell. 1v3, it was an unwinnable scenario, and he just isolates the angles, plays around his smoke so carefully, so smart, so good.
What a monster. I mean, the absolute decisiveness that he has in the repositions, the double shrouded steps, using the smoke, knowing exactly where to TP into to isolate those angles for the 1v1s. And this is what you get when you pick up someone who has just been dominating that ladder. Because boy, have they had to play for themselves so many times, and it comes out in moments like this. The clutch monster keeps Gen.G in the running. So now we see a timeout from T1, trying to make sure that they do not lose this lead. It has been ever so slowly diminishing once again here in the second half. Now back down to a 2-round difference.
Absolutely right. Just when I thought T1 cemented that lead off of the Thrifty win, Gen.G might have just lost the plot. No, that's not the case at all. Even with numbers disadvantage against them, Gen.G, with star players like Karon, somehow finds a way to turn things around. That said, though, if we zoom back out and take a look at how the game has been going on overall, T1 still leading. T1 building up that ultimate bank. They're able to buy back up. Saya player has the tour de force in this round. They're not, exactly falling off that much.
Yeah, and Gen.G, surely they have a read, right? You saw the timeout come out. You know the ultimates are there. The immediate pit from B, so you know that T1 wants to funnel you to the other side of the map, but I love the position of Saya player. You're going to oftentimes expect that the operator, or the tour de force rather, is going to be on the other side of the map. This time he's the one who's shutting down mid. So basically the only option open to Gen G in the current moment is going to be the A site. And T1 is ready for it. Guiding Light to clear on a timing out in mid. And now you still have the trademark up in A heaven as well. So Izu does have a way to try to escape, buy a little bit of time for himself. Now Gen G, they don't want to go the obvious route. They'll start the re-clear. Saya, how many can he get?
They're going to have to...
They're ready for the swing! Oh, man, they did find a solid timing. But Saya gets out safely. Mid giving up for now, but Trademark's still there. 2 members up in heaven as well. And Gen G hears his meteor. What? Uh-oh. The ultimate. Can he find him? All right, Izu, he re-clears it. He's in a little bit of trouble, but he is going to be able to buy time. The Seekers coming through, so Gen G, they have to wait. Saya waits. He knows that it has to be another member already up in heaven. The clear is good. The Guiding Light's coming out on both sides as Munchkin starts to crawl in. They haven't cleared the site just yet. Izu, he's just going to give the plan. He wants the kills. He wants to dwindle the numbers. The 3K from the Rays. And Munchkin finds himself in familiar territory against 3 members of T1. Spike down this time. That's in his favor. But can he get to it? No, Rossi will block the path as T1 one step closer to a map win.
At least Gen G has taken those ultimates away from T1 somewhat, but still. Masterful play at how they control the side. Masterful play at Izu, just peeking out at the right time. A single moment of paranoia for Gen G to watch their backs, and that's when he swings out.
I mean, if he didn't get that kill with the showstopper, the round falls apart, right? I mean, Meteor tries to just absolutely open things up on his own, takes that opportunity. Now I see the coaching staff of T1 looking fairly satisfied on their timeout call. And now it's another outlaw purchase for Saya player, knowing the econ situation of Gen G. And it's actually going to be a Hero Vandal on that half armor as well, so if Texture runs into that scope, it's going to hurt, it's going to sting. But for now, not in the same lane just yet. Texture looking into Garage over on the B side.
Just all that hard work from T1, you know, ever since they fell off of Shanghai, they've been preparing for this. They knew that this match was coming up. They've been watching the games. They've been coming up with plans, and right now we're seeing just how on top of things they are. This outlaw can block off so much. The rest of the team doing their job and getting the information. Rossi might feel a bit of pressure with the pin shells now, but he's still alive. That's right. Tries to swing back to recorrect his aim, but Karen will be able to take him down with that Sheriff. Now it's a high-low setup. Stack's going to have to wait for his teammates. They are on site.
They have his back. They're able to cover the entry in from main. Now the screen comes up, though. The paranoia. Trailblazer to make sure that they trade timing for timing. Meteor, meanwhile, clears out the A side. But now it's going to be Gen G. They have to come into it, and Izu goes in. The spray transfer is clean. As what?
Player standing.
2 taps. And Saya will answer back. 5 HP for Meteor.
No way.
Any weapon of choice for Saya player, and he only needs a single bullet. He'll stick with the Headhunter a little bit quicker, a little bit snappier.
I don't know way Meteor makes it out of this one. No freaking way. Saya,
there's no
time.
time.
Around the rows. He's just playing for time. 10 seconds left.
10 seconds
Meteor
left.
has to go for the spike plant, and he will.
Oh, but the thing is that trap, it's going to give Meteor the idea that it cannot be main. He's just going to wait. He knows. With the low HP, he can't go for a long-range duel. Trying to draw it in.
No way.
Saya's trying to time it on the cam. He saw it.
Hide here?
Gets spotted. And Saya knows, but Meteor the reposition. It's so good. Trying to use it against him. Hides right under the rafters.
No
Saya,
way.
do you suspect this? It's so hard to read. Saya, he gets the flick onto Meteor. He may not have had the read, but boy, does he have the reaction. And there's a little celebration as he brings T1 to map point, 12-8 against Gen G so far here on Split.
Map point, T1 feeling good about this series. A single moment of hesitation. If Saya was just looking the other direction a second longer, that could have been it. Gen G now feeling the heat from this.
I mean, that was the best thing that Meteor could have tried, right? It's the strongest curveball, and that's just a snap onto it. Oh, you know what this means for T1. I mean, Coach Data talked about it. They need to get every win to guarantee that they get into the playoffs,
That's right.
so it's in their hands. But not only that, obviously, with the championship points on the line as well, you want every method of possibility to get to Champion Seoul. Try to prove yourself once more on an international stage. And now it's going to be Gen G, holding nothing back, trying to change the tempo. But T1, they've got a crossfire here, just waiting patiently past the paranoia. But Gen G, the flood is too strong. Overwhelms the two members of T1. Saya player still watching with an op over on the B side as well. This retake, it's going to be very delayed if they even go for it at all. And I'm thinking maybe they don't with the weaponry they have. Just let this one pass.
Yeah, not sweating too much, you know. Still 4 rounds in the lead. Gen G trying to fight back, but this Gen G Tiger Rush is only going to work for the 1 round, right? Afterwards, T1's going to have to start to come in with some adaptations now. What you got to admire, though, still, is despite the crossfire setup from T1, Gen G breaks right through. That's always so incredible. The spike goes down now. T1 going for some exits. And you're absolutely right, Will. I mean, T1 sitting on those 4 championship points. 2 wins, 4 losses in their Alpha group standings. They need this win.
Yeah, of course you made it. You made it to Master Shanghai, but not in the fashion you would have liked. So while you did go to Shanghai, you didn't set yourselves up for stage 2. You didn't set yourselves up well for Champion Seoul. And the journey starts anew for T1 today here in stage 2, going up against the reigning Masters champions in Gen G. Now with that speed, it's going to be another kind of variety pack buy here for T1. They'll still favor the armor. You do have the showstopper for Izu, so he's feeling comfortable with that judge. But the fact of the matter is Gen G, surely you expect some sort of response from that rush the previous round. Look at this. They're waiting for a push out of A ramps. They know the showstopper's online. And T1 will not give it to him, not for free.
Trademark setup towards the A site in case of that rush as well. I don't know if it's going to be the right call, as Gen G certainly has more tricks up their sleeve. I mean, that's why Munchkin as well as Lockyer are around mid, creating a little bit of that pressure.
Gen G might go for the double swing here. They might read that it might be the op, considering the smoke and the angle it was on.
You think?
And Saya doesn't want to risk it. Will isolate it back to just a single angle. You held it for long enough. You do still have your teammates holding heaven, so the trademark there to check if someone has already crept in. Trailblazer, you hear that it's Vents. T1, they've already given up on mid. They've given that space for free. Let Gen G try to toy around with their utility. Saya, he's so curious, but he knows the risk of the double swing. It's too big.
Okay,
the Boombot.
Cyber Cage as well. That's the confirmation now. And with that, Gen G could actually just head over mid to B instead.
But the mind games from T1. The operator makes it seem like it's going to be the strong side over here, and now Gen G, they will be able to clear heaven. 2 members left on the site. The smoke to try to give an angle for Exterior. His position gets red, and Karon will answer back. Izu, he's trying to come through, but he gets stopped on the tripwire as Stax trying to just throw every heroics he has ever learned throughout his career as a veteran. Holds on to the site. Meteor breaks through. Texture as well. It's all on Stax. Low HP. He can't recover it. And it's going to be the high-low. 3 members from Gen G remaining as he come one step closer to OT.
This is just impressive from Gen G again. I mean, not only are they reading things, like you mentioned, that smoke around ramps, they kind of hold things off. They try to go for that mid to B, and it goes in quick, but they don't just full-on commit. Once they felt a bit of that pressure from Stax, they held back and tried to play their positions and numbers advantage to the best of their abilities. And that just gives T1 that bit of uncomfortability. Right now, the buys aren't looking too great. Those ultimates are somewhat gone, and in fact, Gen G might just be able to push us into overtime.
I mean, all things on paper point to overtime. Like you said, you just use that showstopper from T1. You have a broken buy this round, and most likely no meaningful ultimate is coming online for the next one. So it's just straight gunfights, and for now, Gen G has priority in the macro game, in the mind games. Asaya, now he's trying to flip that table. He's gone deep, down mid. Gen G's aware that they've given up the space if you look at Meteor's movement. But the timing here, Rossi working off of the trademark. He is just going to get overwhelmed. Asaya will catch the lurk, and that's going to be chaos on the site as T1 and Gen G not sure where to train their crosshairs onto. A 3v3, both of them fairly aware of the space each other has taken. It's going to be a straight duel, but the Viper's Pit doesn't come up just in time as Karon will pick up one. Texture for the second, and it's just Saya player, Phantom in hand, having to enter the lair of the enemies to try to bring up the round. 3 members of Gen G hiding in wait in the pit.
How?
Saya clears out all the angles outside first. Time not on his side. The smokes, he tries to find a timing, but Charon will pick up his third kill.
Stepped into that spider's web, Genji's lair, and he just gets bitten. I mean, how do you make your way out of that one? Genji plays it so darn well. The way that they pushed out, Stax tries to do what he can, but that said, it's just a risky play, a risky hold. Rossi, unfortunately, not able to do all too much with that judge. Saya player, good frag from the back, but still Genji just bulldozes through in typical Genji fashion.
And the timeout comes out. I was wondering if they'd use it. Obviously, it is a tool in your wheelhouse, but wondering what the comms might have looked like. And perhaps the coaching staff just wanted to remind them of the options they have left, which on paper, right, from the value that everyone knows, it's not much. It's pretty much straightforward Valorant. Shouldn't be anything too crazy, and Genji is going to be well aware of this.
I feel like it really comes down to the mind games right now. So far, I have to admire how T1's improvements have gone through. I mean, Saya player on this chamber. Izu, comfortable on the duelist. It looks pretty good, but something's missing, and that's Genji with the adaptations are so quick.
What's the call here from T1? Do go for that operator. Still have the creds for it. Excurate will have to sit with the half armor. A rough game from the IGL, still trying to pick up the reins here for T1. With only 5 kills on the board, but if he can make the difference, if he can make the call here on this round, that's all that's going to matter. The victory on the board. Excurate will look for it. The rush in preparation from Genji. It's all 5. It's a full stack.
Oh my god.
Taking space one by one with the utility. They're looking for a reaction. They see the smoke, and here comes the double blast pack with the showstopper. Sends it to Evan, doesn't find the kill, and it's going to be answered back from Stax. They do clear out Excurate from elbow. Texture hiding out in the open, and he's still good for 3 with only so much HP. Now getting healed back up.
Texture! It's the same stuff that we saw in that match against Heretics, now online for the ace. The flight path, the way he reads the map, the way he knows where to swing, where to peek, and his teammates there just to back him up as well. Down to the last one, Saya player only has an op for this. Can he make it happen?
It's always been the best tool for Saya player. But having to go up against 3 members. Yep. 3 champions coming off of a hot streak in Shanghai. Saya looks to isolate it. It's a rough angle for him. There's no way you win that one, as Lakia will clean up the round. Lakia maybe teasing us a little bit with a little deja vu of using ultimates after rounds. Had a little bit of the whoopsie over on Lotus at Shanghai. He has spoken about it himself on his own stream, but right now, the map not over yet. You can't laugh about it just yet as we now head into overtime between these 2 Korean teams. One already establishing themselves as the new kings, but T1 also looking to compete as a giant out here, and an immediate timeout for OT from T1. They will use it off the rip.
This is their only one, and that says a lot. They're really trying to give the players everything that they need to possibly take down Genji based on how Genji have tried to adapt their game plan around this now. I mean, so far, it has been, I gotta say, maybe the best that T1 has looked throughout the entire year, but Genji just continues to stay on top of things. And it just sometimes happens off the top of star players like Texture.
Yeah, you just gotta give him that time, right? Just gotta get him in that one round to start to fire back. And he's locked into it, his teammates supporting him in that endeavor. I will say, while obviously they don't look truly comfortable, the Genji coaching staff perhaps not looking as nervous as they often have before. Perhaps some of that experience themselves as coaches coming off of that big win in Shanghai, helping them calm their nerves. It's going to be the operator, glass cannon on both sides. Texture will pick it up himself, and he is solo. He's going to go for a peek with no support on A main against 4 members of T1. When the barriers drop,
that's insane.
We may just see a duel that might determine this map. Map 1 between T1 and Genji. Here in the beginning of stage 2 to double blast back. The op has been spotted. Texture, you need to get out of here. Support comes in from Munchkin, just in time on Heaven. No blood drawn just yet, and T1 now realizes they may need to slow things down.
Gotta watch for these angles and positions. not only Munchkin, Meteor has arrived on the scene with a bit of an off angle. However, a single mistake from Gen G and T1 might just pick up the advantage. So both sides being very cautious. T1 rotating all the way back. Lakia with the Trailblazer getting information outside of B. He doesn't see anything, but T1 hears it all.
Yeah, and T1, they will back out of it. Lakia is still holding a very aggressive angle, and the thing is Gen G, they've already re-cleared A site, so they're fairly aware. Yeah, Lakia gets the call, starts to back up. Gen G knows they have to play to buy time on B. Still have the tripwires as well, the guiding light. It does get a tag right at the end, and that's the sign for Lakia to back all the way up. Play a double team here in the site. Charon's going to get pushed off just for the time being. Paranoia will keep him tied up behind the box. Spray through the smoke. Does he connect with the last bullet?
And a second one! Third goes down!
Just absolutely shuts down the push into the site. Meanwhile, Saya, sure, you're trying to make an opening, but he gets hurt. Meteor turns on a snap on the minimap. Makes the call to his teammates. They're ready for it, and Munchkin a little bit late on picking up his weapon, but there's only 10 seconds left. All Meteor needs to do is take down the spike, and he will wait. It's just going to be salt in the wounds to Stags as T1 gets shut down off of their only timeout in the very first round of overtime.
How does Gen G make it happen, Will? I just can't imagine what the comms are, what the reads are even. I mean, it looked entirely possible for T1 with side players the sole offer initially on the A site. The rotations were pretty good from T1, but as they headed over onto B, the execution just completely fell flat. Thanks to Lakia, thanks to Karen, thanks to Texture being able to rotate that quickly. Lakia got all of that information on the site.
You know, I do miss the very, like, innocent, naive, pure smiles and cheers from Gen G. They've gotten a little smug, you know? They're a little comfy now. They're like, oh, we've been here, done that. Solo and H escape. We've called timeouts against so many teams in the world.
They're looking cold.
No, they look very, very satisfied, obviously. Not getting arrogant, but very, very comfortable so far, despite the scoreline. As Gen G now on map point for the first time themselves. T1 held on to that 12 for 4 rounds in the second half. They couldn't make it happen. Gen G, can they make it happen in the very first try?
The previous last few rounds on their attacking side, the rounds that got them into overtime was when they went in with that aggression. The reads as well. T1 trying to tamper with it, being very careful. Look at how far back they're holding. Love the little off angles around the B site, but that hasn't worked out the best for them so far. So now a bit more reinforcements, but so much space for Gen G to play with.
Yeah, it's a bit of a trap play here on the A site for T1. And Saya does have the rendezvous, but we'll see if it comes through. No tag on the guiding light just yet, but they see the smoke come out, so Gen G knows something is up. They know that there's something waiting for them. Meanwhile, it's a double team at the entrance of B. So Gen G, they don't really have a choice. They have to go through where they still have the numbers advantage.
Screens.
Looking to push it. Saya player lets one pass. He actually gets it, snaps onto him through the scope.
Meteor.
Rendezvous out. Now only 10 seconds left. Saya still gets one, but the site has been cleared out. And Saya pushes out. He is looking to stop Gen G. Now a 2v1. Lakia all on his own. Doesn't have his ults just yet. Wants to isolate the 1v1s. Wants to get the first pick, but Rossi swings around too fast. Saya player picking up where he left off in the first half, making things happen for T1 as they tie it up once more.
Big, heavy punches from Saya player. A 1, 2, and 3.
Switching sides.
It's just painful for Gen G as they tried to go in for that quick rotation over. Couldn't quite make it happen. I mean, the setup, you might have thought that they didn't quite have the numbers, but because of his positioning, because of his initiative reaction so quickly, snapping back onto his head, going over onto screens, exploiting that little gap behind the smoke as well. We go in for a second overtime.
And it's still the operators on both sides, both understanding how much value that brings you. Obviously for Saya, he was using it even on their attacking half as that chamber. And now, a bit of back to that original default. You've got the chamber holding mid, and you do have Rossi holding the lurk elsewhere. A 3-man push towards A, just trying to get information. But they're all playing solo. They're looking for the Cypher setups, but they won't find a single thing just yet. The tripwires there to make sure they don't get taken out by a single paint shell. The Paranoia gets spotted, but Isu swings out. However, Gen G, they dwindle the numbers across the map. They're still ahead. 4v2 now as Charon Stops Izu in his tracks. Once again, Stacks and Saya player on that double team. 2 veterans playing across multiple teams, multiple records on their own. But can they make the impossible happen against 4 members of Gen G?
Oh my god, Will, it's just too darn difficult. I don't see it happening. Look at so much vision, so much information, and the positions as well. Karen is left undetected. And of course, the simple headshot to bring them over out on top 14-13.
Gen G wins their defensive side once more. Both teams picking up the defense so far here in overtime. See if Gen G can break through.
I mean, it's always these tiny little lapses in moment, right? I mean, good stuff, good idea from Gen G with that paranoia play. But even though it doesn't work out, the rest of the team are just that good at responding in kind. Karen instantly, rotating over through ropes, playing around that little wall just to find the trade. Gives Gen G numbers advantage once more.
Once again, T1 playing a little bit further back, giving up mid control. However, they don't have any vision of ramps in A heaven. If they were to go through vents, now they will push up on A main. Very aggressive from Izu. Meteor suspects this just a bit. Gen G, they're aware that it could be a crossfire. They'll set their own up for sure. And Izu, they will have to hold the timing. But again, no information on vents. I mean, Izu's in a bit of danger zone. He's going to be in no man's land out here on ramps. He just has to win this fight. Stack's actually rotating back over to B as they think that it's just going to be the Cypher with his cyber cages.
I'm worried about Xcurate.
Izu has too many things to look at. He needs to win the first kill. He will not get it, and now Xcurate all alone on the site. Stacks, has he been sighted? Perhaps not, but now they know for sure he's already on the site. He gets one, and Xcurate swings out, tries to get extra trades. Stacks taken down. XQ all alone on the site, trying to isolate angles, waiting for them to creep in. There's the noise. It's just set up for Munchkin as he has been wrapping around, and Xcurate has no idea, waiting for Texture to peek out.
They were trying to play it safe in case there was another rotation from Gen G, but it just hurts them in the back. A little bit of a fumble from the missed shots. Xcure trying to stay alive, but at the end of it, Gen G with numbers. The Pride, the Tigers, they continue to claw forward. Now all they got to do is to watch the spike. Texture has the showstopper. It is too darn difficult, Will.
There it is.
He pops it off.
Buying for time, gets a kill for his troubles.
Saya again.
And this might just be Gen G reminding T1 why they were able to pick up Pacific's first international trophy as Saya. Trying to make the impossible happen, but time has already ticked too far, and Karon knows it. Saya, hands off the mouse and keyboard as Gen G puts it to an end, picks up a 15-13 victory on T1's choice of split.
Not the way I expected things to go, given how the first half went. T1 looked incredibly dominant, but as soon as things swapped on over, Gen G, they start to recover. Gen G, they start to get aggressive, and they start to fight back. Our analysts will break down all of the action in this incredible overtime match.
T1 pushes Gen G to the absolute limits, but Gen G closes us out in an overtime first game of this matchup of today. Incredible. This is crazy.
I think better than we could have anticipated. That was a hell of a fight. I mean, good Lord, Izu. What a performance from him. He's had his ups and downs. He's had his moments where he is absolutely frying, but he has also been down in the dumps. This was an incredible performance from both he and Saya player, who picked up the chamber. A bit of an adaptation here from T1 going for the foot composition on split. And overall, looking really good with that tenacity, that run back from Gen G. A little wishy-washy at the beginning, but they found their form.
Yeah, at least for me here, I think T1 also realized the weakness of Gen G on that defense on mid, where Gen G actually likes to fight for it up until they realize 6 rounds in, when they've lost all 6 rounds. We shouldn't really do this. We back away on the side, let them have mid or top heaven B, and just fight on site. So they never really did that, and T1 took advantage of that and obviously got so much rounds.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was a great showing by T1, and yes, they definitely did take advantage of that, finding the weaknesses in Gen G. There's so much tape on them, so it's not entirely surprising. They kind of found chinks in the armor here, but Gen G aren't the trophy winners for no reason.
I mean, you look at the parity here, just so close between both of these squads. 14-14 first kills between the two. Just so many incredible rounds, but to end it in that fashion, Karon just knowing that he had not stuck onto that spike, knowing that he was just sat there, didn't have time, and he's just towering over him behind the wall, the silhouette just staring down at him, being like, there is nothing that you can do. The game is already over. There's some Ozymandias stuff right there. Incredible performance overall. I mean, so many highlight moments, I'd say, from pretty much everybody. Lakia as well. Huge performance from him. Continues to just look better and better. I mean, from the start of the year, back at kickoff, to now, the glow up for Lakia has just been astounding, and it looks like there's no end in sight. This guy continues to frag.
Yeah, and I think, at least for, going, just specifically looking at the teams themselves, it felt like during the overtimes, Gen.G just had a game plan in mind. They had those kind of 2 versus 2 setups where you heard that Texture was making noise on A, allowing Munchkin to sneak through on elbow and just catch Xcrit off guard. And then that didn't really happen for T1 when they were trying to bank on Izu's ability to double satchel. They didn't really get that on A. They tried to rush all the way through B, but then they didn't have that burst in, so they got caught through the tripwires. So those kind of mistakes really lead up to, again, that overtime win going Gen.G's favor.
I really like a lot of what Karon was doing, like you were saying here, just standing like an overlord. But they did this against Heretics in the Shanghai finals event as well. This is the moment when Karon really started to step up, was near the end of the event, and I can see that he's carrying on that momentum going into this stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, some incredible moments from him. That 1v3 clutch that he had here on the B site was just absolutely astounding. Playing around the smoke timings and his util so perfectly, constantly making T1 guess as to what his position was going to be. Karon was just absolutely electric in this map. It's something that was, kind of lacking on the opposite side. Xcrit, he decides to go over to the Omen here, just having to change the compositions around to make room for Stax. And I think Stax overall, a solid performance, but clearly the comfort not fully there for Xcrit with playing this Omen. Wasn't able to find too much value outside of the utility. The placements, the paranoias, those were really on point from him, but clearly the rifling and being involved in the actual gunfights, that was something that was lacking significantly here.
Yeah, but I will say though, they did have a lot of these kind of moments earlier on where they were just able to pocket themselves onto corners, Gen.G not really knowing how tricky the positioning of T1 was, and T1 was able to sneak in some really annoying rounds. And then you talk about the Karon stuff, and this is exactly it.
Oh yeah.
I just lets them come in.
This was the moment I knew this was going to end up being a Gen.G map, or at least going to overtime. Was that play right there? It was just so beautifully done. But I mean, again, Izu, it's been a while since we've seen him rifling this well. And overall, I really like the adjustments that T1 made. It doesn't get them the map win, but to play it this damn close versus Gen.G, who dismantled Heretics in that map 5 on Split, I'd say that this is still an okay feeling. But like Data was saying, you can only suffer so many losses before playoffs is no longer obtainable. So this does hurt.
Oh yeah, it does. And I know this must hurt T1 right now to come that close. It's probably a mixture of, going against Gen.G. This is no small feat for any of the teams here in Pacific to do against Gen.G on Split. But, they really need every single round win here. Now, what is interesting, that bringing the chamber in, I think we were talking a bit about this earlier. I think the flexibility of every single player at this point in time in VCT, you need to be able to play more than just your role, and we're seeing more of this happen here. I don't think it's surprising to see Saya on the chamber, but Xcrit on the Omen, like you said, there's a little bit that needs to be worked on. And as we go into Lotus, I'm sure we're going to see a little bit more of this role swapping happen. How is this going to affect T1 and Gen.G?
Honestly, I think they could kind of run a very similar composition to what we just saw on Split on Lotus if they wanted to do that. It's a matter of what Xcrit ends up falling into. Do they pivot him back over onto the chamber, have Saya player go for the raise, and then Izu onto the Omen once again? But I think overall, you could just continue with Saya on chamber and then just keep Izu on that raise if Xcrit is feeling up to continuing with the smoke. So I think that they could basically run the same exact comp, maybe flip the Sky for something like a Fade, but we'll have to see what they put together for this.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, with that kind of sentiment. And there was a lot of talk, I think, when you were doing that content with Zeta, where, again, it's just which team can just bring it out quicker on how they do flexes. And right now, we're seeing T1 be able to bring that to a very high level, but it just isn't enough to push them past that past that kind of threshold that is Gen G, who can play those longer games. So again, it's almost there, but you just have to be there.
Yeah.
It's just that little bit more.
And this is better experimentation from T1 compared to what we were seeing in the playoffs, where they put Saya play on Reyna for the first time, etc. This one clearly a bit more thought, a bit more effort going into moving him back over onto the chamber. Because granted, it's something that's played in the past, but I like this, and if we're going to continue to see some more changes coming through as we move into Lotus, then I think that overall it should be good. This is still a comfortable map. It's been a dominant one for Gen G, but this is still one where this is still one where T1 could turn the series around.
How much impact do you think Stacks had just now on Split? I mean, we don't know. We can't see the comms, but like, how do you guys feel in terms of how T1 has been playing? Or you need another game to really kind of come to a conclusion on that?
It seemed like the comms were going pretty well. They were sussing things out. There's a couple moments like a barrel spot happening in the smokes. We saw that happening in Garage. And then the call comes in, the paranoia starts flying, flashes, etc. coming through. I think overall, it seemed like synergistically, the util usage for Stacks was right there alongside the rest of the players. You didn't have that one completely messed up Sky Flash he was trying to use over at A, where it just ran into the wall and he just team flashed everybody. But it wasn't to any consequence.
Good thing.
So aside from that, looking good.
Yeah, that was a little like, oops. All right, Stacks, maybe he's just having fun with this team. I don't know.
Happens to everybody.
Used a bird. Yeah, it definitely happens to all of us. Now, Lotus. Gen G's really good at Lotus. T1 is pretty good at Lotus. They have a little bit of changes here. There are 3 sites, and this is going to go into our guessing game. So when you guys see our ranks at the beginning of this show, it's not our in-game ranks, it's the Pacific ranks, because it's this game which you guys can participate in. Which site will players plan more? Yeah, so A, B, or C?
That has to be worth like
3
3x
points.
or something, right? Like,
because that is a very
Yeah. I think it should be worth at least double here for the tie. If all 3 sites are equal. So this is totaling players from both teams.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
So both halves, everything added together. Okay, so we're whiteboarding this one?
So you could, I'm going to call the tie a double or nothing. Are we okay with this, Andy?
So that means that if you lose, you go down twice.
Yes.
Ouch.
Okay.
Okay.
You got 10 seconds to do this. You got less than 10 seconds. I'm going for a tie. I'm just going to say it. I would normally pick C, but I want a double or nothing because I'm kind of teetering on the brink here.
And has a smiley face. Oh, wait.
This
C.
is
C.
This is difficult without seeing the comps, which we're about to see, but I've already locked everything in, and they're doing it. Okay, Xcrit's playing the Omen, and Stacks pivots over to the Fade. Swear I didn't know this ahead of time. This just made sense.
You're just so smart,
It just made sense. So yeah, they just get to run the same exact composition, basically. Flip the Sky for the Fade.
People might say, viewers might say that, oh, we want to see Xcrit back on the the chamber, but Saya player is also a pretty sick chamber, guys.
He was hitting some nice shots.
He did some insane, like, close quarter combat op shots. What more do you want from Saya player from Split?
The track onto Texture when he was entering over onto A, and he just turns to the side, finds that, gets another quick, like swap off the op into that headhunter.
Yeah,
some really good stuff.
But Gen G's did a little swapperoonie too since
the last time they played here.
Yeah.
But this is the same comp we were seeing from them over in Shanghai, and this has been an immense amount of comfort for them. T1, again, it's plenty of tape to be studied, I think, for both of these teams, but Gen G, this is a different look from T1 overall. It's different players playing these roles. I'm curious to see if they're going to be as equally prepared as they were on Split.
Well, we are going to go into map 2 right now. William, how are you feeling about your predictions right now?
Well, I am feeling great about my predictions because I always do my predictions in full faith. I'm not here just to farm spicy takes like the VCT Pacific social media team implied. I do believe in T1, and I do think they looked pretty strong in Split.
Hey.
But it turns out their opponents are the best team in the world, so...
Yeah, best team, best region in the world. 13-15, yes, that's still definitely a big statement from T1, and I hope that they can carry it forward because it has been really exciting so far. And this change-up, right, Izu on the duelist still certainly looks good.
Yes, I think a lot of people are going to start to see that if Saya can perform as he has been doing on that chamber, putting Izu on that comfort role where he can be a little bit more aggressive, have a little bit more agency, that's going to work out. But that means that Xcrit starts to need to pick up the slack a little bit on that Omen. Sure, your eyes yelling, but you do need to be able to fire back a couple times throughout these rounds. And right now, Gen G taking a lot of early space for free. T1, they're waiting for a trap play, waiting for a reaction. Stacks will correctly back out, gets the dink. He knows that he did a little bit more damage. But they know that they can now pressure them onto that A side, but the paranoia's on both sides. Excurrent will calmly take down 2 as Rossi comes in, eventually getting taken down by Meteor. Now a 2v2, but Spike down in tree alongside Excurrent.
Still very careful. It was a little bit chaotic for a second there, but back onto it. Excurrent fights back. Karen with a sudden swing out against Stacks, though. And that's enough damage. Excurrent still trying to maintain control over Tree with a Frenzy. Saya player arriving just on time from the back. Excurrent swings out the Frenzy. It's good for now, but the burst not enough on towards Karen. It is a one-on-one where Saya is full health, though.
Saya, here's a door. He just needs to wait, and there it is. A single shot. Took a little while to get here, but Saya will be able to round things out. Only that one headhunter shot used, and that's going to be the first round for T1.
2 for 1 on pistol so far today. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, yes, 13 to 15, T1 might have lost that, but they challenged Gen.G on one of their strongest maps. If they can actually take Gen.G down, this is very early to say, but if they can actually make it happen on Gen.G's map pick, that will be even bigger. And starting things off with the pistol is a great way to go.
You know, you didn't even predict T1, but I do appreciate you coming to bat with me. I appreciate you digging out all the reasons that they might still be able to win it out
I'm just excited.
I mean, this is a pretty good look for T1, given all the considerations, and I think most importantly, a lot of people are going to be happy to see that they seem committed to consistent roles, consistent positions, consistent agents here for T1, despite a bit of an extra roster shuffle in between the 2 stages. Now Gen.G trying to do what they do best with a couple of these sheriffs, only 2 in their hands, Texture and Meteor. It's a high-low perfectly, and Meteor recognizes it, doesn't get the first shot, and Izu, meanwhile, holding it down over by the C site.
Last player standing.
They'll just keep chasing through it. Meteor, he's trapped now. They'll try to isolate whatever fights he can. He's waiting to see if they'll come on for him, trying to get a 1v1 each time. Oh, and T1, I like it, because I was afraid. I was afraid that they were going to start peeking into him 1 by 1. But you use a utility, you give the respect. That Paint Shells doesn't cost you anything. And just say, okay, we're going to play safe against Meteor.
They have the Paint Shells, why not use it? They did have a round where they kind of toyed with Fate against Gen.G in the previous map. Thankfully, not seeing the same things again, but what a way to really just hold down. I mean, Gen.G has always been good on some of these thrifties, especially with the Sheriffs. Their skills on it are good, but T1 with the high-low setups ensures that they do not lose a single beat to Gen.G this time.
Now the Outlaw being picked up by Saya to round things out. You saw the Sheriffs, you know there's going to be a couple half armors, and Izu right through his teammate's body will still pick up the first kill. But Stack's not sure where to look, as they know that there might have been a crossover by Rubble. Saya, he's been spotted, has to use both. The reload's going to be slow. The cover from Rossi isn't good. It's good enough for the rendezvous, I'll tell you that.
And then the snake bite as well from Rossi just to continue to hold them off, but it's down to the 3-on-3. Lakia might be a bit low, but Gen.G has the timing to get the spike down on the site.
Can they get out of this without taking more damage? T1, they don't necessarily need to win the round, but they'd love to take away all the weapons. And Rossi, he's not giving Gen.G a chance. He knows with the lower numbers, they might try to create a bit more of an opening. Meteor won't go any deeper, though. He needs to be ready to cover for his teammates, go for a bit of a pinch and a trade over by the site.
Still have Paranoia, too. You know you want to clear tree, so I wonder if that's what the game plan is. Saya just holds down the angle and takes the shot. Not too bad. Gen.G still in a good spot, though. They might be able to play something through this smoke. There's the Paranoia. Oh! Rossi goes in for the push. Not good enough, though. Lakia reactions fast enough. Spike timer dwindling down, and Extra cannot hold it down. But the penetration! That's the kills, but Gen.G picks up the round off of the Spike.
Yeah, so T1, they try to go for the round win, right? They pick off Texture and they say, okay, well now we might actually be able to win the round instead of just trying to go for the frags. So I don't mind it. At the end of the day, you still take away every weapon. So one way or another, T1 will get a little bit of a morale win here for T1 themselves. But Gen.G, the round on the board, that's what's important. They'll settle for a couple of these Guardians. Rossi, quick on the trade, and this is something we've been seeing consistently today so far. You know, teammates really there to cover for each other. We've seen Stacks doing it, we've seen Rossi doing it. Not letting one go down without any extra damage handed back to Gen.G.
That's the biggest improvement too for T1. Teamwork looks really good this time. The communication, everything is starting to flow. So far in the lead, they might have lost that next round, but here comes that full buy, and Saya with the operator should be good for at least one. Here's it.
He waits for it. He wanted to see if he could buy a little bit of time swinging back inwards, but he'll take extra damage for his troubles. Now he's going to need backup. Sure, he's had the op, but without that health, without that armor, you could just get spammed through on your escape. The rendezvous still going to be on that cooldown, and that shifts a lot of weight. Gen G, they have a good read on this. Prowler doesn't spot Munchkin either, so the call should be made. That info still absolutely denied over from T1. They don't like what they're seeing. No tags, no reaction from C. Something's fishy. The spam comes through. They're trying to fish Saya out of the barrel, but Saya will evade them the entire time. And now Gen G, it's going to be one last resort to rotate over, and T1 will answer in kind. However, I believe Meteor should have heard at least one of these footsteps. He'll start to try to push through, and now Rossi just looking to buy time alongside Stax. Stax has one job. It's to dwindle the numbers, but Gen G,
time.
One more in their sleeves. It's a 3-site map, baby, and they do have one more option. It's going to be that B site. Stax, a little too late on that information. Caron was ready for it.
3 sites, Gen G uses every single one, and now all they gotta do is to hold these exits and look at the map. I mean, you've got Caron watching A, you've got every single other player watching Waterfall, watching Heaven. If anything's gonna make it happen, it's gotta be the showstopper. He's gotta find a bit of value, gets the first one, but Gen G trades so quickly. 3 players gone from T1, and all that's left is Saya player, valuable weapon in hands. He's gotta try to keep it in the hands of T1.
Oh, here's a blast pack, dude. He knows. He knows Texture's on the hunt. Saya waiting for it. Just hedging his bets that it's going to be the peek around water, but now he hears the footsteps. Trying to stay alive with the up. Tries to make sure he gets the better angle. But peeks out just one beat late, and Operator drops Gen G, getting everything they wanted out of that 4th round.
I mean, T1, not too bad with the reads. Still, Gen G just being a little bit quicker. I mean, look at that snake fight, the rotations earlier on. Initially, it was that pressure against Saya on the A site. The rotations were so quick, so good. And once they felt something might have been off on that C site, the rotation onto B, and that's the site that T1 unfortunately left open.
The 3 sites, it really gets to you. Because imagine if there were only 2 sites. The read would have been absolutely impeccable from T1. And sure, they still have the trademark in B main as well. But you can't forget about that baby door linking between A and B. And this time, the pressure goes on to B site itself. Gen G trying to punish T1 when their weaponry is weakest. And relying on the fact that it could have been a stack elsewhere, now calls that information over from T1. They're just forcing T1 to have to make a move. But T1, doing the best they can. They'll start to push forward, cutting down the map, so they don't have to continue hedging bets without information. Rubble already cleared out. Now B site, sure, that's where the bulk of the weaponry is, but you can still bounce back quickly over to that C site.
Oh, man.
Stax fishing for info, finds the raise, and you know now the weight has shifted over to the C side. The Sheriff's shots, they have to be good. Sneak bite at the ready. They'll buy time for one more turn. There's still 40 seconds, still time for a rotate.
Back to B?
Gen G, they look pretty committed though. They're trying to clear everything out. Okay, they'll open the door. Now, is this a fake or is it a rotate over to B? That's the big question for T1. As Excurit gets tagged behind the box, he goes down. And Stax, he's all alone. The trademark not gonna stop enough as he goes down. Tour de Force online though. The slow will protect him. The spam's coming in from Izu. As iPlayer knows his job is just to cut off the backup support. And a 3K with the Chamber Ultimate to lead to a thrifty for T1.
I'm not gonna lie, Will, I was concerned. Saya, I mean, T1 is controlling the map. They have him posted up so far up above Rubble, and I thought he was just gonna stay there. I was wondering why he isn't rotating, but now we see it. It's all just to watch in case Gen G rotates over. Stax landing that perfect flick over. Saya rotating just fast enough to watch some of these spots around the B site. And as he hops back over, that tour de force sounds off and he picks up the triple to put T1 back on top.
Really, really good adjustment from that previous round where they maybe ignored B side a bit too much. This time they keep it in mind, but Gen G, they'll pick up the tempo. And it's, oh, he's trying to go for it, but this time T1's ready. Yizu shoots right back with a quick triple, shuts down the round right as it starts.
You might be Gen G, you might be strong on the Sheriffs, but don't disrespect me. This is my turf as well, Yizu says. Goes back in and then hops back out. Now it's down to the last player. Meteor, what are you going to do? He's got a Guardian, and it's not impossible for him to isolate some of these duels.
Yeah, that's the scary part, right? When it comes to some of these Gen G players, you never know. He's actually going to be right outside of trademark range, and he will skirt all the way around. Now, Rossi suspects that it might have still happened. They're aware of it. Looks like they see it now on that ping. Turret deactivated. That'll allow Xcurit to start to pinch through as well. And thanks to Xcurit's movement, Crosshairs trained, and that's the kill for Saya player. T1 leading 4-2. But like you said, Quack, I mean, I want to bring a little bit of attention to Izu, right? Another guy coming over from Challengers Japan, another player that had a lot of hopes behind him. And you have to imagine he's watching someone like Something coming over from Challengers Japan, taking the world by storm out here in Pacific, wanting to prove the same. Takes on the pressure to try to be a flex player for T1. It doesn't go well, but now he's back in comfort territory as that duelist wants to hang with the best.
Very similar story to Texture. That's the thing. I mean, there are stark parallels between these two teams, these two players right now. Texture also wasn't on the duelist last year, but now he's finally free, finally showing what he's good at. Izu starting to do the same. Both teams starting to fight back. Munchkin trying to stay alive outside this rubble spot. He peeks back. Saya player fights back too. Shows that he's got those fangs and teeth to bear at him. T1 now trying to adjust and shift that weight back towards C as well as B.
The Poison Cloud allows Xcurit to try to go for one more peep, but Xcurit, he's going to have to choose his positions carefully here. Don't want to give up a free kill to utility. You do have that showstopper for Texture as well. The Paranoia, that's his one big hope. And then the Snake Bite to cut off the backup, but it's going to be a pretty deep blast pack. And T1's not expecting it. They're already in the site by the time you hear the utility. Gen G's been doing this a lot in Master Shanghai as well, as now all the util dump goes through. Izu, they'll trade Paint Shell for Paint Shell. The Fades both eating it in full.
Okay.
Now a 3v3, but Saya player a little bit far from the action. Meteor already routing out the main forces of T1.
I mean, that was plan A, right? Was for Xcurit alongside Rossi. Now plan B, Saya might be able to pull off a bit of a flank. Still though, the rest of the team has to stay alive long enough on the site. Rossi is doing a pretty good job so far. Saya lands a shot from behind on towards Charon, but do they know where Meteor is? They're clearing the site and they see that he isn't here. Should have an inkling. Saya has his sight straight down and puts Meteor down to the ground.
Yeah, very, very patiently played. Rossi has a lot to say about that round. Making sure that they're staying on top of things while the defuse goes down all the way through. 5-2 lead for T1. Started with that pistol. Now trying to make sure they maintain it here on the defensive side. Now let's not forget, I mean, they were leading on the attacking half of Split as well. So you have to remember, it is not a sprint out here in VCT Pacific. See if they can finish the race in full.
Gotta keep that lead on their side, but I mean, that's the thing. In a previous round, we might have seen, we might be talking about Izu and on this Raze roll. I think Saya on the chamber is another big factor as well. They're making big impact with this operator of his, with this headhunter of his.
Yeah, so far really proving himself. It does beg the question that, are you running chamber on every map, right? Because he looks very comfortable on it, but how else are you making sure the rolls stay somewhat consistent?
Sunset would be fun to watch.
Exactly. Maybe we will wait to find out on Sunset, because he was playing Gecko on that one last time we saw over in Shanghai. See if there's been any changes. But for now, they'll still have to get through Lotus. They still have to get 8 more rounds here for T1 if they want to show us their composition on Sunset against the best of the best. A little bit of fake pressure over on the C side. Now rotating over as they do have the entrance to Rubble. That Han should be good.
I mean, this would be a big round for Gen G. They lose this round, they lose momentum. Meteor, off of the showstopper sound, he instantly flicks upwards. Great frag coming through. Now the rest of Gen G has a lot more space, a lot more urgency with this lockdown to take down the A site.
T1, yeah, you can try to go for a couple spams, but you will just overall have to give the space, give it respect. And Meteor is digging so deep, way faster than you would expect.
30 seconds left.
Oh, and he's going to get caught though. Saya there for the backup. And it's going to be Xcure, not able to hold on to the site, and so quickly, right as it started, Stacks all alone gets picked off, and Gen G will get around to answer back. Showstopper online for Texture.
Strength in numbers. I mean, just showing that even with utility, it's not going to be enough to take down some of the strongest Gen G players. Meteor shutting down Izu was huge. The rest of them going forward through as well. I mean, just to take down the site, the information, everything being tossed at them, and Gen G still comes out on top. I mean, this is how they play. It's that utility. It's the way that they are slightly whimsical, and they're back in fashion.
13-2 for Saya, but can't say the same for a couple of his teammates, really carrying the kills and bulk kill for T1. And I mean, if you can still funnel them to Saya every round, sure, let him have all the kills. And right now, he's going to have to. As his backup goes down, Saya will trade 1 for 1. Has to reposition quickly with the operator, has to buy time. As backup tries to arrive, Izu sprinting as fast as he can. Saya still all alone, Shrouded Step as well, and Gen G still toying with B side. T1 just can't make up their mind, but Saya is focused in, knows his mission is to protect the C site. He's gonna go for a peek out of the Poison Cloud, tries to go for a double, but Izu will be there for the trade.
He knows he can afford it because his teammates are right here. Now they're just looking for Meteor. Has been spotted. He's going to push up front now. Rossi with the Odin knows the pull-out animation is a little bit longer, so he falls back just to reroute back to his teammate. The spike is down, and that is their objective.
Yeah, Rossi going for that decision, and he makes the correct call. Boy, oh boy, because if he had just walked in and gave that kill for free, wouldn't have been the round they wanted. They will pick up the value weapons. The operator and the Odin still in hand. Saya, absolutely a hero. Izu with 12 and 6 himself as well, doing their best as the fraggers for this squad of T1.
I mean, okay, strats-wise, you're reading the map, everything's awesome, but look at this frag! How does he have the confidence to just push out of a Poison Cloud and flick onto an opponent's head? That's pinpoint accuracy.
That's how you know. That's how you know he's one of the best when it comes to opping, right? You got to take the angles that they're not expecting. You have to rely on your reaction speed. And once again, this time it's the opponent. Stalks the screen. Tries to go for a no-scope close. The trade will come through immediately from Stacks, though. All the way through the wall, so they will still protect that operator. And the Viper's Pit still gives a little bit of comfort for Rossi to hold on to Seaside alone. Prowler tries to scout him out. There's the Showstopper. He's going to hide away from it, and Texture gets the read. He knows he has to be somewhere outside of the pit, but he can't quite find him, and he's already all the way through, tries to run and gun. He's a little bit desperate to dwindle the numbers, but it's not enough. 3v3 spike will get planted for Gen G.
Not too shabby. I love that decision-making from Rossi, but back to the matter at hand. Now it's going to be T1 with a retake. Where is the rest of Gen G going to be? You have to expect that some of them might be on site, not at the same time. Lakia has that 9-fall. He sends it through. He has robbed T1 of their hearing. Now the rest of them, Izu, great heads-up duel as he pushes through the door, takes Texture down. Might just be able to play alongside his teammate, but unfortunately, Xcure goes down. It's alongside his Odin now as Stacks fires on through. Karen has to watch his back, has to watch every angle possible, and it's just a little bit too much before Stacks comes down raining bullets upon them.
Man, you look at the way Karen moves, you know he's constantly thinking about how do I isolate these 1v1s. He tries his best, relies on the fact that Stacks might have already wrapped around, but Stacks still keeping his eyes up top on that ledge. Will pick up the kill and make sure Izu's alive for the defuse. What a retake, what a reaction from Izu on that swivel. Take a look at this first, Rossi. Like you said, I mean, I don't mind the decision, but unfortunately it only results in 1 kill. This one, yeah. I mean, I thought the Haunt betrayed him, right? I thought he was too focused in on the site, but the swivel's on a dime.
That, I think, was the biggest impactful frag for the round. In that retake, forces the timeout from Gen G. I mean, Gen G have been calling the first timeouts now. They are the ones kind of trying to catch up, and maybe this is their MO against a team like T1, especially coming from Shanghai. But you have to admit, 7-3 to start off the map, a map which Gen G picked, a map which Gen G is really strong on, is a big statement.
We'll have to see how Gen G reacts to this. This is something that I always give respect to in Gen G in multiple ways, because for one, to be comfortable enough to say, okay, let's continue to see how they adapt. What is their game plan? Really digest everything. Let Munchkin go through all of his options and then call the timeout. I mean, that's a lot of faith. But the other side of it is, if that's your game plan, you have to have the faith that all of your players and coaching staff have the endurance to do this every single map, right? You're willing to go the distance every single map because you know at the end of the day you will be able to get the last round. And that's one heck of a commitment. But for now, T1 trying to see if they can expand this lead just a bit more. It ended at 7-5 in the first half of Split. They want to make sure they have an even more dominant showing here on Lotus.
You nailed it perfectly. It is a bit of a battle of endurance, but T1 just staying on top of things. I mean, I really admire how Saya player constantly buys this Outlaw whenever he knows that Gen G likely goes on the half shields. This could do a lot of damage if Gen G makes the wrong move.
We'll see. Now, Gen G, surely they remember that type of buy over from Split. We've been seeing it much more across the world as well, so they're no strangers to that themselves. And where have we seen this before? A little bit of a cheeky setup that we saw Gen G use as well with the C's and the underhanded nade. But Gen G will not fall for it. They will just leave their alarm bot for info. And just relying on the fact that they've shaken up the default, so it's a 2-2-1 or at least a 2-1-2, dwindling the numbers down here on A. They hear the Outlaw, that's one. They haven't heard him leave just yet, and Saya patiently wait to pick up one kill. Now it is a 5v4. Pit online for Munchkin. Does he try to use it to make sure that they still have some form of advantage here on the site? He will use it to cover the entirety of the site. No way to get to the spike without entering the pit.
And that really puts Sion player at a disadvantage. You need automatic weapons to work against a Viper's Pit like this. Let's see if Rossi can do a little bit of damage while Gen G tries to secure this spike plant down. Blast Pack just to try to throw him off, buying a little bit more time. But I don't know how much it's really going to do. What is this? He hops on over with the paranoia from XQ. Now Rossi firing in with the Odin. They have the site. 9 seconds left. Gen G cannot get the plant down. It is 8-3 in favor of T1.
There were a lot of mind games going here on the site. So first off, you see Gen G, they go in. Lakia's hopping around the entire site trying to draw out Util, trying to draw where the gunfire is coming from because they know that once they all enter the site, they have no vision as well. So they're trying to figure out, okay, where can I plant? Can we draw out enough Util so I can plant safely? And T1, they hold on. And like you said, it's going to be Izu who scouts it out with the blast pack, and then they jump over deep into the pit so that even if there is someone in hell, he's not going to get spotted. He's just gunning it for the spike, and then his teammates are there to cover him. Oh my God. An incredible call on the retake here from T1. Now leading 8-3, the showstopper to push out C-side. Gen G, you have been corralled into one part of the map. Showstopper spots the turret. He's going to use it just to clear it. Doesn't mind, doesn't need to get a kill because now they have the information. Gen G stuck at the door, in tree, paranoia out, just to keep him locked in further.
You should run.
Spring through with that Odin. Lockdown being called in though, but Gen G still trying to keep their options open, but they have to watch their backs.
Oh, and it's going to be Rossi digging deep into it. Can he get it? He even gets the lockdown right at the end, in the last half second. And now Gen G struggling to find an opening. They will not have flawless to wrap it up. 9-3, T1 fans, do you believe now as they lead 6 rounds going into the second half?
What are you talking about, Willem? This is just a spicy take that you had, right? You didn't know that this was going to happen, right?
Well, I didn't think it would happen on Lotus, I'll be honest. Not on Lotus. But boy, oh boy, T1, the reactions. I mean, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I think the only round where I can confidently say that T1 had a pretty big blunder on the read was the one where they kind of let B-site for free, right? They leave Baby Door open for free. They don't really account for it. They don't account for that rotation in time. But outside of that, sure, you give up 3 rounds, but overall the reactions and reads have been pretty solid from T1.
Very, very impressive stuff. I wonder if it's practice or if it's stuff that they come up with on the fly, because XQ, you know, sure, yeah, maybe the frags aren't the greatest, but the calls that come through with this, the reads that he makes, that paranoia that he sets up his teammates with, it's always so good, and Gen G just continues to try to pile drive through. They had a timeout, and it didn't work out all too well. I mean, this round as well, the lockdown and everything, Rossi just knows what he has to do with that Odin, even taking that lockdown in the final moment, just to end this first half 9-3. That is amazing.
Yeah, 17 kills for Saya as well. He definitely did the bulk of it in the first part of the map, but the rest of the team really starting to shore up. And the calls coming in pretty solid for T1 as well. Can they do it on the attack? Can they quickly bring us to a map 3 against Gen G. 2 Ghosts and a Sheriff in the hands of T1. Meanwhile, a couple pieces of half armor for Gen G. A little bit of scouting over by Rubble. Now, mostly relying on that rendezvous for Saya player. See what he can do with the Headhunters.
Yeah, I anticipate might be a similar game plan as to what we saw in Split. Saya player with a Headhunter trying to find an opening.
Oh.
That's the first. Rendezvous away. Free kill.
Yeah, the fact that he stays alive, that's big on the pistol round. Sure, it's only 13 HP. But the fact of the matter is Gen G, they need to leave somebody here. It's either that or they go for a full stack. And now, with lesser numbers, they will have to wait. The one-way allows Saya to take a bit of breath himself. The trademark there to make sure that they don't get out of the kill for free. You've still got Rossi around. He's been very good about trading for Saya player. On confirms presence. Double swing out, and Izu, he's caught with it. Survives with 22 HP. Gen G, they are not getting the advantages they wanted. Munchkin all the way down to 14, and now you say, all right, well, at the very least, A-Site's definitely not the strong side, I'll tell you that.
Incredibly patient. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Tough for our predictors, guessing game predictors as well, but right now just trying to hold the off angle. Karen playing around the toxic screen, so much pressure, gets tagged up by Rossi's Sheriff. The rest of the team from T1 pushing into the site. Only Lakia has arrived.
30 seconds left.
Is it going to be enough to deny that Spike Plant doesn't have the vision? He's going to have to wait for the rest of the team. 2 on 4, William.
Yeah, Izu's pretty weak, but the Prowler's going to spawn him first. Lakia still good for the kill. 2v3. It is doable. It's a little difficult, but doable for Gen G. However, Excurit's position in the smoke. Lakia, he has a suspicion. He's got the read, but he doesn't have the shot. And now only 14 HP for Gen G to try to bring out the pistol. Munchkin brings it down to 2.
No way.
The Spike's not in a position he would prefer. The Han's going to spot him. They know he's sticking the half, and T1 take both pistols on Lotus, leading 10-3.
It's been, 3 pistols won today. It's been a little bit tough for Gen G, and it just shows how much teamwork T1 has right now. And part of it happens because of Saya player and this chamber pick. He consistently gets those shots, does not give Gen G the trades, and at the same time continues to hold down positions, continues to deny Gen G that information that they so desperately crave. Gen G is trying to get information outside of C, denied by Izu as well, and they shout nice together in unison.
Yeah, you know, we're seeing really them come together as a team across all aspects of the game, see if they can do it together to finish off the map. That's something they have struggled with for the whole year as Meteor.
What?
Oh, he's done this so many times. It's a Sheriff in Meteor's hands, but it is going to be a very good double swing around Mound. As T1 shut that approach. The Sheriff now dropped on the C side. Only one, actually 2 more Sheriffs on the side of Gen G still. It's a bit of a commitment. Already we can sniff out the Outlaw, perhaps going to be purchased up in the next round for T1, having seen these Sheriffs. But for now, T1, they want to get the round win first on the anti-eco.
Okay.
Thanks, sure. Waiting, suspicious of the audio cut. Perhaps it's a creep in. He's holding that angle and stacks. Oh, Texture! What? Expects him to walk just a bit further in. Stacks, he's gonna swivel on it, dodges that bullet like he's in the Matrix. And Saya player already holding a close angle. With that, Marshall clears it out, knows it's just one, now isolates the angle, so it's advantageous for him, and he gets the flick quickly to the Headhunter. And Karon says, nope, I've seen that too many times today.
Just still incredibly sharp. The rest of Gen G likely looking for exits, if not to die to the Spike. They need to get as much as they can. Remember the score 10-3 right now, but Saya player has decided to go hunting.
I mean, here's why. Because you just heard 3 Sheriffs. Saya's buying that Outlaw. He doesn't mind if he drops a Marshall. It doesn't matter. You still got 2 rifles. You still got a Spectre. Do it, Saya. Prove me right, please. I said it so confidently.
Will is so desperate.
Oh, he's just going to buy the op. Okay. All right. I mean,
I don't know.
Listen, we'll see. Because here's the thing, it's not the full team, of course, over on the half shields. You're still on the attack, so the Outlaw maybe not going to be as reliable. You do have a massive lead anyway. Just put the nail in the coffin, he says, okay, switch it to the Outlaw. There you go, the bait and switch.
Gen G, though, just looking to fight tooth and nail for this, and Lakia with the Odin now creating so much pressure and dominance. Munchkin with the judge, that's right. The Prowler somehow went through.
Now, well spotted as well. Lakia needs to back out of that one. Does he know that he's gotten the tag? I think he might, but doesn't want to greet it. Doesn't know how many more members there might be. Now, without an Omen, T1, they don't have as many tools to push and pull across the map, so they'll have to start to do it with a couple of these peaks. Izu trying to scout out for the Killjoy Util. Won't find anything just yet. The Odin keeping everyone away from the A side. Saya still will creep up one by one.
With it. Information onto B though, yeah. Izu might just be able to watch out Mound, but the rest of the team will be able to sneak onto the site, maybe sneak a spike plant as well, and with patience, they actually bound Karan, and now they have the site.
Oh, the position's very good from Stax as well, as he is able to open up just one more angle for T1. Now they don't have to worry about all three angles on the retake, just need to focus on, quite frankly, one coming in from Waterfall, because you still got Saya player over by Mound as well. Stax, good for one up top. It is the judge to meet him, and the trade not there, it's close quarters. Judge reigns supreme, and suddenly the site absolutely in control for Gen G. The Outlaw will not get the pick. Texture's got the rifle in hand, and Rossi can't find it. And as they thought, the positioning was good, but the weaponry, not what they bargained for.
Justice is served. Munchkin thought the first one would have been good and then the trade to come through, but no, the judge actually makes it work. And off of those two initial kills, like that's all it took. Even with the right reads from T1, even with the spike plant from T1, just a slight decision to push a little bit further, and it unfortunately bites them in the back. But that said, still 11-4, they can afford this.
I do wonder if they almost maybe like forgot about the judge, right? Considering what round it was. It was supposed to be the bye round for Gen G. I mean, I'm sure they didn't exactly forget about it, but maybe just in the back of their mind and sitting there. Didn't quite expect it, but the operator now is online.
Whoa, Odin online as well.
A lot of bullets.
Trying to triangulate Saya player's position. Not quite able to find it just yet. Rossi trying to fight back with this as well. Wallbang for wallbang. Just a lot of pressure being traded, but while it is happening, the rest of T1 trying to transition over onto the C site.
Now a smoke going up onto the B site just to put some fake pressure, but turret there, so is Lakia. So Gen G not going to have to shift their weight in either direction. They'll know that the B site is just a ruse. Even the Prowler being used to clear out B main, and Lakia fairly confident that there's actually no presence in the middle of the map, so he'll go ahead and back it up. The turret's still online on the B site. They're happy to leave it open. They want to shove them into C site. They've got the Killjoy setups there. You've got a double team there. Gen G is doing everything in their power to force T1 to rotate, and T1 don't like that. They realize what's going on. They'll start to dig deeper on other parts of the map.
Very confident. Slowly inching towards B, and that would be the right call. 30 seconds left to make it happen, though. And as the timer goes down to 30, that's when Gen G rotates back over just to check. The sudden hit onto the A site now, and the pressure is good. Rossi, Izu getting a kill of their own. Now pushing even further, getting the timing onto Meteor. He was not expecting them to be there up around stairs at that time at all. Now it's all down to Munchkin. This is very much going to be now map point, William.
Yeah, Rendezvous being picked up. Might have been able to hear that, but Munchkin won't greed for it, because here's the thing. I mean, sure, you'd love to take the operator out of their hands, but more than anything, you got to make sure you have something to work with to try to claw your way back in if you're Gen G. Meanwhile, Excurid has already made it around half of the map, and he's going to start to maybe pinch in over towards Munchkin. Leaves no stone unturned over on the C site. Still has a little bit of time, though. But what I love that T1 did was as they're going for the rotate, Saya player makes noise with an op shot in B first, making it seem like B's the first target. Draws a bit of attention. Then they take out Rubble, but Saya's still in B main. So if it doesn't go cleanly, they could always still get the pinch over towards Baby Door. And of course, they don't take any chances. They'll go for the spam, too, as they're able to pick up that kill. Meanwhile, Munchkin does eventually go down. No weapons carried over for Gen G. And T1 back at map point first once again. This time, can they close it out? Way more chances than they had on Split.
Way more, Will. Eight definite rounds that they can make this happen. So I would not be too uncomfortable with this. And what a big statement, too. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but to make such a big lead, to create such a big lead on Gen G's map pick. This is now the new T1 that we're seeing. Saya player on top with 21 kills, looking to really cement it. A stack
Going all the way
going through on
through.
C.
And they will just push for it with the Nightfall. They know that
Texas.
one's close and picked out real early. The Prowler pushes him away. Snake bite used, but so is the Showstopper. Okay, clears out the Poison Cloud for him. Meanwhile, can't cover his own back. What? And now, oh no, they're all getting picked off by Meteor. Gen G holding true Lakia. True sight as he gets the headshot onto Excurit. And just like that, T1, they may have to wait for another turn. However, I don't blame them, right? Gen G used to do this in the beginning of the year. You get to map point and you say, all right, throw everything we got. Go for a rush. We haven't done it in a while. It's a curveball. We still have several rounds in margin. So let's just plant that mind game if we don't win the round. So it's all about how does T1 recover from this. If they keep greeting, that might not be good. But if they wait for the opportune moment, we'll have to see. But for now, can't really ever count Snacks out. He sees one. Tries to isolate the 1v1. He's successful. Gets one. Meanwhile, he should still have audio himself, but as he's peeking around, finds another one!
No way.
Down to a 1v2. Stacks with a triple, but it gets shut down by Munchkin.
Just as he went for the jump peek. Getting a little bit more information about Munchkin. A sliver is all he needs. And that just gives Gen G a little bit of hope as they go on in this map. 12-5 right now. And like you mentioned, XQ making these calls, the rush, not the worst thing in the world, right? But it's so impressive that Gen G actually catches this curveball. Munchkin with the judge, knowing when to toss over that snakebite, rotating over, and Rossi.
I mean, listen, we all thought it was happening. I know all of you out there, you had your Photoshops ready to put that T1 jersey on the mouse kiss picture of Stacks. You all had it ready to go. We all thought it was happening. Rossi wanted to believe, but for now, they will have to take a little break. And I don't mind the timeout here either, right? It may seem early, but just say, okay, the rush didn't work. Let's just kind of calm things down. Let's touch base. Let's talk about all the rounds moving forward. That way, you don't have to kind of hit the panic button and give another breath of fresh air for Gen G later on in the potential comeback.
Still have more timeouts. Trying to set up that fatal, that lethal strike against Gen G. And still, it really could happen, but you have to think about what Gen G's game plan is now. I mean, Gen G, they have what it takes. They are on that defense, and they do have some ultimates in their banks. Texture is still a very deadly force. Maybe not the loudest right now on this map, but he does have that showstopper, and he's pulling out the operator. Glass cannon too.
Let's see if we can really make anything happen with that. I mean, obviously, yeah, sure, it's map point, so you got nothing to lose, but the Tour force on the other side. Quack, I'm getting worried. Saya's been on point today. The Texture, not one to shy away. The Haunt gets taken out. Texture being seeded all the way forward. They think the Brawler goes in deeper. Saya player does his barrel get spotted just yet. Sneaks in past the Poison Cloud. Now a different angle. Saya wants to pick off the Fade first. He realizes that there's some sort of setup going on here. Waits for the peek. Wants to force them to have to check behind Rubble, and Lakia gets curious!
Oh no!
I mean, he had to. They had to check. That Saya player just reading the mind games. Now waiting. Okay, who was it that's getting set up? Is it you, Texture? Come out and play.
You want to play?
Starts to dig in. Wants to find that answer. And Texture says no for the time being. He will just hold a singular angle from inside the site. Munchkin holding close as well. They don't want to give Saya an opportunity to get an advantageous fight. Now they want to go for the reclear. Gen G wants to go for the reclear. They need information. They're waiting for a quick trade angle here. Munchkin, he swings out, gets one, but Saya is quick on the trigger.
30 seconds
A numbers
left.
advantage still for T1 as they are on the doorsteps of the map win. But the Showstopper comes online, has to send it the Paranoia. He's not going to find the target fast enough. Execute from above. All down to Karon with a Bulldog and half armor. He's on the site. 13 seconds. If he can get... Oh, he cannot get anything as Saya player answers back and brings T1 to a map 3 against Gen G.
20 overkills. Saya player on this map has done so much. Alongside Izu, the rest of the team as well. Execute with that final TP over on top. I mean, this is a new T1. They just took down Gen G's map pick in this series. How did this happen? Our analysts will have to tell us through and also set up for Sunset. I mean, this is exciting.
T1. I like what I'm seeing. And you know what? To be honest, T1 is honestly, of the 3 Korean teams, they're the best at Lotus and they continue to be so.
They're looking damn good. I mean, to be able to take down Gen G, already a feat in and of itself.
Yeah.
Granted, yeah, they're fresh off Shanghai. They're probably still a little tired after the tournament. But do it this dominantly, that was huge. I was worried that T1 was going to go into Lotus and be crushed after, dropping that split when they had multiple map points. But clearly not being bothered by that at all. And Saya player is having a whale of a time. What a day he's having at the moment. This is incredible for him.
Saya Chamber, like this is the way.
Yeah, this is the way. I want to just, maybe, as an offering for Saya player, slam poetry. Saya player, super Saiyan player. There.
Awesome poetry. I really enjoyed that. Someone send this clip to Sai. He'll appreciate it.
Walt Whitman is rolling in his grave.
But yeah, he was exactly what T1 needed to carry them to that next level. And we saw it on Split, and obviously we saw it on Split, and now we see it here on Lotus, and it's even crazier than before. He is just checking every single corner, wanting to go for every single fight, and somehow he manages to win that and escape without taking any kind of casualty.
Now, the thing that's the most frustrating for me is that they found this groove, and it looks fantastic. Izu also putting up solid numbers on duels. They could have been doing this the whole time!
Yeah, well,
they could have put Scion Chamber from the beginning, but Extra, no, I want to be the Chamber player. No, this is looking so damn good. And, it's not about how you start. It's all about how you finish. And if T1, if they're going to have a strong finish to the season by running things like this, by putting Saya on that Chamber, then by God, I'm all for it.
You just got to trust the T1 process. And they probably needed to figure it out. It just seemed like the obvious thing to do to put Execute on the Chamber, to be fair. But they've obviously figured something out, at least for Lotus. And we are going to go into map 3. I mean, how are you feeling looking at these stats right now, Asterai?
I'm kind of shaking in my boots a little bit with the predictions that we have, because...
You're wearing sneakers, though.
Sorry, I'm shaking in my... Yes, my sneakers. I don't think that was the point of this. But yeah, it feels like, again, T1, if they can keep doing this and all 3 maps can actually go for chambers, it might be a cause of concern right now for Gen G, because first things first, we're not really seeing Gen G have that explosive entry, and I think that is because of I don't know, Saya player Izu able to shut down consistently. Texture that we're seeing right now is 9 and 15, which we usually don't see when, we want Gen G to win.
Yeah, I'm curious what the layout's going to be for T1 going into Sunset, because right now, not seeing Carpe. Maybe he gets subbed in and Stacks gets subbed out as we get ready to go into Sunset. But otherwise, does somebody pick up playing that Gecko? That's going to be my biggest question. So I'm curious to see what they're going to piece together, if there is going to be that substitution, if they are going to be playing with that 6-man core. I think at the moment, and for the moment, what I would say is don't touch it. Leave these 5 players in. Right now, everybody is playing extremely well together. So to just throw somebody in late in a map 3 and say, okay, go close out this important series that we need to try to make it into playoffs, I think that would be too big of a risk.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
for T1, I'm hoping that we do just see these same 5 players moving over into Sunset, but I don't know what the comp does look like from there.
Yeah, because again, we've seen some teams actually bring a different player onto map 3. I think that was like
Talon's
Talon.
done it, yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Secret's done it too.
And
in
you
the past.
exactly. So you really don't want that hot streak. I know. I don't know why. But you don't want that hot streak to end. So they're already there. It's already feeling good. If Rationale dictates that you swap out because it's a better player, he knows more of the... No, you just follow the flow of the game. And the game right now is, again, as you mentioned, just keep the 5 playing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if Data or Autumn were listening. This is our professional advice from the analyst.
I mean, if they are, then stop. Go be with the team. Get them ready for this map. What are you doing?
Stop watching us right now. All right, we also had our own game going on, and it was about which site was going to be planted on the most total. And I decided to gamble a bit. C would have been the logical answer, I think. But it was A. All things are, the viewers are right. Viewers are always right.
Wow.
And I picked a tie. Does that mean I D-ranked twice?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no.
Production's saying no, so you're spared from
Oh,
that.
I am spared.
Even
the
though
wrath
we know
of
you want to get the
Brennan.
wood rank, but
All right, so viewers up rank, and how are you guys feeling about the results of how the spike has been planted? We all picked C confidently.
this is a familiar feeling. Is all I'll say.
This is you guys.
But I was able to run it back. I was able to win this game last time. So
yeah,
just because I'm losing here does not mean that it's permanent by any means. So
it's okay.
I never hit iron so fast.
You know
But
what?
Here we are.
If I can
Here we
get
are.
to the
2
bottom
days.
as quickly as can, everything, nothing to go and nowhere to go but up. If I can hit
just
like
do it. Just go to the bottom nice and early, linger there, and then at the very end, skyrocket all the way up to Radiant. That's definitely the play. It's a lot easier than what Valdez was doing, just hovering around the top the entire time.
I don't know what this says about Pacific being the best. We were saying that a lot yesterday.
Well, I mean, specifically the players
Well,
are
the
the
players,
best.
that's
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
When Gen.G won Shanghai, it wasn't like a 50-50 or just a random thing where you do a 1 in 4.
All right.
So it's a bit different.
Yeah.
So I don't think that we can judge the region off of our little mini games.
That's true. I like that. That's a safe way to go. So again, A site got planted 5 times, B 2 times, and C 3 times. Yeah, I mean, traditionally we see a lot of C plants, especially with Gen.G actually.
Well, that's the thing is like if Gen.G could have gotten more plants down, C would have won. But T1 were too good and prevented them from doing that. So therefore, we would have been correct if Gen.G played well.
Yes, actually. So this is all T1's fault for being great. So good job, T1. We are going to be going into Sunset. And we've seen a couple of iterations of the Asian comps here. I agree with you guys. I wonder if we're going to be seeing more of that Gecko. I am so sure, though, by next week, when the new patch comes in with the agent changes, we're going to see like huge changes on Sunset. This is probably going to be the last kind of version of this this week from these teams. Yeah. So how are you guys feeling about this? How are you feeling about Sunset? How are you feeling about your predictions?
I think that it's potentially alive, but I need to see what the comps are going to be looking like. I think Saya, the chamber isn't something that we often see because it doesn't really control pacing too well. The Cypher is incredibly good at that. One of the other things they could do is something like a Sage. Take a leaf out of PRX's book in that regard. Bring that out, and that allows you to have some decent tempo control. So I really just need to see what they want to do to determine whether or not they're going to be in a good position. But Gen.G, that Lotus, they were not looking like themselves. We didn't see that rally back. We didn't see that tenacity that we got from them over on Split. It seemed like the exhaustion just kind of kicked in. And T1 were really, really fired up. So I think that T1, honestly, they could take this one away.
Do you think Gen.G can burn out or get tired? They're so used to just playing game after game after game. I'm sure there's something, though, after you finally get that trophy, the very first, in fact, and something could be happening there where they're just like a bit over-relaxed. I don't want to take away from T1's success, though. T1 is playing well.
No, they are. I mean, they're hitting incredible shots. And I mean, a lot of times it's, side player picking off people before they really have an opportunity to fire back. He's just been Johnny on the spot with some of these op shots and whatnot. So, but I think for Gen.G, if they are feeling tired, it's okay. You've made it to 2 international tournaments. You have an immense amount of championship points racked up. So losing out on going to champs is nigh impossible for them. I think it's okay to slow things down a little bit. Don't, keep yourself on this hard grind at the start of the stage. Let things ramp up again, kind of like we saw from them in stage 1.
Do you agree with that, though, Asarai? Do you think that, they should be taking it a bit slower, or keeping that momentum super important for Gen.G?
I think keeping the momentum is going to be very important because, again, this is a team that has played those long games. So, You're right. There it is.
Sage.
So Rossi's going over to the Gecko. Stax is on the breach. I love to see that.
Like it.
But we get Saya, not on Chamber, goes over here for the Sage. So this is going to be the replacement, for the hard Sentinel role. Still no Cypher, so there's easier access to sites for the likes of Texture, as he does often play the Jet. This is one of the weird maps where we see a ton of raise, but he does not go for the raise.
Yeah, I just wonder what's gonna be the impact for Rossi now moving forward with this one. I believe he was the KO player usually on Sunset, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, and that's usually where he has his impact agent with. How can he actually fare moving up to the Gecko that, you know, is pretty much needed here on Sunset for at least for T1?
Well, we're going to be going to the third map. I don't think it's surprising for the most of us, but we're happy to see it. Let's go over to our casters, Chobra and Quack.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a little bit of some of the role changes here for T1. All things considered, not too big of a change in the composition itself from what they showed us in Shanghai, but of course their run ended quite short in Shanghai, so we didn't get to quite see the full picture from T1, but this does allow them to put Stacks onto his age-old comfort pick of Breach. Isu still gets to stay on the Raze, and now Saya player, he was playing the Gecko, but he did play the Sage on the Icebox over in Shanghai as well, so obviously getting some time on that agent.
Now let's see how that really works out, because so far for today, the game plan has been side player with that operator, and it works out so well. This is a map where an operator could be pretty good too, but clearly you want something more from a Sentinel when your duelist can be so pervasive with how they dive in. So trying to work out against Texture, but Gen.G now just incredibly pressing on the pace all the way up mid.
Yeah, it's just going to be a quick scout all the way into Market. Now this will be able to circumvent the Sage wall a little bit, trying to break it from both sides. But right now, the members that are inside, they might be in a little bit of trouble. They have to just stay alive until the rest of the team can crawl in through B main, waiting for the slow orb to dissipate. Now T1 already all swarming the site as well. It's a quick flood, trying to make sure that they can take control back of the site. And Isu just cannot get enough kills. And all of a sudden, Rossi finds himself left alone in the middle of the map, up against 4 members of Gen.G.
Here, running over while the spike gets planted. Really, really tough for him to win his way out of this one, as he looks for some of these angles and duels. Able to take out the camera, gets down the first, but that tripwire right in front of him. He's got a bit of utility.
Yeah, and especially as a Gecko here, just getting a couple more kills could mean a big thing. Trying to get that Thrash online early. We see it come on very early on Sunset a lot of the times. And now Gen.G recognizes that. They don't want to give up the free kills. They say enough time has passed. The wingman had just been used to scout as well, so he's not going to be able to use that for the defuse until a little bit later. No time left in the round. And Rossi just looking for one more kill on the exit. He gets one. Will not get the fourth, but that is 3 points towards that Thrash.
Good kills. And Thrash is a very, very useful ability on this map. But apart from that, the pistols so far today have been pretty even. Gen.G fighting back by increasing the pace right now. You have to admire how, you know, Excret plants that site smoke to just buy a little bit more time and throw that paranoia from cover. Yeah. But Gen.G, again, with the way that they take fights, not fully committing and then getting it in once they find that advantage, it's always something to admire.
And 4 rifles, 2 of them automatic, so we'll be able to utilize that B site a little bit if they so choose. But not going for anything like the Stinger than the Spectre, so shying away from the A site for the time being is Gen.G. Smoke comes out from T1. We'll have to force Gen.G to all wrap around the far side of that box. But they don't have the weaponry to fight it. Meteor digs deep with the Ghost. He does win the second one. Meanwhile, fight's already going through on the site. Meteor now already on the chase of Cyber Cage, trying to give him a bit of an advantage. Doesn't quite finish off the kill itself, though.
And it's so good because he only had a Ghost. And he got so much damage off of that. Sad player trying to top his teammates off with that heal, but still a very difficult round to win back. Just looking for some of these exits while Gen.G secures the spike and the site.
Oh, I like this from T1. So 2 of them looking to die to the spike, but Rossi, he's 2 points away from the Thrash. He wants to get an exit frags. He wants to try to set up the Thrash in the next round. But it gets shut down, but even with the death, now only 1 away from that ultimate. So T1 still doing what they can to try to scrap together the silver linings, but of course, so far, things all going perfectly for Gen.G here in the very beginning of Map 3 on Sunset.
Good idea, though. Good idea. I mean, this is a map that Gen.G intentionally left open. They clearly had the ideas and the adaptations to how they want to fight against T1. I mean, this is, so far, some of the fastest rounds that we've seen, you know, starting out on a new map. Meanwhile, T1 just trying to find some adjustments too. I mean, we haven't seen too much yet. Just some of these barrier orbs just blocking off the B site. It hasn't worked out the best. Stax trying to do what he can with that, you know, breach utility around the A site, but Gen.G has been avoiding it so far. This round, though, it's a different story.
Yeah, now all eyes on to A site. Gen.G, perhaps part of it, trying to deny that ult orb as well. Now Stax is here alongside Rossi, so a lot of utility. Whoa. It's going to be a fast one, trying to get past all of the early utility, but there's the spam through the smoke. He just can't get through. The flash a little bit late, but Stax not late on the trade himself. Will still be able to hold on to elbow. Still 4 members alive. However, the rifles were purchased the previous round, and Gen.G have a couple upgrades themselves. Still 3 rifles against the 4 of T1. Gen.G now slow it down, forcing T1 to have to fish for information. Here comes that utility that's going to be going on to cooldown. There's the mosh, and then there's the aftershock. He needs to get out far, but he just cannot go far enough. Saya player really just has to get information. Gets an advantageous angles, repositions, looking for the trade follow-up as well. Playing through the box, and he will get the second kill. Very, very clean buy round from T1.
Masterful. I mean, first of all, that combo of utility, the way that Stax holds down this A site. Breach is just such a strong agent around this spot. The fault line denies texture. The rest of it, the flashpoint just slows down the pacing. And of course, no escape towards the end, unfortunately. But Saya player, as he kind of dances around these boxes too, I mean, it just shows how much T1 can control when they're reading the right pushes from Gen.G. So 2-1 for now.
Yeah, so Gen.G, again, you're going on a bit of a bonus. Now, obviously, quite a bit of investment themselves from the 2 rounds, but once again, trying to go for the fast tempo. This time, they draw out the reaction, so a lot of conditioning already going on from Gen.G. They're not going to take too much damage, just a little bit of chip onto Lakia. And during all of that, mid goes over to Gen.G for free as well. So a similar pattern, but this time, all members left alive, and this is going to impact the future rounds. But for now, it's a hard push. All the way through top mid. It's going to be more targets than T1 bargained for. They have no idea. Izu had no idea what was in store for him. Too many targets to choose from. And Lakia still here over on the lurk, ready to pinch when the time is right. He needs to get this kill, and he will. Sight is now opened up for free. Cyanix Curate going through the smoke early. Saya catches sight of one, but they need to go as a double team, trying to get the spike. And Curate goes in a little bit too far forward ahead of his teammates, and he's all alone. Thinks he can maybe deny the spike plant. And Saya, I mean, what can you do here? Sure, you've had some great shots as the chamber, but this time it's gonna be none as Meteor closes it out and Gen.G once again keeps the lead.
Oh my goodness, the strats on this map is really tough to read once you're considering, you know, every single possible factor along with it as well, right? I mean, talking about possible conditioning as it goes through, that's why we see a lot of early pressure around this A main area. But apart from that, Gen.G just having the cognizance to go that deep down mid and do it together as a team. There's no way that, you know, T1 would have anticipated that. Unless they were being careful, so Karen says, welcome back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who you're welcoming back. Maybe it's yourselves coming right back into the swing of things, but Gen.G, and now after that conditioning onto the A side, it's going to be a fast push on to B. Whoa. The updraft and the dash deep in, but Excurant holds his ground in the smoke. We'll make sure he orients himself. Dwindles the numbers. Thrash online for Rossi. Oh no! That would have been a crucial kill, but still the trade. Still numbers advantage for T1. And now the Thrash. Gen.G. Can they make sure that they have enough people staying alive? All the ults being drawn out of T1. And Gen.G may just have to be calling it as a satisfaction and say, all right, throughout all the power ultimates, so be it. The rush doesn't work out.
Similar to what we saw from before. I mean, sometimes you just got to throw that curveball. Maybe your opponents catch it, but at the very least, you kind of baited out some of their cards as well, right? So that's a very good win. But that said, T1 has to continue to try to find this lead back towards their side. So far, they've been putting a lot of attention on this A site. The recovery from Excurate, though, you have to admire that. That was really good. Maybe not securing the kill, but getting enough information. And then the combo of utility, the Thrash into the showstopper, the shots into A main. T1 definitely has what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, of course, also giving that respect as well, like you said, having to use all those ultimates now, that does give a little bit of priority back to Gen.G with the ultimates they have online. No command for Munchkin. Sage Wall waiting to be used on a timing. That's going to allow them to focus all on mid. If they clear out mid, eventually that A site is going to be a fast retake as well. Going deep with no audio. T1.
Whoa.
This is a journey, and it may not be a good one if they commit to it. It's a quick trade, and they will have to back off. You don't want to try to hold on to tiles without control of the rest of the map. Just secure it. Waiting as a bit of a curveball. Bit of a wild card. And meanwhile, Rossi will look to hold backside of A, looking to go for a retake on the A site. And Gen G will have to spend their time clearing corners, because here's the thing, they're feeling the pressure that if Tiles was taken over, was there a pinch on the A site? Cam going to be used on a timing.
Genji's wondering about it, but at the same time for T1, it's high risk, high reward. Xcrit has to be very, very cautious with how he wants to peek out. Trying to play around the cyber cage now. He knows that Genji's pretty much committing to this A site. The team is here to play alongside him, but he has to stay alive. Oh, Meteor just turns around. The trip wasn't even off yet. Just having the awareness to check for it, and now it's a 3-on-4 retake.
I mean, how does Meteor think to check once more when he still has the trip? He would have been safe if he just stayed away, but for now, all eyes still on the retake as it tries to go through. Never mind, it will get stopped as soon as it begins. T1 does not even get to step into the site. Saya gets a consolation kill, 1 point towards his ult, but that's gonna be it. Has to go for a save. Wants to make sure that he's not getting chased. Will just make sure he's able to punish anyone who follows through, but Gen G, they're not going to go for it. They're not going to greed for it. Their credits aren't exactly in the healthiest place right now. They'll be happy with the round win. And what a recovery here from Gen G.
I mean, it really shows they don't miss a single beat. If Meteor maybe didn't turn around, then it would have been a little bit more possible for T1, but he did. And not only that, just when it comes down to a numbers game, when it comes down to retakes, Gen G has the information, they have the numbers, they will make those trades painful. And it's just that much more difficult for T1 at that point. So on to the next rounds. I mean,
What? A very different vibe from Meteor. Very, very mellow.
I mean, it just shows how comfortable Gen G are still.
Well, I was gonna say, you know, the devs talked about how they might be a little bit tired. It's been a rough schedule for them, and maybe just trying to save his energy. But one way or another, just making sure that they're not going to overdo it. The dash in, and he confirms the paranoia is there as well, so he knows he would be safe on that aggressive dive. A good read from Gen G. So patient, even after being pushed through to a third map.
Just so fast. They're still confident with everything. Now, despite the smokes, Munchkin going in to clear a little bit more, gets further information. Stacks now finding those numbers back into the hands of T1. Karen finds the trade with positioning. Still up on top. Good paranoia from XQ. Tries to send that go signal in, but side player unfortunately gets shut down. Meteor holding the off angle makes it that much more difficult for T1 to push through. And at this point, it's just a little bit too daunting. They're going to have to save.
Yeah, so I don't know as we wait to see if there are going to be any extra kills here on the side of Gen G. Texture for sure wants to go in for more. He's got that Blade Storm and see how many more he can get. Not anymore for the time being. And so T1 will keep 2 of the rifles. But I was going to say, going for the retake onto A, sure, it's not the best position. You're all coming in through alley in the back of sight. But using your utility 1 by 1, there's not a single double up from T1 in this previous round. And so that allows Gen G to always peek out from different angles 1 by 1 to go for these trades. I mean, if you were only just able to maybe double down on some of those pieces of utility, maybe you at least clear the trip a little bit earlier, you're able to get in at least a step more forward. I think Gen G's positions were still strong. That's something that T1 will have to consider because they do have a very strong retake composition, and they'll have to work it to their strengths.
So far hasn't been successful though, Will. That's what I'm really, really worried about. The timeout being called now to hopefully give them some confidence coming back into the game, but so far, I mean, all of this is due to the effects of mental conditioning, right? Gen G just continues to show that they have the confidence, they have the strength to execute and rush whichever side it might be. You know, earlier on we saw it was over on B, now we're back on A, and Texture back on the Blade Storm. There's so much that T1 kind of needs to watch out for sometimes that they kind of get lost in the sauce a little bit.
Yeah, the early couple of rushes as well. Again, that conditioning really forcing T1's hand. T1 starting to do a couple of these overreactions on the rotates, on their utility. And we'll see if this timeout's able to calm them down for the time being. It's not going to be a pretty buy for T1, as they will mostly try to match their credits. Rossi will just buy down to a rifle, but worst case, he'll be the only one without a rifle the next round. And now all half armor, door closed on market. T1 just kind of looking to play the numbers game. Stack on A first. They have the Rolling Thunder if it's a rush, but if it's not that, they'll have the breach. Watch for mid control. Stacks, the game plan isn't to push out. It's just to make sure that they get information, as now you have B walled off and A main cleared. And is it a double? No, it doesn't connect to the second, but still does get one. And look at the duels and mid. Gen G just pick him off from a distance. And T1 whittled down to 2 members in a blink of an eye.
Just that strong. It's so difficult to take some of these duels against Gen G, especially when they have those numbers. Gen G's protocols are always that good. Nobody is ever truly alone on the site. And that's why that smoke, that call from Karen Munchkin, really, really good at how they wanted to take control over mid. Not bad from Silent Player, but unfortunately the trade's not going the way of T1. So this retake, I'm sorry, Will, doesn't fill me with the most confidence right now.
Oh, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. You've got Hunter's Fury as well, but there's no way that you're going around on a flank in a 2v3. So the round all but written in stone for Gen G. T1, they'll try to take away the ult. Can they take away the weapons? Can they get anything for themselves? They know they have to dig in a little bit fast. Izu wants kills, and Gen G knows they don't have to give it to him. The swing outs are good from Meteor and Charon, each getting one apiece. Gen G now leading 6-2.
They operate like a, oh my god, like a SWAT unit. You can tell hiding inside of that smoke, that blast pad kind of beeping off against them. They're just counting down. All right, 1, 2, 3, peak. And they just take down T1 in that successful fashion. 3 rounds in a row now for this team, even after T1's timeout.
And now Gen G look to continue the pressure back onto A.
Rolling Thunder available?
Yeah, so T1's going to stick with the same plan here, trying to stop if it's a rush over by the A side. The fault line goes out first. Izu, he's been tagged. He needs to back off. You have that Rolling Thunder. You can wait for another turn. Stack's waiting to corral them, but here's the thing. No pinch from T1, so they'd have to chase them through a bottleneck here in elbow. And Gen G, they sense something's different. It's not the same reaction, and this time it is the pinch. The Dizzy set up alongside the Rolling Thunder. There's the Cyber Cadence, there's the fragments, but it's not enough. Perfect execution. A clean read from T1, not getting shaken up by the previous round. And now the ultimate leads to a flawless round.
Just opens things up, reads Gen G's pages, figures out exactly what they needed to do to set that up. Rossi alongside that Dizzy, stacks with the Rolling Thunder, and he does not feel afraid. He pushes up front to find those frags, collects on every single head. This is the T1 that we need to see more of. That's how they capitalize on that Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, the timing was so good too, because they know that the audio's been cut, but wait up. It's going to be another quick one. Draws out the fault line. It's the same plan. Texture knows that there should be 2. There always has been, but this time it's going to be 3. And Izu doesn't need 3 as he'll get the 3K himself. Dwindles down Gen G to 2 members and a fallen KO. Munchkin, he will get raised. Oh, but Stacks, he's going to go for the trades, and now down to a 2v2, but so low. Not even 50 HP combined between Lakia and Munchkin.
Zai's a little bit far away. Just needs to stay alive. With enough time gone, might be able to head over to a body and maybe pop off a res. I think that's what they want to do.
Yeah, and Gen G might be looking to just gain more space. They realize that this res might be happening. The fragment just a little bit off, but that lets T1 know minimum. It's Munchkin still over here, and now that's all a ruse to try to set up Lakia. Is Saya ready for it? He is, because you don't see any further reactions, and now the immediate ultimate as well. I mean, the read is perfect from T1. The timing's absolutely ruined, and now Munchkin knows that it's going to be more about staying alive, using this time to regroup. All right, hands off.
What's
the mouse
he doing?
And keyboard. Listen, I mean, you got to make sure that you're in tip-top condition.
It's like hands off mouse and keyboard, looks at his wrist for a while, scratches it.
A little bit of an itch. You don't want to get twitchy.
Oh, you gotta love it.
10 seconds left.
I mean, you can tell. That's the thing, though. Like, it's the coaching staff and the players here for Gen G. It's not that they're not trying their best. Obviously, they're going to try to give you the best games they always have, but they just look like they are not pressured anymore, right? It always felt like they felt every round they needed to prove themselves. And to a certain extent, they did. Not because they didn't have good careers, but because they never quite lifted that trophy, even as individuals. And now that they've done it, they've broken that barrier, and they realize, look at the bigger picture, right? Look at the forest, not the trees. It's all right. This round, it's already passed. Let's look towards the next one. This map, it's already passed. Let's look towards the next one. A lot more leisure here for Gen G. Zizou, yeah, catches a bit of a break here in this round.
Forest, not the trees. And that's really what's keeping Gen G in this game, too. I might even go so far as to say it's actually scary to face off against an opponent who looks this comfortable, even in uncomfortable situations. So timeout being called right now, and they're trying to find a way to cement their lead. T1 has started to stage a little bit of a comeback, going for some of these reads, going for some of these counter plays, holding down that elbow position.
And Rossi speaking a lot of his mind as well. See what he's picked up to share with his teammates as Xcurate trying to digest all of that from his teammates and the coaches. But of course, this is Gen G's timeout, so T1's job is to try to read the minds of Solo and HSK and Munchkin as the IGL of Gen G. Guardians coming out once again. A couple of them in the hands of Gen G. Looks like Charon might want to try to even out. The Econ not in the best place for Gen G. No matter what they do, the numbers are going to be all over the place. But they'll just trade who's going to hold the Vandals. A bit more of that power weapon. Who's going to be in that position. Meteor and Munchkin always going to be sticking with that Guardian. That's an early Tiles Crunch, Vault Line, Paranoia, everything thrown out there. And Gen G, they were somewhat ready for it, but Isu still gets one. And that's the KO. Cypher ult used, but it's a 2-2 split. Not the best of information. They identify where it is weakest. And Rossi, he realizes, oh, that's a rush. Lots of footsteps, calls for the backup. Is T1 aware of the lurk? They seem somewhat wary of it, but the timing of it. How quick is it going to be? Meteor lets them know. Everyone rotated. I heard two sets of footsteps. We spotted two of them on A site. And a bit of a blunder here from T1. They let all the audio go over to Gen G, and the spike will be planted. Thrash used, but numbers advantage in this 4v3 retake.
And this rotation, you know, it takes a little bit of time for T1 to get over onto the B site. Maybe 10 seconds. You don't have that much time to clear out the entire site right now. Surely you anticipate that they're just hiding inside of main, but then it's such a tough fight. Lakia still has the shock darts texture, incredibly sharp. The smokes have been set up. They're watching the angle. Karen set up on top. So sharp with an triple kill. Almost a fourth Lakia, nailing it down. Gen G on top.
Oh man,
Last round in
the off angle, above the smoke, on the box. And Karen takes them all down, and you can tell, like you said, Quack, the rotation takes so long that Xcurate, he's rushing it. He's Shrouded stepping forward wherever he can just to try to open up the angle, open up the site for his teammates. But even then, they're not able to get all the information they need. Saya tries to go for the trade, but meanwhile, Stax and Rossi not able to follow up. Karen giving them a piece of their mind. He's enjoying it, and now it's back to the rush onto elbow again. But again, not full commitment. Just holding off, seeing if there's a reaction. Get that ult door for Lakia. See, maybe, just maybe, you might need that Hunter's Fury in that post plant.
This is crazy. Gen G always, you know, seemingly aggressive, but they're just getting close enough within distance to deliver a deadly strike. If they sense a bit of danger, then they're going to taper back, and that's what makes them so dangerous. They can always adapt. Their game plan is so flexible.
And now that jump peak texture ahead of it, but not able to land the kill itself. Stax taking a bit of chip. Now surely you're ready for it. Stax tries to fake it out, but texture, he has seen this time and time again. Reads right through the bluff. Takes out Izu, and that's the call for the execute, but Stax on site. Trades on to elbow. That's a 3 and an ace for Stax. Welcome to T1.
T1 Stax is here to play. Did not miss anything at all. Back on the signature agent of Breach, and he's here to deliver that ace to Gen G.
An ace bathed in red for Stax. Might as well start getting used to it, folks, because he's here to prove the new colors. Now going up against Gen G. 5-7 in the half. Anybody's game. as T1 looks to try to win another pistol in this best of 3 to start their comeback.
Just holding down the ground, and despite all the reads, despite all the conditioning, given enough time, he is here to stay. Gen G, you know, they still have their work cut out for them. Maybe not really feeling the pressure so much, and that's truly the mindset that they kind of need to be in. So you got to admire the leadership from them. But again, this matchup means so much more if T1 can bring it home. Championship points sitting at 4 right now, and they need the number to go up, up, and up.
Look at this. The focuser, he's making calls throughout this too. Look at the comms. Wow. And he's just ready for it. Never, ever let the possibility happen.
Oh, look at that.
Hyping it up.
You gotta love it. I thought Data said, you know, Stax is the one keeping Rossi down, but...
Well, I mean, I think he is in some ways, because Rossi now, he's not trying to hype himself up. He's
Sure.
just happy to watch Stax playing his heart out.
Yo, 5 merchants all across the board.
I mean, T1 trying to look a little bit rejuvenated, and now it's going to be a B stack. You've got that Sage. I mean, ever since PRX showed us these types of comps in the offseason, of course, them with the KO. That Sage over here on B, an absolute menace if they're able to get onto the site.
Alongside that Gecko as well, the teamwork, if it can stay tight, stay strong and clean, might be a little bit difficult for Gen G. That said, though, I do not want to count them out. Still got this off angle. They're trying to get pinched. Just in a good enough position to deny that wingman. Now the spike's out in the open. Izu able to take a frag off, though.
Yeah, Meteor will have to reposition. His Ghost does get hurt. He tried to only fire 1 shot to fake them out. He's trying to get ahead of the wall. Does he find the opening? The Cyber Cage goes up, but Rossi already too fast into it. The wall perfectly placed. They'll still watch the small crack as well. Saya aware of the limitations of the Sage here on the B site. Texture with a fast flank. He gets 1 on Stacks. That's the breach down. They have to clear the flank first if they want to have any peace of mind. Needs to be a double team. Texture buys time for his teammates. Trying to go and stick the defuse. Karen gets 1, but Saya with a quick trade. Nobody on the spike just yet. Texture now coming back to try to open it up for Meteor, who gets 2. The reload. Saya, now he knows. Texture's coming in from one side. He can't get through the wall. He's holding it close. And the swing.
God.
Texture, the jet for Gen G, does it all here in the pistol of the second half, winning both pistols on Sunset.
Always so active, always so deadly. And it's not just the fact that he won out those pistols, not just the fact that he won out that one-on-one. He had the decision to swap that Sheriff back over for a Ghost, knowing that that could have been a close quarter duel, and my Sheriff wouldn't be that good in that sense. So incredibly smart stuff from Gen G overall. I mean, Meteor having the sense to drop down that Cyber Cage, play around the wall as well. Gen G, you know, despite losing that fight early on, they managed to recover. So comfortable, so happy.
You love it. You love to see it from Texture. He just loves Valorant. He said it himself. That's what got him to grind through the 4 years to try to see the light of day internationally. He always had the hype around him in Korea, but didn't have the title to back it up. And now, just able to play the game he loves, continuing on the big stage. T1 on the attack on an eco. It's not going to feel good. On paper, they have to give this round up, but they'll do whatever it takes. A bit of a high-low double team between Saya and Excurate.
What? Reactions!
Again, it always just takes that 1 round for Texture. Just 1 round. He sees the shots landing. He goes, oh, that's the Valorant I remember. And then it just doesn't stop for the rest of the map. Fouled anybody here. Oh, that timing should be good with the Dizzy. But they're not able to find the target fast enough. He's still alive. He's still dashing. He's still jumping. He's still waving into the site.
Are you kidding?
And the Bulldog here now to cover. T1 Excurate, not what he bargained for. He was hunting the rabbit, but now the Tigers are all here on the site.
30 seconds left.
Lakia once again playing a bit of an off angle around the smokes. The Paint Shell's trying to clear close. They're trying to push him out of the smokes, but they haven't quite cleared him on the side. Rossi actually goes down to his teammates' Paint Shells amidst all the chaos. And Stacks not able to find the headshots on the first couple peaks. He will go down. Only 1 kill going over to T1. Gen G, meanwhile, leading 9-5.
I mean, into the Lions, well, the Tigers' den. and they're gonna hear them roar. It's just so good, so sharp how Texture fights off this. B hops away. Lakia instantly here to receive the rest of the team. And apart from roaring, I guess you're gonna hear Gen G laugh all the way downtown. You had to bring up the stage before, Will, and you know what? Not only does he have the title now, he has the trophy, which is right there on the stage.
Yeah, Gen G, you can just tell that now with that burden off their back, they're able to play much more to their own liking, to their own pacing. And they've still got a full stage 2 to maybe throw out some experiments. Meteor trying to dance around the Boombot, trying to find an opportunity, but he will have to back off for now. The paranoia is good. It opens things up for Izu, but they don't quite have full control yet. Finally, taking down Meteor. Lakia and Texture gets a trade each, trying to hold down the crossfire. Obscure it, fires back. Now they know they've targeted them all the way through. Dizzy sent out, so you still have the numbers advantage, 3-2. Wall will be used to make sure that there is no rotate. Saya positioning himself above.
Wall blocks it off a little bit too. Tougher retake for Gen G now, despite, you know, making it actually winnable. Spotted out the angle though, Charon. Just right underneath. Now Lakia on the other side, pushing past the smoke once it dissipates. It's all down to Rossi. 1-on-2. Clear angles, but no escape route. He has to land every single shot.
It's a good off angle, but the smoke forces him to bounce out. He needs to juggle it, and he will. That's a triple for Rossi. A costly buy round, but a win nonetheless to put the 6th on the board.
Slowly coming back into the game. Gen G, they've managed to win out those pistols, but T1 just answers right back. A good clutch, a good way to recover. Just to hang on to this numbers advantage. Gen G are always deadly, but you gotta admire how T1 has the better teamwork and protocols this time. Xcurate deliberately staying far behind, tossing out that utility to aid his teammates, and then to go in forward. And then at the same time, once they have the information, Rossi knows how to nail it all down.
And Izu trying to check all the corners, but that means that he's not going to land on his feet fast enough. Weapon not drawn out on elbow. They do spot Charon. They know that Lakia was there as well. The thrash immediately going to be used. T1 doesn't want to miss a single beat, but the 0 point to shut it down. Thrash set back into the dimensions. And now T1, they have to reset, but they have so little control of the map. Everything banking on that Thrash, opening up the site for themselves. What a call from Munchkin.
Very good stuff. And I gotta say, this is where Gen G feels the most comfortable, within range to strike down T1. T1 has to watch their backs. They're waiting for the cooldown to go off. And here comes the Thrash. Unfortunately, not quite able to spray it down, and that's the go button for T1. Xcurate presses on the pressure. Sean steps into the back of sight, waiting for those flashes to go through. He wants his teammates to peek alongside him, able to burst down Texture. That off is far gone. Texture, he's not there anymore, and Xcurate will find the final 2 frags to give himself the quad.
Xcurate's had a rough day. Let's just say it like it is. I mean, the IGLing, that's already a tough job, and he just hasn't been able to win a lot of the duels we're used to seeing from him. But that 4K, you gotta imagine that pumps some energy back into his veins, brings him back on board. His teammates have to hype him back up, because boy, did he call a good map on Lotus to bring them here onto Sunset. And now he's leading the charge, leading by example here on this Execute.
Ooh. Look at him being pumped up. That is the Xcurate that we want to see.
Cover going out.
There you go, the energy now coming back in.
7-9. They can definitely stage a comeback, Will.
Did good.
See if it can happen. It is the Sheriffs of Gen G. This might be sometimes when they are the deadliest. You win a couple of these thrifties, that makes all the difference between winning a best of 3 or not. Small set play from Gen G to try to pressure him in, but knowing their weaponry, they will not greed for it. Right now, just trying to set up Texture for success. Trying to make sure that they can route everybody towards these Blade Storms and let Texture fly high to try to keep the lead.
And good call from Xcurate too, because they're anticipating this, knowing not to disrespect or count out Gen G when they are on this sort of thrifty buy. That's why they're playing that early default, but now that first 30 seconds have passed, rendezvousing, regrouping, back into that B site. The camera, though, I don't know if that's something that they're going to anticipate at all. Meteor might just be in a prime position to strike them down.
Oh, the tripwire is good, but the backup even better from T1 as they're trying to back in. Never mind, Charon's backup, absolutely monumental. Racing Sound goes through the crack, finds a third kill as well. Stacks trying to make sure that they have control of the site. The spike has been planted. It's a battle for time. Karen says he's not done just yet. Gap big enough to walk through it. Anti, Excurate, good timing on it, but Karen even faster on the jiggle. The round should be going T1's way, all things considered. Oh, never mind. We did not consider all the things as you see the spray. And Karon, he wants to defend it! The ace through the stun!
Singularity Sheriff sends T1 into the Shadow Realm. What is that?
What an ace. I mean,
he was stunned in that last shot. What?
Two incredible aces here today between Stacks and Karon. But this one, right as the stun comes out, I mean, banking on Karon to defend him, Lakia sticks it with full faith. And again, those sheriffs for Gen G, you can't count it out, but T1, they don't want to slow things down. They don't want Gen G to find room to breathe. Trying to punish any type of buy here from Gen G. They do have the Showstopper. If they can get close, you have Resurrection and Showstopper. The Raze is going to be full sent into the site. Gen G, surely aware of this, trying to find a bit of a closer angle to hold. But now they'll have to back out. The Raze needs to stay alive for this to work, and he goes down. 0 point now, trapping everybody at elbow. It's just a spray down for Munchkin. And Karon finishes off the fourth. Stacks all alone, gets a little bit of revenge to Karon, but it's not going to be enough for the round. As Gen G now 2 rounds away from closing things out in this best of 3.
My God, just so unfortunate. Right calls from Excurate from before, you know, trying to play against Gen G, trying to be careful against Gen G's thrifties. Now back into it. Texture onto the Outlaw, just kind of falling back. Same plays from before. They anticipate how T1 wants to push up, and they just shut them down correctly. Izu falls, the rest of them fall along with him. And it's just that devastating. 7-11, Will. The timeout is being called. Chancellor's running out for T1 to really try to cement their position in this Pacific Stage 2.
This timeout, it's got to be everything from T1. Obviously, their last timeout, but of course, you want to make it a streak all the way through, because otherwise, the best you got is overtime. Gen G just needs one more round win to get to match point. I mean, sure, send a round of applause to T1 for the work they've shown so far. They look stronger, they look a bit more decisive, a bit more consistent in the calls they're making and the confidence they're showing. But like Coach Data said in the pregame interview, you don't have any room for error in Stage 2. That Stage 1 was rocky, it was rough, and you weren't able to prove anything further at Masters Shanghai. And T1 needs to give it all.
Everything that they've possibly got. 4, 5 rounds just to put them back up for match point. That Lotus was amazing. It was decisive. But now they need even more. 4 ultimates in the bags. Can they make it happen? Starting things off with a slight default.
Operator now online for Texture as well, something that T1 will have to consider looking at the econ of their opponents. But like you said, cutting the noise, an age-old trick, something that Gen G used a lot of internationally to try to get ahead of their opponents. But that 0 points ready. They know with the number of ultimates that T1 has, it surely has to be a set play. And that 1 0 point could ruin it all, but Izu swings out when Texture least expects it. We haven't seen that type of reaction for Texture in a long time, but Izu just completely throws him off his balance. Op recovered. Currently in the hands of Munchkin, he'll have to send it all the way back. Wants to make sure that it doesn't go into the hands of their opponents. Keep it a mystery. The 0 point had to be used. That's a bit of an opening for T1. Do they recognize it? If they can go through before that 0 point comes back, they'll find that timing. Send every ult. You want to make sure you get whatever rounds you can when you can get it. Full control of the site. Cam not cleared just yet. Finally gets erased. Wall up, and Izu finds the kill onto Meteor as well. Ready for the pop flash, not ready for that. What in the world is that?
Just walked right into his barrel. The muzzle's going off in the face of Munchkin, unfortunately. Second Thrash now going through. Karon, though, able to peek out, takes down Izu. Aimer for Aimer, and that's going to be now the call to save. I mean, Gen.G obviously trying to preserve this operator for Texture. They have some rounds left that they can, still play alongside this. So that's why I'm a little bit worried. Although the spike is going to go off. Gen.G is still a team that you want to watch out for. Lakia now getting traded off by Rossi. 8-11, but Gen.G are still very much in the game. I'm worried about the ultimates that was just spent from T1's side.
Yeah, Gen.G's really looking at the long con. Because sure, they have the credits. You can still buy an operator for Texture if you really wanted. You can muster up somewhere to buy. But that means if you lose the next round, then now you have to go into just one chance every 2 rounds, and you don't have many of those against T1's current scoreline. So you say, all right, they use 2 ultimates. We keep the operator. That gives us basically still every round left to try to keep the lead, to try to stop them from overtaking us. But the bad news is Rolling Thunder's now online here for Stax. Early fault line, perhaps being trained up down B main. He tries to hold for as long as possible, and T1 knows this. They already got taken out a couple rounds before by Texture just waiting past that boombot. They don't take that risk.
Just trying to be careful.
Fault line at the ready to try to make sure that he can check that first corner, but he needs to make sure he doesn't peek too wide.
Oh, but positions. Gen.G getting a good read for this, shifting weight over onto the B site.
But do they have a backup plan for this Rolling Thunder? I mean, yeah, you have the null command, but you're not going to have to stop the actual launch of that ultimate. And there it is. The Rolling Thunder still comes out. No command used, but they will have to respect it. Give space, but Meteor, he actually dodges it. He's pushing all the way through, and he gets 2!
Neuro theft off as well. Stax able to fire back, but now their positions have been revealed. Gen.G has the numbers. Lakia might be on the A site, but he's going to start moving now. Starting to go in for that lurk, that flank. Res popped off by Saya player to give T1 back to even numbers.
They gave the spike over to Excurit. They have that Omen ultimate. They're just going to full send it. They realize if the opposite mid, surely the site is empty. But that's a counter ultimate from Karon. Stax gets 1, but right now Excurit, he's all alone. He cannot try to stick the spike just yet, because then he's just going to get swarmed. 10 seconds left. Backup needs to arrive, but Texture is ready for it. He misses the first shot. Izu gets the kill, and now Excurit starts to plant. Karon all alone in no man's land. How in the world does T1 flip this round?
I don't know if that was Excurit's calling or what, but that mid-round decision was fantastic. And that spike will, of course, go off, as it should, for T1 to celebrate. 9-11 now, a little bit closer. Just sliding and gliding past Texture's line of sight with that operator.
The fact that they don't rush it, I mean, sure, it's a Hail Mary, but they don't rush it right off the bat. You don't want to take that risk, because then the round's really over. You still try to take all the way to mid. That way the backup can arrive just in time. You even get sight of the operator. That gives you confirmation that it has to be weak on the site, because surely Texture doesn't play alone that far ahead.
Wow. I mean, lots of things happened in this round. Great calling, great plays from T1, but I am still a little bit worried. I mean, Meteor having the sense to push through that smoke using his Cyber Cage. This double kill was fantastic. Aside from that, though, once again, it's those ultimates being spent from T1. Sure, it gives them the round, but that long con will. I'm getting a little bit worried.
Yeah, now it's going to be back down to just matching econ for Gen.G. Sure, you tried to save the operator once, but it's not going to happen a second time. Early recon to counteract the utility on A. Perhaps trying to make sure that you're able to control the outdoors as well. Make sure you have a stronger chance in one of these rounds to get to match point first. And that's going to be Lakia, now 2 points away from the Hunter's Fury. T1 does hear that. We'll see if they go for a reclear. Still plenty of time, but full mid control, full B main control. Now door broken. It's going to be a pinch. Paranoia sets up for Market. Counter Paranoia, but it's still going to be that 1v1 against Meteor. Cyber Cage.
Along with the fragment as well, on the spot from Munchkin. Karon and Munchkin will continue to fire through. Good trades from Rossi and Izu, though.
And Meteor's still alive over in B main. I don't know if they realize this at all. Rossi's not ready for it. Stax, thankfully, does get the trade. Spike recovered. Now waiting, gets pinged. Texture dashes in, sees Izu, and he sprays him down. Realizes Izu's sticking to it with the tracers. Stacks tries to draw them out. Here's the Sheriff. Goes for the fault line, wants to get the peek onto one. He wants to isolate the 1v1s, but can he do it? Now they've grouped up.
Left.
It's a 2v1 no matter how you cut it. And Gen G, no reason to rush. All you need to do is group up. And the timing in favor of Lakia and Texture. Texture gets to spam through the wall. And match point for Gen G in what is an absolute marathon in our first game of day 2.
It has been right around that edge for the longest time. Gen G finally reaching to it in such a fashion too. Meteor having the sensing to go in for that flank. And at the same time, the two of them sticking together again against Stacks. So painful. T1 almost making it all the way to the end, but now they have to push this to overtime.
See if they can do it. Yeah, you're only a couple points away from your own ultimates as well, but you do spot Charon. You hear the Shrouded Step, so he decides he's going to save the paint shells. We'll just use the boom bot for a little bit of information. The paint shells, of course, ever so precious to try to clear out some of these Cypher util as well. Now B-Main back in control for T1, but not much outside of that. Still have to clear it just to be sure. And you can't cross too cleanly. All right, Dizzy gets full confirmation. Ult Orb now for the taking. Rossi will have Thrash if he's able to pick that up. And Gen G, it looks like the position once again, it might be a setup for Meteor. If that ultimate comes online, he might be the one that swings around to cover for the trade.
Great position from Gen G, very defensive.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, right? It's either Charon or Meteor. One of them is going to be alive if the Thrash comes through to make sure they cut off the backup. Saya player, does he find the kill? That's a big one. Weakens out, yeah, the B side. Draws out the 0 point as well, and nobody gets tagged. This is just working out perfectly for T1.
Surely you just press in off of this, right?
Absolutely, but this may be a little greedy. No, you saw the wall break. Oh, that's not a good sign. Saya quickly calming everything he just saw. And the Thrash goes in, but Charon goes ahead of it. They have no idea that he has Shrouded Step forward. He wants all the information. He wants the spike. He wants Charon holds it down for Gen G. Only 10 seconds left. They will get the spike plant, but Texture, they have no idea where he's coming from. They've never seen him in this round. It's now a 1v1. Saya versus Texture! The reigning champion from Masters Shanghai brings it home for Gen G on their first day of VCT Pacific Stage 2.
They stay on top, the best team in the world. Gen G shows that they do not drop a single beat, even after coming off of Shanghai, even coming off of not a lot of time to rest. They just drop right back in and they are good to go. They are golden.
What a showing from Gen G. Quite frankly, if these were any other circumstances, we would say what a showing for T1. But as Coach Data said, they needed every single win to guarantee themselves into playoffs. I believe obviously there's still chances, but now there's a lot of other formulas at hand. So T1 will have to go back and continue to iterate and build on some of the silver linings we saw today. However, the biggest thing here is going to be that Gen G continues to stay strong off of their victory from Masters Shanghai.
I mean, the mental fortitude that they have, Will, they just never, ever felt uncomfortable. Timeouts were called, sure, but you can see that they were happy. So our analysts, I gotta ask you, who is the best team in the world?
Find that out. We're gonna find that out one of these days, but currently it is Gen G, and they continue to prove why. Taking this the distance, but still closing it out in a very convincing fashion against T1, who was honestly, you know, trying to fight for every game that they could. But I mean, this is what happens when you go against the best.
Yeah, I mean, this is hard fought for T1. Honestly, I think a very good performance to come in to just have very recently added Stacks to the roster and put up this strong of a performance. I think it's a very good sign for the future. Unfortunately, they need every game that they can possibly get. And dropping this one, albeit, yes, to the best team in the world at the moment, it still does hurt them. It hurts their odds of making it into the playoffs, of making it to champions here in Seoul. But what an entertaining game, just straight out. I mean, the Lotus, yeah, whatever, miss me with that. That was boring. That was one-sided. But maps 1 and 3, bangers, both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I enjoyed every single moment of it. It could have gone either way because, again, T1, it didn't look like they were, on the back end of things. They were neck and neck with Gen G here, and it only needed to maybe go one more round their way, and they could have turned things up to maybe an overtime, maybe even the series win.
While Gen G did come back with the trophy, T1 did also qualify for Masters. They qualified last year to Champions as well. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing from T1 Stacks. Now that he doesn't need to make any of these calls, we're seeing the full firepower of this man.
Yeah, I mean, the ace, I mean, granted, it went straight into this one from Karen pretty much, but it's a back-to-back hero plays. But Stacks being unleashed, being able to just go ahead, fully focus on his own play, on setting up his teammates with his utility, and clearly the guy still got it. Not missing a beat, still finding that impact. And I think that, right now, this team, this T1, this gives me way more faith for them if they do go to Champions, if they, for the future when they go to more international tournaments, to be able to find an impact. Because, I mean, you mentioned they qualified for Champions last year. They were over at Shanghai, but the success hasn't really been found from this team when they have gotten onto the international stage. Same could be said for Lock-In. But this feels like a T1 that can actually do damage to a lot of different squads. So, fingers are crossed that they can go ahead and get that qualification. They can make it into the playoffs, because this is a team to watch. As they continue to develop and continue to grow with Stacks in this roster, this is going to be a very scary T1.
I mean, that's all. I totally agree with that one. It just feels like it's a lot more complete, right? We were talking about like how individualistic, or rather how good the individual plays have been for T1, but in terms of like how they also called where to go, when to go for those kind of pushes, those plays, it felt really good as well. They had good timings. The only problem was when they were going up against Gen G on the third map was Karen would have some really sick positions that they weren't really kind of aware of. He just kind of pocket themselves in these certain corners, and that kind of ruins their game plan. But if he wasn't there, it looked like it was a solid, just standard take, or a really solid take from T1.
And not only that, but some of the timings that Meteor was able to take were just so unexpected, so bold, that you don't really anticipate that somebody's going to do that. That push up through the smoke to be able to pick two. Granted, it doesn't get them the round win. T1 does turn it around, but it's things like that that just continue to break down your economy, so you can't bank things up. And it just exacerbates things for you. So I don't blame T1 at all coming out of this. I expected Gen G to be able to find the victory here. Shout outs to William. But this was a lot more. This was a lot more close than I could have anticipated. And I think again, it's a very good sign here for T1. But you can see the tenacity. I mean, they get 12 first kills, but they can only convert so many of those into round victories. That's just Gen G. When you put any of these players up against the wall and you say, okay, make a hero play, they're probably going to do it.
And they're getting better and better at it. And Karen, I really love his performance today. We were talking about this in the last map as well. He's just really stepping up here. We only saw a bit of that at the end of Shanghai, but if he continues on this track right now, like finding his own footing within his team, who is already so good, I think this is a really good sign for Gen G to continue on a very dominant track going into Champions. Do you think this is the era for Korean Valorant? Because T1's looking good too, that's right.
I think it is, honestly, because I feel like before, at least what came to me, comes to mind when you think about Korean Valorant is, lots of playbooks, very methodical play. Now it's on the moment thinking, great individualistic players, and then that kind of just meshes well together, and then you have explosive plays as well. So it kind of evolved over time, and I think now is the time for them to kind of reap the benefits of what has already turned to be the new style, I think, of Korean Valorant.
Yeah, what do you make of that, actually? I think T1 was already evolving. We saw bits of that since the beginning of this year. Gen G definitely has managed to do a lot of that, obviously, as the reigning champions of the world, as Quack was saying. And DRX yesterday, too, switching things up.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things that we had kind of struggled with as far as Korean Valorant is concerned, with DRX being like the lone one that was going over and representing, was, some really weak mid-rounding, but also the want to stay very rigid and structured and kind of have this, flow chart play style rather than making things happen on the fly, rather than having some more scrappy, muddy fights coming through. And Gen G has kind of struck that perfect balance. Their mid-rounding from Munchkin has been great. They're willing to just go for these really scrappy fights and trusting in their aim. And they're hitting that balance, and now DRX is starting to do that, T1 similarly. So I think that this is just everyone kind of figuring out the current meta, the current play style, knowing that you need to have confidence in your aim.
I mean, look, the next match is going to be PRX and TLN, so I think we're going to see a bit of Southeast Asian Valorant coming up after this. But it is interesting and encouraging to see this from the T1 side. And Gen G moving forward, Asterai, I don't think they're even playing next week. This is going to be hugely advantageous for them.
Very true, because again, they can just download and finally get the rest that they were probably looking forward to. So it's a good R&R, rest and research, I would say, for them. I'm not sure if we're going to go for that interview yet, but I do have a quick little poetry for Caron.
Oh,
you got the key, your car off, you're now car on and on and on, so carry on and keep carrying on. There you go.
Please rate that, chat.
Yes. You can rate it as low as you want. I'm totally okay with it.
Tag Asterai. You know, like, put your ratings for that on Twitter. Tag the man. Seth is rating it really highly right now. Great poetry. Keep up with it. Let's go to the interview.
Thank you. And all right, an interview with Masters Shanghai champion. I'm Jen Lee. Joining me will be Karan from Gen G. Of course, now congratulations, Karan. Today went the distance. And I know Gen G are really, really good at winning when it goes the distance, but it just kind of looked like it could have gone either way. So what was it like playing against the new T1 today? 오늘 뭐 3세트의 젠지는 강하지만 그래도 T1이 워낙 잘했기 때문에 승부의 향방이 좀 어려웠거든요, 예측하기. 그래도 경기를 뛰면서 카론 선수는 어떤 느낌이었을까요?
일단 생각보다 많이 공격적이어서 그런 부분들이 이제 저희한테는 좀 황당하게 작용해가지고 좀 위기가 좀 있었던 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Well, for us, they played a lot more aggressive than we kind of expected from them. So that kind of caught us off guard. But, you know, we had a good game and glad that we were able to take the win today. Now, coming in to stage 2 as the Masters Shanghai champion, you guys have leveled up. The reps are there. The experience are there. The vibe is there. You know, the bond and the confidence is there. What's your mindset coming into stage 2? 이제 트로피까지 들고 타이틀도 있고 뭔가 선수들이랑 충분히 자신감도 있고 뭔가 많은 경험을 하고 상하이에서 스테이지 2로 돌아왔잖아요. 어떤 마음가짐으로 임하고 있을까요?
저희가 우승을 했기도 했고 그래서 이제 우승 팀이니까 더 자신감을 가지고 다 팬다는 마인드로 왔습니다.
You know, we're coming back with the champion title, with the trophy, of course. So because of that, we're coming in with a lot of confidence and the mindset to slap everyone from left to right during stage 2. Now, let's talk about the tough schedule, though. You guys didn't get much time to prep for stage 2 coming in. So how are the mentals and how are you guys feeling in terms of, you know, the schedule and the physical condition of all? 이제 체력 관리도 힘들고 스케줄 관리도 굉장히 힘들 텐데 어떻게 좀 관리하고 있나요?
저희는 스케줄이 좀 빡빡해가지고 관리를 딱히 하는 건 없고 그나마 좀 연습해가면서 오히려 늦게까지 연습하지 않고 잠을 자는 그런 관리 정도만 하고 있습니다.
Well, yeah, it is a tough schedule for us. So for us, it's not about pushing us you know, out of our limits. It's more on getting enough rest and not staying up too late for practice. Just make sure that we're getting enough sleep to get us through the day and get us through the matches. Now, gladly, and fortunately for you, you guys have a week off next week. And that's when the new patch starts coming in. So you guys get to sit back and watch the other teams kind of play the new patch and kind of observe what everybody else is doing. So let's talk about the new map pool and the new agent updates. How's the preparation going? If you guys had any time to prep for the new patch. 이제 또 패치가 바뀌잖아요. 다행히 다음 주에는 좀 지켜볼 수 있는 입장이 됐는데 새로운 패치나 새로운 맵풀에 대해서는 좀 어느 정도 준비가 돼 있고 어떻게 준비하면 좋을까요?
일단 저희가 인도 대회에서 헤이븐을 좀 잘 해왔기 때문에 그래서 그런 것들 믿고 그냥 열심히 하면은 잘 될 것 같습니다.
When it comes to Haven, we played this match in India during the off-season, so I'm pretty confident that the map pool isn't going to be the problem for us once the new patch kicks in. I'm pretty sure if we just practice and scrim and prep the way we did for other matches, then we would be good. We should be good for stage 2. Now, lastly, Karan, I heard that ace that happened today was your first ace ever. What was it like? Ace 어땠어요?
Yummy.
Okay, yummy ace. Hopefully you get more of those in the future. But thank you so much, Karan, for the interview. And best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
Well, that was Karan, everybody. And stay with us for the second match up for the day. Because right after the day break, we have PRX and TLN Esports coming up.
I just want you to be more patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2. Gen G defend their title, their trophy today, but we're going to jump straight into match 2, PRX and TLN Esports.
Forsaken, where are your pants? The Talon PRX pants?
Oh, I give it to a fans.
You gave it to a fan. Who's that fan?
It's Cruz.
You gave it to Cruz. All right, I'm gonna go check it out.
Thailand represent the pants, bird and dinosaur. Get it from Shopee.
Oh my god, that was so much happening there. Well, you know what? Cruz likes to dance, and I guess the governor is joining him here. Let's talk about their previous matchups. They like to go the distance. They usually go 3-mapper series. Are you still recovering for what just happened?
Apparently the T in Talon stands for touche.
Tushy.
Yes.
Sorry about the video game. I'm too old for this. Yeah, 2-1 every time. We go the distance. PRX got the 13-0. Talon were able to rally back and, made it a competitive series.
Yeah, definitely. Man, I'm still thinking about pants. But it's pretty cool. I like that collaboration. And you know what? If you're going to get a 3-mapper from these two, you might as well, just see them constantly combining here into elephant pants, even though there are no elephants on it. So I think this is really exciting. Yes, Team Secret is probably the only team to consistently defeat PRX from Southeast Asia, but Talon really pushes PRX and it makes you question sometimes, like, oh, is Talon actually going to take this? That said, Talon's been looking really good, but they did get 13-0'd on this particular map.
They did. But again, being able to rally back after a 13-0, always a very good feat. We saw that from Zeta, we were able to close things out on Sunset versus TRX just yesterday, and Talon, very much the same when they did score off against PRX. The question is, does it happen again? They would like to avoid that. But can they also get the upper hand? Because Talon, we haven't gotten the seed since the first round of the playoffs. They were in that risky position of being in the single elimination portion of the bracket. They weren't able to find that victory. They get knocked out. But this is a squad that has had an immense amount of growth throughout this season. So we have big expectations for them, given that they have had more time to cook things up.
Now, we're looking at Forsaken and Ban here, the flex players from both sides, Asterai, and I think they are key players for a reason.
Absolutely. My kind of title for this is the clash of the two hyper-aggressors, right? But then it's kind of different at how they kind of approach that aggression, where if you look at, the key player for PRX, Forsaken, he's actually taken a far less aggressive role in a way where he's kind of let the reins be held by Jing as well as something, and he kind of just plays from the back end, kind of supporting the team, pushing with the team when he needs to, and then Ban is kind of like old Forsaken when he was the one that was looking for a lot of those, a lot of those kind of create opening kind of plays, whether he's going to be on the Yoru or the Killjoy, it doesn't matter. If he feels like his team is in trouble, he's going to try to do something to kind of elevate or, again, create those openings.
Yeah, so the last time we saw these two face off, you were just mentioning it, Achilleos, and it was a really tough position for Talon. They really almost made it. They could have been there in Shanghai, but if they didn't have to face PRX in that really, that really tight game at the end of stage 1, and a lot of their play style is not that different from PRX sometimes.
No, it really isn't, and I think the Talon, especially with some of the changes coming in next week, with those on the horizon, they're in a really good spot, because I still think about that opening game that we had from them at kickoff, with Governor coming out playing that Neon, and with the buffs coming through, I think that is a really big boon for him. So, curious to see how they look right now as we get ready to round things out. Do we get another little send-off for Breeze, perhaps, before it's gone?
Maybe. PRX has done it in the past, where they picked Icebox, and they said it was just for
Yeah, they did it just because they wanted to say goodbye to it.
Yeah.
And they played CGRS for the first time, and he played Gecko, which was way ahead of the Icebox meta, mind you.
Yeah.
But speaking of Icebox, Talon going to be picking it up.
Yeah, no Breeze, so they are not going to send it off.
And I think that is wise.
Yes. seeing how that went in Shanghai. I think PRX has, in a way, have had more time to recover, getting knocked out earlier than expected. But Talon has definitely been cooking. Frost is, he's shown, Cruz as well, standing next to him, has shown how hungry they are for this.
Yeah, it feels like at least coming into this series, we're not going to be going into uncharted waters. We're still having Icebox. We still have Sunset here. That's a PRX pick. So we're going to be seeing, the El Clasico of something playing as that Gecko once again.
I'm afraid of the 13-0.
I wonder what's going to be the last one.
And Frost is giving some thoughts, but saying, I'm not afraid of the 13-0, but still ops the ban away the Lotus.
We're ready for it.
And this is kind of what I expected that they would do. Bind being left open is actually quite interesting, because PRX, they haven't had the most convincing performances on that map. So if it does end up going to 3, they could be in a bit of a rocky position.
Yes, that's right, actually.
Yeah,
that was an
and that was the
handshake.
map that Talon won against them during the playoffs as well. The one map that they took off of PRX in that best of 3. So also just kind of something to point out there.
Yeah. And Icebox will be the first map of today. Talon picking this. PRX, historically haven't been great on Icebox, but they showed a different Icebox stage 1 and have definitely performed better, especially putting Jing on that stage. We've seen, some surprising moments there in a very good way.
Yeah, I mean, when they finally decided to leave the Icebox open and to even pick it, it was kind of shocking how good they had looked on that. And I mean, overall, their record here in Pacific still good, 3-1 in that regard. Just a 50-50 for the side of Talon, but I'm looking for the changes in these compositions. So I'm looking to see if there's going to be any differences. TRX of all teams showed us one yesterday by bringing Clove into the mix. Kind of pulling from FPX, taking some inspiration there. Do either of these teams opt to do it? Having spoken to Alex in the past, he doesn't think that Clove is particularly good, so maybe he's swung around on it. We'll have to just wait and see. But for Talon, they had a lot of time to iterate on this composition to make some changes, so I'm curious if they also maybe feel inspired after seeing DRX's performance.
Yeah. Just to kind of add to that as well, I felt like one of the biggest issues that a lot of teams, including Talon on Icebox, they just don't know how to either hold a site or know when to fight for the site. They're kind of just default at the back of the site. They get flushed by the 2 initiator combo, and then they just kind of get isolated. No one can really help them because they're stuck outside of the site. And the other answer to that is just fighting for A main, but then teams are also aware for that. So where's the balance right now that Talon has to kind of bring? And Achilles was mentioning about it, is it enough, the time that they were away kind of, playing in the labs, seeing what works and what not, enough to go up against, PRX here on Icebox?
Well, they've definitely been working very hard in the lab. Let's pull up our predictions now. And there we go. All right.
Yes.
William.
He's just going for the red teams today.
Yes. That was you yesterday.
He's like a bull. He just, they don't actually do that. But, he's just
but in, the
being
cartoon
a contrarian
version. Okay. PRX, yes, they qualified to Shanghai, and interviews with the players, a lot of them across the board, when they said who's going to be in the grand finals of stage 1, even in champions, most of them said PRX or Gen G. Is there a case for Talon here?
Oh, for sure. I don't think that this is nearly as clear-cut as these predictions make it seem.
Yeah.
I think that Talon absolutely could get this series. I mean, again, they were able to rally back after going 0-13 versus PRX. They were able to push the squad. They've had a lot more time to get things prepared. PRX, granted, they didn't spend a ton of time in Shanghai, but they also didn't spend a ton of time preparing and, scrimming and getting ready for this meta, So I think that Talon, with the amount of time that they've had to sit back and really reassess their in-game strategies, their compositions, I think that they could come out and they could absolutely catch PRX off guard.
Definitely. I think that's a really good point. The fact that Talon was here and was able to scrim, practice over here in APAC with anyone that they want. PRX wasn't in Shanghai for that long, but still, they were limited to only practicing with the China VALORANT scene instead. And, it's just a very different scene over there. And Astra, you made a really good point, going back to what you were saying with Forsaken and Ban. What does this mean for their other players on PRX? Like, what are the chinks in this armor that need to be remedied?
So I think team versus team, in terms of overall strength, it has to be PRX in this series. But coming from that Shanghai, I think that chink in the armor is their kind of is their duelist that is something as well as Jing here. Something I think has been underperforming on Shanghai. So has he recovered from that is going to be a big question. Is he going to be, kind of taking those unnecessary fights, getting picked off? At least one of those things that you kind of have to watch out for going into the series.
Yeah, well, this is going to be a very exciting series, and we know that for sure. It's probably going to be a 3-mapper. Let's go over welcome PRX and Talon Esports.
PRX.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed.
Talon
Picking up another
Esports.
season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the board, I'm in the zone. Yeah.
Coach you to fire the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing the threat. Just like a puppet, I'm cutting the net.
Ring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat.
Ooh, and the crowd is going wild for this particular matchup, welcoming our Pacific Stage 1 champions, PRX. And of course, Talon wants to soar into their first PRX victory today. Could this be it? Is today the day?
I mean, this is... You're in a good position right now if you're Talon. You can have some things up your sleeve to try to catch PRX off guard. PRX, similarly to Gen.G, likely going to be feeling tired after their bout over in Shanghai. So I think that this is the moment to strike. If you're going to be able to get that victory and take down the squad, get one step closer, one more championship point towards champions in a couple months' time, this should be it. So curious to see if they're going to be able to get it done. Frost, we know how hard he's been pushing these guys to improve, to make sure that their heads are in the game. See if he's got it, but also if PRX are going to be able to bounce back. We've seen a lot of smiles on their faces, something that was certainly lacking at the end of the run in Shanghai. It seems like the vibes are right back up for them.
That's good, and it absolutely needs to be for them. I'm sure it hurts coming so close so many times on the international stage, but here they are back again, and smiles back on their faces, Asarai.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we're going to be seeing Talon actually have Surf as part of the main roster now that I believe Lene has exited the team. We didn't really talk about this too much, but that is going to be a big factor into this because, again, we also heard how Frost was mentioning that they were so prepared for the 6-man. Now it's just down to the 5. How is that going to, again, affect the I guess, how the players kind of move forward since they've been so used to the 6 switching? So, I don't know, just putting it out there.
I mean, no, it's a fantastic point, Lenny. They don't have that 6-man roster going anymore, and Frost, he was really trying that out during kickoff, during stage 1 in his interview here with us. He was all about it, but I guess he's just focusing on 5 men and making sure they've got it down.
And I think that overall that's going to be probably just better for them in the long run. I mean, it also means that we don't have to watch Sova on Split, so that's a positive. But I'm curious because the components that they have here on this squad, Jitboys especially, we didn't really get to touch on him too much. He has been an absolute menace this entire time. Curious to see if that performance is going to be continuing for me on today.
Great points, gentlemen. All right, we're going to go into the second matchup today to our Southeast Asian favorites, PRX versus Talon. Over to you, casters William and Quack.
Thank you very much. That's right. We do still have another full best of 3 waiting for us. Talon versus PRX. The Des mentioned it. It's a rematch that actually hasn't been that long ago. The very beginning of playoffs at the end of stage 1.
Yeah, and it was a 13-0-2 that was definitely felt.
Yes.
I think Talon is prepared this time, though. I mean, not only is it, that change up from the 6-man roster to the 5-man roster, it's also a PRX that hasn't looked the greatest since Pacific Stage 1.
And now we do have the Asian picks right away, and Talon Esports.
We see it.
All right, so Surf now on the main stage. Surf was always a duelist to begin with, and now they're putting him on duelist. Governor goes to the supporting role of KO, working with some of those flashes. Ban continues to stay on that Sentinel role. They've been bouncing back and forth sometimes between Ban and Surf. Of course, they have the 6-man rotation, but we'll see. Is this true for all the maps? We don't know, but here on Icebox, it is going to be Surf back in home territory as that duelist. Governor will be backing him up, and personally, I'm actually okay with this. Governor, sometimes it seemed like the pressure of trying to open up sites, trying to open up executes got to him. He was getting a little bit too far ahead of his teammates at times, and now he's able to support, knowing what the duelist needs. Ban's able to go back to that sentinel role, hopefully have a little bit more consistency in the picks that he's playing for the team, and maybe this all comes together to form a talent that's a bit more solid at the foundation.
Yeah, it definitely goes a little bit wild sometimes, but this looks more solid, more concrete, and at the same time expecting a little bit more consistency from Jit Boys, but at the same time, same consistent picks all throughout for PRX. I mean, this might have been Talon's pick of Icebox, and PRX sticking with the same composition, but how are things going to look different? PRX needs to stay on top, while Talon definitely looking over to climb.
Talon Esports trying to make something happen, already in a decent spot to position themselves for playoffs here in Stage 2, trying to get one of those absolutely precious slots going in to Champion Seoul. Missed out on Masters Shanghai, but they proved that they were here to continue on an upwards trajectory, rather. And now Talon will be starting on that defense. PRX starting on W Gaming on that attack.
Definitely still, I mean, curious thing is kind of like what everyone's been mentioning, right? The Duelists and Forsaken, for example, needing to see a little bit more teamwork from them overall, and some technical decisions, right? But right now, just heading over onto yellow, picking up that early space. Not really tempting too much with Fate, though, as Jit Boys instead gets invited out for that peek. Mindfreak shuts him down early on with the Sheriff.
Yeah, but it's going to be a quick fill back up by Ban. You still have more members than you would have expected on side of Talon, but Mindfreak's still on for it. He's not going to the one getting the kill, but still it's going to be the trades here for PRX. As Talon still holding it down. Surf, though, he has no idea that he's been surrounded, and that's going to be a quick pistol going over to PRX.
W Gaming forward. I mean, it's kills for kills, and then at the same time, Talon trying to go for some trades, but at the end of it, positionally, PRX had a little bit more, right? Numbers advantage, yet Jing kind of creeping up from behind at the same time. Surf had no idea what to expect, so a little bit unfortunate, but that's just how PRX operates. Playing forward, pushing through, and unfortunately Talon a little bit unaware.
Yeah, just a little bit too focused on trying to get the trades that they've already seen, not keeping tabs on the fluid movement of PRX. Now we do see the buys coming in. Got 2 rifles, and of course 2 of the shorter weapons, the SMGs here for the side of PRX. It's going to be a fast one. They go through, they spot one, and it's another one. Gets the dink, and immediately the trade there. Doesn't want to try to hold it down with the lower ammo on the Stinger. Jing does not stop. I mean, whenever they just return to Pacific, the pacing is always there, as if it's always been home for PRX. And Mindfreak kicking things off in high gear today for PRX, leading the team to a 2-0 victory.
There is that pacing, and 2 alt points for Mindfreak as well, making that Bulldog bark. But at the same time, I mean, you gotta wonder how Talon's gonna recover from this, because it's very similar to how this 13-0 started. You know, not giving Talon any room to breathe whatsoever. So they're gonna have to find a way to come back from this, or at least play a little bit more defensively, because it's clear that the early head-on duels do not really work out against a team like PRX.
And now with a full rifle buy, this is where they have to stop that bleeding. Like you said, sometimes the trauma starts to get back to you.
Interesting.
Yeah, you try to ignore it, but it's not going to work. And now the high-low setup, they've been holding it for the entire beginning of this round. They delete the 0 point, and immediately it's too many targets for PRX to try to pick and choose. The ante is good as well. Nice and clean from Talon. And they know PRX, they won't stop. They'll always keep the foot on the pedal. Ready for it even past the toxic screen, but playing it safe. Want to make sure that they have trades available with the backup. They're waiting for the flank to come through. 2 members already wrapping around for Talon.
Yeah, completely surrounding PRX, right? The spike still down. PRX needing to find some sort of a positional advantage. Wingman goes in to clear, and that kind of dissuades the PRX from pushing forward even more. Jing goes back, picks up the spike, picks up the ult orb, but that gives Ben so much information as to how he can take this duel. Spots out Mindfreak, there's the shot. Jing goes in for a spike plant.
Yeah, but he spots one on Cruz. Can he get the kill? Not going to be clean. Ban there for the backup, but if Jing had gotten that, things are starting to look a little dicey as he already got so many ult orbs. A bit of a traffic jam there on the ropes, trying to figure out who's going to go for the defuse, trying to pick up the rifles. And Cruz, of course, now 1 point away from the thrash. So, all right, we've already avoided the 13-0. You've got that monkey off your back. Now you can continue to play the game that you've prepared here on Icebox.
Stay down.
And that's kind of one of the bigger questions too. I mean, okay, yes, Thresh, very good. You can see that Talon are starting to build up these building blocks towards, you know, a better win against PRX. But at the same time, PRX, you know, this is just really early on. But the way that they're just continuing to push through is very classic Southeast Asian Valorant style. A lot of aim duels. Unfortunately, PRX lost that one, and then Talon finds their advantage.
Now the Killjoy set up across both sides of A site, so it's going to be a plan to delay on A. Worst comes to worst, you'll have to retake with the toxic screen. Turret in mid as well. Try to get some information. Not a bad tag onto Mind Freak, but you're not quite sure, is that the tail end or not? You do see the attacker 0 point coming into A, so Talon, a fast rotate. Surf's still going to be holding his job to get information. He finds one, he's not sure of a second, and that's going to stop the full rotate. So to remedy that, Talon Band starts to go forward, see if there is a counter rotation from PRX.
Checking for, ooh, spotted by Defy instead. Good little thing going through, so Ban feels the damage, but falls back over onto screens, and that is where the spike is as well. Something just holds its ground, finds the 2 shots, tailwinds into the site, and all of a sudden, the site has been infiltrated. Talon needs to find a way to fight back, but it's a little bit too hot. Governor goes in for the peek, but he's singled out and alone. Now the rest of them, Ban, trying to fight back, holds off the flanks for the time being, but the spike goes down.
Surf wants to try to fish for it, but Jing still quick on the trigger against Ban. And at this point, Surf, are you going to go for the save? I mean, everyone else can buy back up, so this is one of those rounds where you do have to consider it, because you can still match on the next round. And Surf will just cut the losses nice and early in this 4th round, giving PRX their 3rd round win.
A lot more urgency in how they want to take down the sites. I mean, PRX, you know, taking a little bit of that space around pipes, finding the angles against Talon. Talon wanting to fight back, but not quite being able to make it happen. It's sometimes the site as well, without the right angles, it's tough to hold. So good call for Surf to hold on to this Vandal, but for now, needing to see a little bit more.
So Talon, again, on the minimap, we pointed it out, they're trying to make sure they react to the information that they see nice and quick, because they know that PRX isn't going to give you the time of day. Oh, but here, I mean, something's just so quick with it. The fact is, they actually heard the jet movement on top of that box, so I believe Talon was trying to fish for it as the toxic screen goes down, but something's quicker with it.
Get the same.
And now we'll see what is going to be the attack. 2-1-2 default for PRX, trying to make sure that they annoy and disrupt any of the Killjoy setups in mid. That's going to be Devi's job. Nanoswarm going all the way into kitchen. Not going to find anything just yet, though. Ban going to be playing around his own turret to try to fish for a kill.
Just playing it safe, not wanting to give either team any advantage. And that's oftentimes also why, you know, for PRX, the Jet heading forward, because he is able to dash right back out. The rest of them teaming up together, looking for some advantageous duels, but something this time just a little bit faster than Surf right now. Opens up the A site.
This is where Surf used to shine, was holding things on his own. Sure, he was playing the Viper before, but you could let him lurk on his own, hold down, anchor a site, and then go for a timing because he was so quick with it, but it's a tough project against the likes of something. Chip Boys will try to answer back, make it a 3v4, but they are far away from the site. Econ all over the place once again, and Talon already having to play to survive rather than play to win here on the first map.
Yeah, you might have thought that 3rd round meant it was a little bit stronger, a little bit better. They had the right read at that time, but now PRX and the way that they're operating, even with a slight default, a 3-2 split across the map, it just kind of works out in their favor. I don't know if it was the positioning that kind of didn't work out too well, but yeah, Surf would have been able to take that duel, but how do you shoot something that you don't see coming? And that's the strength of having a player like Something.
PRX, sure, a bit of a rough showing at Master Shanghai, but they've always been one of the top dogs, if not the definitive top dog coming into this year here in Pacific. And a lot of that relies on the individual mechanics of these players. So Surf now being reminded of that harsh reality, and he's going to have to step things up. You're not going to be given the time to warm up on stage. The engine already has to be rolling. Quick adjustment there from Something.
I think they go post plant.
On B.
Okay, all right, just making some calls. It does seem like we saw it in the beginning in stage 1 as well, something trying to be a bit more vocal, trying to make the calls from round to round. Sure, PRX, they say they go for a hive mind mentality, but somebody has to put their foot down. And so far this year, it looks like that's going on to something's shoulders.
At least for the initial fights, and trying to decide what they want to do or which direction they want to head in.
Chip Boys is trying to hold this again. He's good for one. Can he get the second? All right, now he's safe for the time being. Eventually gets taken down, but it's enough time for Ban to try to provide support, but he's not in position to get out. Down to a 3v2. Still numbers advantage and Thrash online for Talon. Devi won't spot anyone just yet. The pit goes through, but the Thrash, it's going to be a huge counter to this ultimate. Do they use it right away? Not everyone's in position just yet. Chase it off with the fragment.
Sneaking around the corners too, though. Now it's a little bit more difficult for Divide to stick the plant. Has to back off, but down goes Mindfreak, and all of a sudden, no cover available. Dizzy tags onto Devi as well, and he's got completely surrounded. A little bit of a line of sight, but not quite able to thread the needle, and 3 targets all up and down. Way too hard. It's going to be Talon fighting back 2-4.
Yeah, this was a really good round from Talon. Nice and calm, even going around the Viper's pit, not going for the sprays, knowing that you have the Thrash. So if they did stick the plant, so be it. We know how to counter this, because if you just go for the blind sprays, you might show the tracers, you might give the audio, and you might make it a 2v2. I like it. Now, one of these members always trying to hold solo on yellow on the execute. I mean, sure, you want to hold on to that position, but at that point, if you don't win your duel, the round pretty much ends right there. So we'll have to keep our eye on if that is going to be Chip Boys' job every single round.
He is capable so far, positionally, always dedicated over onto the B site. Same triple stack from Talon on the A site. PRX just kind of avoiding it for now.
And it's going to be Talon spotting that Poison Cloud coming up in mid as well. Sage Wall used as a pinch on to B. But Talon, they've already committed to wanting to go for a retake. Ban finds one. He's ready for the second, but he cannot stabilize. Mindfreak just too slippery on the movement. And now Kitchen entirely in control of PRX, but Chip Boys is all alone. PRX is pinching onto him, and Jinx sends the slow orb as well. There's the resurrection. All 5 members still alive for PRX as Mindfreak continues to dwindle down the numbers of Talon.
Spike goes down too. Might just be another safe round for Talon, unfortunately. I mean, it's these little moments where PRX seems to try to get the read against you. They're exploring all their options. Earlier on, might have been B or A site. This time, they hit down through mid. Ben caught them for the time being, but then the answer's right back. It's just something that Talon doesn't quite react in time to. Now, Surf, watching the angle. Oh, spots up Forsaken's shoulder, but Forsaken just a little bit sharper than he is.
Oh, that's a crucial mistake. I mean, sure, it doesn't change the outcome of the round, but just goes to show that maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of anxiety coming into some of these players on Talon, because we know that they can shoot when they're on. But absolutely misses that opportunity. Governor, he's been spotted. The barrel has been shown, and eventually he'll just go down to the spike rather than give over an ult point over to the other side, stuck between a rock and a hard place. I wonder if a timeout comes through. Timer does stop. Because I was going to say, no matter what you're hearing in the comms, at this point, you have to kind of stop the energy on PRX, make sure that the energy comes back up for Talon, and they start to play a bit more as a team.
Needing a timeout, right? Well, I am curious. Between a rock and a hard place, what would you choose?
The rock is a hard place, so I don't know, quite
Which
frankly.
one is harder and more painful?
I'm just gonna not choose anything. I'm just gonna stay stuck in there. This is way too philosophical for me. But in the meantime, Talon, they're gonna choose the timeout. They're gonna try to make sure they do find an exit, because so far we're not really seeing it. I mean, yeah, you have 2 rounds. Yeah, you got the bye round, but it wasn't the cleanest one. And you know, the round 2 rounds ago, sure, that one, good read, good reaction, nice and patient. But to some extent, we're not seeing the fire we saw from Talon from stage 1. Yes, it was inconsistent. Yes, you got rocky. Yes, sometimes you would overextend, but you had energy. You had your own pace. You were always trying to take priority. And currently on Icebox, on your own pick, we have not seen that just yet from this new starting 5 of Talon.
Yeah, perhaps needing to see them go a little bit more proactive. I mean, that's what I'm wondering. With this specific switch up in terms of roles, right? You got Serve on the Duelist. Maybe they are starting on defense, but this could be the round where they switch things up. He's got the Blade Storm. He's got the Operator. Might just be able to do something with that. Lock down a lane, perhaps.
Wants to set up for the Operator. He's a little late on the movement all the way over to B, but it looks like that's going to be the commitment. Pit over on A, turret in mid, so everything pointing towards that sign. Ban going for the quick retreat as he hears a Nanoswarm land, so he'll be able to bring that turret back up just a bit quicker. Sprays all around. Ooh, Jit Boys, he's gonna have to watch out. He's already been chunked down quite a bit and only has a judge in hand. Meanwhile, members being tagged in mid, so PRX a decent idea on what the setup might be. I imagine you continue to put pressure onto that pit and then start to rotate over to B. You've already shoved them away from mid. PRX has that priority. Slowly inching towards kitchen. Hasn't been spotted by the turret just yet. Governor, do you have your sights straight? No, it's not quick enough. He tries, and there's the dash.
Wow.
The aggro drawn by something, and Jing is there for the trade. And now the pit. You're just locked in here. It's turned into a jail for Jit Boys. Can he get out? The fragment.
I don't know.
Keeps him all tied up.
Mind Freak on the lurk as well, and he just spots out Cruz. Not taking the duel, but at least this is a little bit of information for PRX. Talon still stuck between that rock and a hard place. Jit Boys unfortunately having to bite the bullet there. PRX, that spike will definitely go off now, and the rest of them just trying to save.
You have to save. You got that Operator. I mean, it took so long to get online. You don't have many chances to use it. Sure, you have the Blade Storm, but you're going to have to keep it. Meanwhile, PRX, they get an inkling. They have a lot of creds no matter what. You know the ults are online for both members of Talon anyway. Now you hear the Operator. They are on the hunt. They want to take this away. That all but pretty much secures the rest of the half here for PRX. The dash has to be used. Surf knows it's a matter of time. And so far, he should be safe.
Safe enough. But taking a look at the scoreline, Will, 2-6. It's a little bit too devastating. Talon needing to come back definitely right now, and they've saved up. They have to make it happen with these guns. At the same time, it's just PRX being pretty darn good on the anticipation, right? We saw that Viper's Pit. They tried to go in for that blind fire through the smokes, trying to find Jit Boys, and it kind of works out. Maybe the idea was to funnel PRX over onto Surf, who had the Operator around the B side, but it didn't quite work out.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a little bit readable, right? And I'm not going to say that Talon didn't have further game plans. PRX kind of breaks it apart in mid with some of those duels. But the initial part of it, we've seen it. It's an age-old thing. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it does allow PRX to try to take back some of that tempo. And now we've got the lockdown on the ready, used early just to buy time, but they don't exactly have full control of the flank. And meanwhile, Fragment goes out. Is it going to land perfectly? Hole in one! That's lockdown gone. Spike already being held. Not the round. Talon and Oak for now scrambling to find a position, but the Sage Wall is there for the spam as well. I mean, this retake's looking rough already. You do have the Blade Storm. That's one more chance. Dizzy comes out. That's the setup. But there's the null command just to shut it down. So now you have to work with the Operator. Everyone already falling down. Talon trying to equal out 2v2. A good pop flash from Forsaken, though.
Fantastic individual duels being taken, and all that's left is going to be Governor. He tries to push up front, but Forsaken just watching the angles, making sure that Governor stays on his feet. PRX still staying on top now, 3 rounds in a row.
Talon has to stop the bleeding some way here, but they don't have the creds to do it. Still holding on to some of these ultimates. And yes, we like to talk about how you have to use ultimates. You can't just let them sit and rot, but at the same time, I mean, when was there that opportunity to try to use it? This time you get shut down by the null command, but you do want to make a move. You don't want to just sit and wait all the way to the very end of the round.
Careful.
And now the Outlaw comes out. PRX knowing that Talon is sitting broken on the creds and finds the elbow of Governor. You just can't catch a break. The follow through from Serpents, too many targets.
Good little punish. And Forsaken being able to swap back over as well. Cruz, good little tap, still has the thrash, but no teammates here to back him up.
No, not like this. Something. I saw him reload that shorty and I thought, surely not.
One enemy remaining.
Well, welcome back to VCT Pacific, PRX. Because this is what you do every time out here in Seoul. I mean, This is devastating for Talon.
Planted.
A lot of people, including myself, had a lot of hopes coming into Stage 2 because of how Talon finished Stage 1. But currently, I mean, sure, credit to PRX as well. So far, despite the strong wins, playing as a team, not going for a lot of those ego peaks that we've seen from them time and time again, even over at Shanghai. So all the credit to the strong getting stronger. But Talon looking a bit lost.
I wouldn't say I'm super worried. We haven't seen enough from Talon. I feel like they still have the chance to really show us what this role switch is about. You know, they are just starting out on defense.
Nice.
But for now, I mean, that's really the main story. PRX looking a little bit cleaner, making some more sound decisions, playing together as a team rather than individual duels. Mentally, they are looking good as they hold on to a bit more of a default, watching for that peek out against Talon. Surf, though, with the operator this time, will be able to take Jing down.
Okay, finally, an opening kill here for Surf. Something that Talon's been starving for with that operator. Key part to their game plan so far. Now the null command, PRX will have to wait this one out. They do have the lockdown, and they've already pushed up all the way to the very opening of the site. Thrash being used to shove them back. I don't mind it. We'll get one detained. So they'll push them back, and now if you're going to use a lockdown, it might have to be used on pipes somewhere where there's a lineup ready.
Nice, a little bit of time to
You should run.
Surf. Tillman will expire, so he's going to fall back for the time being. Lockdown being expended as well. It just gives and secures PRX the site.
Spike planted.
Spike already planted. Surf waiting for the peek out, though. Knows that PRX will be relying on this lockdown. He will get detained for his troubles, but he's already dwindled down the numbers for his teammates. They'll wait it out. And meanwhile, something holding the ground next to screens, and they're not checking for Divide. They do not hear the Phantom. Eventually, the trade comes in for Jet Boys. Chaos ensues below, but something he's holding true. Shorty, taste of his own medicine as Mind Freak, a menace up top, but too many members for him to check. And Talon will finally get another round on the board.
Talon creating a little bit of their own chaos here. Surf starting things off, great shot. And then the flick onto the next one as well. I mean, just having the patience to stay on the site, not deterred by the lockdown whatsoever. Having that trust in his teammates. And this is a Talon that's starting to show a little bit of that teamwork. Sure, it gets a little bit confusing at times with Devi hiding behind, but other than that, the trades were good. That Jit Boy's Shorty against something was a sight to behold.
Yeah, I mean, knowing that, hey, you're not the only one who can buy a Shorty. Sure, something's the one who introduced it to VCT Pacific, but now everyone's got one in their back pocket. The operator continues. If Talon can stabilize 4 to 8, not all hope would be lost here. And now PRX trying to up the tempo just a bit, but the counter 0 point will slow them down. Forsaken waiting right outside of range with that flash drive, trying to make sure they capitalize on a potential kill here on pipes. But Talon hasn't been playing pipes, right? They've been playing much further back here. So PRX, correctly identifying that, only really investing that updraft to start to scout out, realize, okay, looks like it might be a retake setup here on A, perhaps a flood retake. See what PRX has in store for that. You do have the Resurrection, one of the best ults to counter it.
I do wonder if they might make a decision to rotate back, but it is not in PRX's style to really head backwards, so back into the site they will go, trying to deny the retakes with a lot of their utility, but so much of it is already spent. Some lineups coming in from Talon as well to deny the spike plan and buy time for the rotations to come through, and it is a pretty good plan.
The real important thing here is going to have to be Ban. He has to make an opening, because right now, everyone's being funneled, everyone's being delayed so much in the back of sight. Mind Freak's ready for it. Can Ban win that duel? Right now, something's busy on the site, just delaying the main forces of Talon. Ban needs to find this kill, and Mind Freak gets the flank. Meanwhile, Cruz will get the opening kill here on the main site, but that's the rest of PRX just answering right back. And now it's just an operator. Surf not able to land the first shot. They're chasing him. They want the knife, and he says no. Jing will get the kill with a Shorty.
Last round of the first half. Let's have a little bit of fun. Why not, Will? But at the end of it, yeah, it's just a little bit tough. Ben, unfortunately, maybe not really anticipating Mind Freak's position or just not quite able to secure the duel somehow. Mind Freak being a little bit quicker. At the same time, it's just rafters as well as screens. PRX had their legs locked in. PRX had their arms around Talon's necks, and it's just too much to strangle out of. So choke points being set up, and it's a little bit difficult for that retake to go through.
Yeah, I mean, Mindfreak held a very good position there, you know, sitting on that elbow position right outside of A main. Normally you're holding somewhere on belts and ban. He tried to check for it, try to go wide, try to catch him off guard, and Mindfreak just one step ahead. And now, a 9-3 half for Talon. Not what they wanted with their own map pick. Picking this against PRX. Of course, we did see at the beginning of the day Forsaken and Something both very close to their 1,000 kills here in the VCT Pacific. And we do have quite a few players. Buzz are getting his yesterday. See if PRX can start to catch up with some of the other top dogs here in Pacific. Now going over to the defensive half.
This is where hopefully Talon will be able to stretch their legs a little bit, show us what this composition, what this role swap was all about. We could see the ideas behind it, but the effects not quite felt just yet. Surely attack is where they will be able to make their stand.
Talon looking to put down the Poison Cloud in mid, but we'll see if they utilize it at all. It might just be some conditioning that they want to stick with for a default Toxic Screen on B, but that Toxic Screen is going to be denied real fast. PRX will discover that this has no meaning here on the pistol round. And even something ready for the mid conditioning as well. I mean, PRX just several steps ahead of Talon. Emptied out the A site, Nano Swarm's there just to delay, maybe do some chip damage. And then it's just going to be a full retake from PRX.
Not a fan of it, Will. Oh my god. 5-on-5 pistol retakes, and that could be very dangerous for either side. Want to find at least a bit of an advantage, and Talon has the space to make something happen. Devi is alone, but still relatively safe. The rest of the team have arrived. All the way onto screens. Everyone's here. It's a party.
Yeah, and Governor's just going to back it out. It has to be served, but there is the wide swing of Something. Well, of course, it's a trademark at this point. Devi gets 2 off of it. Something eventually dying, but it's still only 2 members, and they cannot land the shots.
Oh my goodness. No, I don't want to see that. Are they going to show us the replay? Congratulations to Forsaken with the 1,000 kill milestone.
Yeah, there you go. Forsaken gets his. Something not far off. We'll see how many rounds he has to do it, though, because so far it looks like they're going to try to wrap up map 1 pretty early. Lots of fans out here for PRX. Of course, while they didn't perform very well at Masters Shanghai, they were able to pick up that title in Stage 1. Devi just picking up those kills on these trades.
Let's go! Starting to feel a little bit traumatic, Will. We've got the Outlaw back in Something's hands, and on defense, this can be really deadly. 0 Point will connect. Something backs off.
Will just get shoved all the way, but here's the thing. Jing absolutely hit it on sight. Not sure if Talon's going to check for this, as they think they've already pushed everyone back all the way past screens. They're only checking for Evan. They're not ready for it. And Jing doesn't greed for the second kill either. Waits for the trades for his teammates. Repositions in hell. He's going to get stunned by the wingman with the slow warp, trying to save him. Heals past the fragment, and then the rest of PRX has arrived at screens. Governor will pick up one, but that's all he gets. A nice, calm, and patient PRX. A bit of a new look here against Talon as they lead 11-3.
Definitely something that we were wanting to see more of from this entire squad. PRX now exercising some of that patience, and it looks really, really clean, really good. Thought the 3rd round of this map might have been a different story for Talon, but then things start to revert back.
One enemy remaining.
A little bit unfortunate, but that is how the story goes for now. This is the time for Talon. All sheriffs because of that force buy from the previous round.
Yeah, not much you can work with here. See what you can do on the aim duels, but unfortunately your opponents are the best aimers, some of the best out here in Pacific.
Okay.
Just going to be a deep tag onto Jing, but that means Mindfreak wasn't tagged all the way up on pipes, and now you've been spotted in mid. The weaponry not exactly in your advantage. There is the pop flash set up for Devi, the run-and gun, and he absolutely transfers right over, takes a couple of the turret hits, but making sure that they can still clean house, try to finish this map as soon as possible.
My God.
12-3, map point for PRX.
PRX, absolute hitmen. Every single lane being locked down. You have that Outlaw, you have the Spectre, and Forsaken to back you up. Not to mention Mindfreak swinging out at the end with the Guardian. This is just Talon backs against the wall. 12-3 now, Will. Their own map pick. They've got the full buy.
Listen, I'm not saying the map's over just yet, but we have seen Talon bounce back from a 13-0. So not all hope is lost, Talon fans, in the whole best of 3, but so far on this map, it's looking rough. They will have to go for 9 rounds in a row as the Outlaw comes online, but it is all full armor on the other side, so not sure if maybe a bit of a mismatch there on the purchase. What is this? Now Mindfreak trying to get as far out as possible, but as he's trying to line up his toes, Ban catches a bit of an off timing, and that's going to be Ban starting to dig deep into it. Talon, no reason to rush just yet. You still have over a minute. You have all the space, but the operator, Devi, finds a kill. So much long-range weaponry on the side of PRX. Ban, he's already dug too deep, but he can't hold his ground. And now PRX ready for it. Forsaken already on site. He sees him transferring over through the ropes. Devi's there for the trade. That's 3 kills on the board. Governor trying to get the kill. He'll shut down the streak. Trying to drop down. He spotted one, but he can't land it.
Player standing.
Now a 1v1 just to stay alive.
Spike down 2 needs to be retrieved. Forsaken trying to play it safe. He doesn't hear anything yet. Anticipating potentially a mid push, but that's not where Cruz is.
Yeah, Forsaken, all he has to do is just hold strong.
Cruz has utility,
he saw him, saw the barrel, but Cruz, okay, holds his ground, knows that Forsaken will have to re-peek. And he will be able to take that as his teammates, but they do not want it. No operator for them. Operator dropped on the side of PRX. Immediately something repurchases another.
Has the bank for it, having won those 3 rounds right off the rip on the second half. But that said, not too bad of a recovery from Talon, right? Ben might have gotten a little bit too deep, but at the same time, the rest of the team arriving on the site on time and having the teamwork to go in for those trades, having the sense to slow things down when they needed to. Cruz, great little individual fight against Forsaken.
Early Cloudburst used this time over on the side of Talon, taking some early control, trying to creep up towards Pipes. Governor tries to bait them out with a jump off the ropes, but something's ready for it. 2 members already down. There's the quick swing. Surf expects it, reads the tendencies of PRX, but it might just be too late. Mindfreak trying to hold on to mid. He's going to spot him. He's quick on the snap. He has been absolutely crispy since the pistol round today against Talon Esports. And with a minute on the clock and only 2 members left, Talon may have to kiss their map pick goodbye and get ready for Sunset.
It's just way too oppressing right now. I mean, look at the utility. You look at the positions, too. 50 seconds left on the clock. Sure, it's a lot of time, but no! Singular peaks immediately eliminated by something. Spotted out now. Jitboys fires off his Vandal, gives away his position. He's looking for duels.
Yeah, he wants to isolate him. He gets one. Jitboys, he's done quite a bit in the past. Takes a little bit of unnecessary damage. He's rushed for it. Can't worry about it right now because you just have to win every single duel no matter what. Jump on top of the box and Mindfreak sees the kneecaps and will get the kill. A 13-4 victory coming off of a rough run at Master Shanghai. PRX is here to remind everyone of their strength in VCT Pacific.
Just showing, again, they haven't really been missed all too much. In fact, they're actually showing better looks, a lot cleaner, a lot more teamwork, and Talon needing to improve. Our analysts will tell us exactly what went down.
Thank you so much, casters. And yes, I mean, don't forget, PRX were the champions of Stage 1. They are qualifying constantly to international events, and Talon definitely hasn't forgotten that either. And they were definitely watching a bit of Shanghai, seeing how PRX performed in Icebox, but you know what? PRX wasn't going to make the same mistake twice.
Nope, this was a lot more reserved, straightforward. They were playing post plants. That's a good thing to see.
Yeah, it's great.
Not over swinging. I mean, a couple overheat moments at the end, but this map was already done and dusted. So Forsaken pushing that Viper wall, it's fine, you know.
PRX still needs to be a bit of PRX, you know?
You know, there's a couple moments where it's just like, okay, you didn't need to do that, but widely, who cares? This was just, this was a slaughter.
Yeah, slaughter. Do you have any poetry for this, Asarai?
No, I will save it for the next time. You can't always have it, but I will say what we can have right now is PRX kicking some, on-interview tushy of Talon as of this point. It just felt like, again, the questions that I had before the first map, the series not done yet, the first map has been somewhat addressed. Something was looking a little bit off in Shanghai. This time, he was just firing on all cylinders. And again, once they put Forsaken on that initiator role, he was taking fights that it looked like he was always winning. Every time he just swings, kill here, kill there, great flash here, open something for PRX, everything follows up neatly, and like Akilio said, it just feels like it was done and dusted when you saw that kind of rhythm coming out from PRX.
Now, Talon definitely had a plan, though. They picked this map. They put Surfin back on the jet, Akilios.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that we've seen from him in a while, but this, as William was talking about, this was his original role. This is the agent that he has the most play time on. But I think the time away, maybe it's going to take a little while to get back into the groove, because this is a pretty stark contrast between the two jets. I mean, 6 first kills here for something. He was constantly finding value right at the top of these rounds. 15-10 for him. This is just overall brutality, and I mean, this is kind of what we expect to see when PRX is in form. It was just a question of, are they going to be really in form here today? Are they still going to be suffering the same mistakes, the same issues that we were seeing from them over in Shanghai? Clearly, the answer is no. They're right back to brass tacks.
That's kind of the magical or crazy thing about PRX. When they are on form, they look absolutely unstoppable. And T1 Data was saying just now in our interview in our earlier match today, well, one thing that's lacking here in Pacific, especially with some of these top teams like especially PRX, is consistency. But these were beautiful, beautiful plays, Asarai, here on Icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, putting that into our minds already, this also felt like, Talon had some idea of where PRX was playing. But I was, talking about this off stream, panel, that PRX is one of those teams that when they're on form like this, it just feels like you can't really read out their tempo. So you have to kind of just match their aggression if you can. But unfortunately, everyone was just on form. You see Divide just doing his own thing, double kill. Something and Jing doing the same thing. Forsaken opening up for the team, as I mentioned earlier. And it just feels like Talon couldn't really keep up with that pace, and that really ultimately just took Icebox away from them.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a big concern now here for Talon coming into this next map, because Icebox, it was their pick. PRX, we know how incredible they can be on Sunset. I think we have a decent understanding as well as what we can expect for their composition, fully anticipating it's going to be Divide going back over onto that Sage. Jing back over onto his namesake Raze with Forsaken, reinforcing and really escorting people forward on that breach. For Talon, they've played this map twice, and, any ounce, all the success that they've been able to have on this map is all on that defender's side. You see 4 collective round wins on the attack. This is going to be potentially quite brutal from them. I'm going to be curious to see if they change something up. Are they going to have a different composition? Are they going to have Governor going back over onto the Duelist? Is he going to be playing Raze? Is it Neon? What is this going to look like from them?
This is going to be really rough for Talon, but that said, PRX Sunset was so good since kickoff. It's usually the first ban for most of these teams going against PRX. Since then, Talon has seen PRX play Sunset over and over again, and maybe they've, concocted something new over the last couple of weeks here.
I mean, one would hope, because, you want to be able to come out here, and even if you don't get the win, similar to like T1 in the previous series, you want to show that you have been putting your time to use. So you have been making the most of it. And so far with the Icebox, with Surf having a pretty poor performance, Governor as well with the KO not really showing up, it leaves us scratching our heads a little bit, saying, okay, what were you working on this entire time? So I'm hoping to see a much more sound game plan, some solid counter-stratting available here for Talon to be able to turn things around. They were able to do it. They got knocked down 0-13 again on that Lotus. They were able to rally back. They were able to make that a 3-map series. We've also seen from PRX in the past that they'll come out swinging. They'll have an absolute heater of a first map, and then they'll start to fall apart a little bit.
Yeah.
Before we go any further, we have a question. We got a guess and gain ranking, a D rank, or rank up game. The question is, what round will we see the operator come in hand? Like, which round are we going to see an op come in either side? This is Sunset, so this is a little bit more complicated. But remember, even something on a Gecko will play with an op.
Sure.
So what round is it? So you can see here the choices are round 3, rounds 4 or 5 or after round 6. Audience.
Who's starting on the defense?
I think it's PRX because they were attacking on Icebox. I think it's after round 6. Oh, why did I say that?
Sorry, you can say it.
Yeah, I think
we
it's
can
gonna be
share info. We're not all like William. Like we
I mean,
can
do we have
talk
to write
about
this
it.
down?
true, you
I guess
know.
we'll write this
Okay.
But
down.
I'm not going to pick after round 6. I'm going to go with the viewers today. I think it's going to be... I was actually thinking this. I was thinking about it earlier. It was like maybe 4 or 5. So, yeah. I'm going to go with round 4.
Fast track it.
And I think...
I could be wrong, though. I could be entirely wrong. But you know what?
Well, you know what? Any of us could be entirely wrong.
That is also true. But I've been wrong so far today.
I was gonna say 3.
Okay.
But
it could be 3.
A lot of this is going to be dictated by if they pick up the pistol.
Yeah.
So if they don't, I'm going to leave myself a buffer space. I'm going to say 4 to 5.
Okay.
And you're going to go around 6. Okay. So, you know what? 42% of you guys picked round 3. So I think that's an interest. This is a tough one. We're all going to suffer here a little bit. Someone's going to be
It's
D-Rec.
probably going to be round
And
3.
by D-Rec, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm in Iron. I hit Iron so fast this stage, too. I don't know who's going to hit Radiant. It might be the Wingman.
Maybe none of us.
It could be none of us.
Yeah, maybe nobody makes it.
It's the viewers.
Somebody's going to... If we have a prize, somebody's going to win it by being gold.
Yeah.
By just stagnating the entire stage. Never moving up, never moving down.
Best region, worst talent predictors. Yeah, but that's the guest and gain game. It's not meant to be fun. It's meant for all of us to suffer. It's like being a PRX fan. It's just like so much pain constantly. Well, we are going to be going to Sunset. PRX is good at Sunset. Talent, historically, not so great at Sunset.
Yet to be determined.
Yeah. It's there. It's a tall order when you're playing, but they let it through. So surely something, Asarai.
And this is where I have to also mention that we were talking about before the series started that Lenny wasn't playing for Talon anymore. He's usually the one that actually plays with Talon on Sunset itself. So it's going to be the first time we're going to be seeing Surf actually bring in what he is going to bring in this second map. Is it going to be the Duelist again, or you were mentioning, is it going to be Governor? The answer is.
Okay. I mean, it's fairly standard comp. Cruz over onto the Breach, something that he is very well versed with. And Governor does go back over to the Duelist, so we do get to see Surf here on that Gecko.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this.
All right.
Yeah.
We good? We happy?
I mean,
we feeling good about this?
We're damn near mirrored. The big thing here, of course, is going to be the Cypher for Ban. And I mean, if he's able to really just catch people off guard with his trapwire setups, with it, just the collective Cypher setup from him, and really slow up the approaches into the sites, then I think that this could end up being a bit of a thorn in the side for PRX.
Just wanted to add as well. This is Sage again on Sunset with an Omen, so we could be seeing that PRX boost over on the A side. Just to kind of point out.
Also, PRX is on the attack.
Oh.
So I need an attack off something. In round 4.
All right. Well,
it's gonna be
something.
after 6.
I hope you heard that message.
I believe.
Watching Devi on stage on this map is an absolute joy as well. Hope you see more of it. We are going to go into map 2. The question is, are we going to go the distance, as these two teams love to do? Let's go over to our casters, William and Quack.
See if Talon can take us all the way. Last time it was Sunset on map 3 that stopped them from continuing their run in the playoffs, trying to make it to Masters Shanghai. But today, Sunset stands in their way of trying to get to a map 3 on Bind. PRX starting on the attack with that Sage in their composition and already looking to take full mid control. Meanwhile, look at this stack from Talon. They realize, okay, it's a Sage. You guys probably want to come B. We're just going to get information on A. We've got the cam. We'll use it for the retake. But for now, we're here to block the potential push.
That's a little bit risky though, right, Will? Okay, good little dark cover over onto A main as well, but PRX just completely avoids it. Blocks off mid-market doors as well. So they have the route to actually go on over. Cruz is going to back up to investigate.
Yeah, but they're still heading towards B, though. The fault line is going to hold them at bay. It's going to be a lot of people. Governor peaks first ahead of his teammates. The paranoia a little bit late, but Cruz still gets one with the aftershock. Surf there for 2, and Cruz with 3. An absolute read routing PRX into the B site. Take your pick, main, mid, or all the way back by Boba. Talon's there.
This is just such an anti-strat. Looking at PRX's composition, I mean, great calls, great plays, and just a way to hold the angles up around Boba as well. PRX can completely stuff in this choke point. No way they made it through. Surf and Cruz landing the shots and showing us that they are rejuvenated.
I love that Surf. It made it look like Surf was kind of waiting to see if he's allowed to cheer or not. He's waiting for Cruz to pop off first, but Cruz feeling good about that call. The ante coming in hard. And now Talon looking to deny space on B once again. You know it's going to be the eco here from PRX. You know that as long as they can't get onto the site that you should have the round, but it's already too many kills on the side of PRX. Classics and Sheriffs, that's all it took. Now the upgrades.
Jitboy's gone as well. Upgrades coming in is a huge factor. Forsaken might watch the back with a Ghost, and that is a good call, but it does split Talon up a little. I don't know if that's the best thing. Surf with the Bulldog, Ban with the Stinger, they have to work together to really find these duels against PRX.
So they're going to try to group up all the way towards Boba and Market. Maybe even go for a pinch, but already so much time has passed. Mind Freak now spotted. He's buying a lot of time on the site. He's being routed towards Ban. Ban switches to the Ghost for the long range. Spike still ticking away. Devi can't land the first shot. They know that Ban has been chipped down. And somebody has to get onto that Spike right now. Wingman not available. They're trying to bait them out. Surf trying to get the kills. He gets one, but Devi knows time is not on Surf's side. He'll get the kill, but the round is over. And that is all PRX wants. All guns dropped from Talon's anti-eco.
That just turns the tables around completely, economy-wise. Ooh, this is going to hurt for Talon. The momentum shifted over. I mean, I thought maybe Surf wouldn't be able to get the kill at the end there, but he did, so that's not the worst thing in the world, at least. A bit of confidence boost coming back in, but that's it. I mean, the way that this fight happened around B main, you do not expect it to go this way at all.
I just want to remind everyone, this greatly reduces the chances of an early operator.
Oh, you're right.
So we'll
Victoria
have to wait.
says hello to Woodrank.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. Meanwhile, PRX not letting go of the pedal this time. They do have the weapon advantage, so they even feel better about going towards this B site. They'll be able to spam through. Not even having to invest any early walls. They'll use it to completely block off the entry in from Market. Full control of the site here for something. He's free to roam around a little bit. Still love the paranoia coming in from Talon. Is it going to be enough? No, not at all, as PRX is just ready for it. Sure, it's an eco for Talon, but it doesn't feel that great. As PRX leads 2-1.
Just showing like what else PRX is capable of. Like, if they have the timing and the space to make this happen, that's the wall that'll go up. That's when something is able to use that wingman for a further room clear, a further space gain, and he's able to push up alongside it to collect on even more of these frags. It's just that much confidence coming in for PRX now as Jing pushes up and gets that double kill. I mean, Talon needs to find some way to round back. Jing struggles for a fist bump.
Okay, round for operator comes out. They save up for it. Saved all on the eco. And there you go. Governor trying to hold B main. That's their answer to the Sage. Holding a bit of that off angle. Ban with a quick peek out and an immediate cyber cage just for the retreat. You still got trap wires out here on the A side for that delay.
Cage triggered.
Now Ban just going step by step, forcing PRX to use some of that util, but backup already has arrived on the A side. Resurrection being used. And Talon, they'll have to reconsider some of their options as now it's back to being a 5v5.
It's certainly going to be rotations over for A site, so PRX thinking that B might be slightly weaker. They're going to have to watch for any potential rotation onlookers. I don't see anything yet. But as they head over onto B, I mean, you got to watch out for Governor with that op.
Can he get a kill crossing over on Market? He finds one, but he hesitates for a split second, and something will pick up the kill instead. Operator recovered by Cruz, but no teammates nearby.
Left.
They're gonna have to wait to see. Do they just go for an early save here? Looks like that's the choice. They realize by the time backup arrives, you're still going to be trying to hold on to that operator. They want to make sure that they have proper weaponry to fight back in the next round. And PRX says, all right, No signs just yet. Maybe some of us go on the hunt. Some of us have some creds banked up. Mind Freak will be the first.
There is a tripwire there, though. I don't... Really just watching the angles. All right, that's enough information. The rest of PRX actually thinking about looking for this. But apart from that, here's what I'm worried about, Will. Yes, they might be able to save up the operator and the rest of the rifles, but in this long game, the battle of attrition, PRX has the lead and the ultimate points now. Jing with the showstopper. I don't know if an operator, along with a couple of rifles, is going to be enough to withstand that force.
Oh, and an early timeout. I was going to say, do you call a timeout? Because your go-to default reads on PRX's tendencies when this composition are not really coming to fruition outside of that pistol round. You assume with the stage they're always going to want to vie for some B main control first, but we just haven't seen PRX really respect that decision from Talon much at all in the past couple rounds. So now Frost trying to remind them what they've seen in the first 4 rounds of this map. The question is how does PRX react to it as well? As some of the fans have also noted, and we called it out on the first map quack, PRX looking a lot more disciplined today.
That's the main thing. I mean, they're actually having the sense to play some defaults now. I mean, look at Alex versus Coach Frost as well. It's not the same, verbal abuse shout match like what we saw from Pacific in Stage 1. They're actually really calm and talking through every single little decision. So I am expecting PRX to be a little bit more cautious. Meanwhile, Talon, what is their game plan? Are they going to be a little bit more proactive on the defense? Governor still having that op, still being able to, possibly push up, find an opening pick.
You got to go for, you have to set him up for success, quite frankly, if you're working off of that operator. I mean, on B site, sure, I get it. Hold that off angle because at the end of the day, the most important thing is the Sage setting up for the wall, and that has to happen at the entrance. But outside of that, you're going to have to gain a little bit more control. Looks like it might be a long-range fault line support here onto A main. Near the Dizzy as well. No, Cruz just peeking out for now as they see no tags on the Dizzy. Ooh. Backs out, closes the door to market. Immediately gets broken, and now Talon, their default, already shaken up as that door no longer provides any value.
No information and a little bit of that pressure as well. Talon now starting to rethink their decisions. The fault line will be able to give a little bit away, so attention brought back over onto this A site.
Governor just trying to make sure he stays focused, going for a little bit of this jiggle with this operator, but I'm feeling so scared for him as there's no backup. He will slowly go away. Wants to make sure he has an exit plan because they've taken over mid control. So as long as he can hold on to back sight, they should have a pinch.
He's still on site.
Yeah, there's no true sentinels on the side of PRX. So Governor, gonna play it safe from the Thrash. Now they've used that ultimate, tries to go for a hit. Throws a peek, just misses a little bit. Not gonna get the delay he wanted, and meanwhile the flank, it's been read by Mind Freak. He gets one, cannot quite connect onto the second, but the information is there. Sage wall blocking off one side. The rest of PRX are now on the hunt. They want to push off the flank so that they are free to focus onto it. The showstopper comes out for Jing.
Come on.
Gets Chip Boys. Thrash as well, ties up Cruz. Jing on the hunt, wants to get the kill. I don't know if you have time for the knife, but you will have time for the headshot as it's a 4-1 lead for PRX.
Just, again, that's that timeout. PRX has the counter for it. The reads, Governor, unfortunate with the operator, just not quite being able to find value on it, and it hurts. PRX, I mean, that wall actually does so much in blocking off a single lane. Not only that, you got Divine propped up in an advantageous angle, and also Jing with the showstopper. I mean, talk about rubbing salt into the wound.
Man, it's a good read from Talon overall in their own game plan, but at the end of the day, doesn't quite take into account some of the space that PRX might have taken, and of course, it is an FPS. You do have to win your duels. Try to stay up on the numbers. Man, the crisscross trip setup, we've seen that a couple times, but it's a full commitment. Snappy from Jit Boys as well as Bam, both of them trying to lock on. Jit Boys will fire first. Now the trips still haven't been discovered just yet.
And Jing's gone as well, so I don't really see, unless like a bit of utility goes into it or something, but apart from that, PRX definitely looking for a different game plan right now. A little bit of mid presence, and they've spotted out a couple of players. Now we're going in for some of these aim duels. A little bit of a trade, and something's looking for the next one. Cruz having the sensibility to back off, wanting to play alongside Jit Boys, but
Something just continues to walk forward.
It's absolute bait, but something rains into it. Oh my goodness, if he had gotten that kill. But at the end of the day, Governor, with the stinger, close range, what is that? Device, Snappy with it. Not gonna lead to a round victory, but absolutely quick. Reminding us that he too used to be one of the best offers that we've seen out here in the Pacific region.
On a Sage, no less. Something to think about for sure, but for now, I mean, this round is truly just Talon getting a feel, getting a read for the map, putting up these roadblocks in front of PRX. Once Jink gets shut down, once something gets shut down, the rest of the team starts to lose their limbs and no longer have that space gained.
Now a full trip set up here on the A side. Talon, they have the right read for the stack. It's an immediate kill for Ban, and there is the neural theft. He wants to get the backup as he knows that something's just walking forward, but he can't lock on to the kill. The neural theft gives the pings for the rest of Talon, but they don't have full forces just yet. The flank is quick, but the main forces are not staying alive on the site. Governor and Cruz hungry for teammates, but they will not survive.
Yeah, they have the positioning and the ultimates, but 2-on-4, you might want to think about the save, especially with that operator in hand. It has just been not the greatest time, not a joyful time for Talon right now. That operator hasn't had a chance to sing yet, and PRX, I mean, talk about changing up the pace. They just walk straight into Ben and then hang back for a while. Just how do you anticipate that?
I mean, Ban also goes for the second kill. Right decision to cut off the further backup, but couldn't line up the headshot. Mindfreak already on the hunt. They have a pretty good idea now that they have control of mid as well. Mindfreak, can he get through the first obstacle of Cruz? No, he gets shut down, and that should buy just enough time for the operator to stay alive. Fault line at the ready as well.
A little smile from Cruz. Manages to secure us back. 2-5 right now, and the lead is starting to be felt. You have those ultimates, though. Talon definitely has a chance at striking back. This is a team that puts in the hours. This is a team that works incredibly hard, and it would just suck if you don't see them walk away with at least a bit of a win today.
So the operator handed over to Ban, getting ready for what seems to be a showstopper play, and it looks like it's going to be all the way down mid, all the way through tiles, but he finds no targets. Can he find the next one? It's not going to land onto a kill. Meanwhile, Jink already at market. He's still stunned up, but he's staying alive, and now he's back in the fight. Cruz couldn't find the opening. Meanwhile, Ban holding true, but immediately it's only one kill for that operator. Jink's still alive. He finds his targets. They line up. Jitboy survives, but for not long enough. PRX winning a quick round in round 8.
He's just completely going off mayhem. Everyone trying to set up for it, but as it goes through, unfortunately, the plans do not quite work out, and PRX having the sense to actually fight back against this. The angle's being held, the counter reads, a couple of shots going through, but ultimately getting control over market allows for Jing to really set up and line things up for himself.
It's a very unfortunate match so far for Talon, as we do see them getting some good reads. And again, on paper, their own plans are quite solid. But you see them missing out just a little bit on the aggression, a little bit on the confidence, a little bit on the aim, and it all starts to fall apart, and then they condition themselves to think that they cannot win in some of these situations. As something, just the absolute master of the market, holds down both angles, mind you, 180 degrees. And now with 3 sheriffs, what can Talon do? We know that some of them can be sharpshooters, but so far today, that hasn't been the story.
And not really wanting to give too much to PRX too. Something 1 point away from that Thrash. Defy 2 points away from the res. There's that Thrash now available as we near the end of this first half. Jitboy's blocked off. No exits. He's pinned down.
Devi's here. They're waiting for Devi to creep up, but Forsaken says, sorry, spotted him. I'll pick up the kill. That's 1 more point. 3 points now towards that Rolling Thunder for Forsaken. And overall, I mean, we mentioned it on Icebox, but that fire that we saw from Talon, it's missing. A little bit too patient, a little bit too cautious, perhaps.
Some of these rounds, the read is good, the prep is good, but the execution lacking, and then the next round follow-up after that, they go right back on their back foot.
Right there.
But now with rifles again and a Thrash, see what they can do.
Might even need to see, timeout again, maybe not too soon, but still good little read with the fault line now. It completely connects onto PRX as they hang back.
So PRX is really actually the one starting to adapt to Talon, right? Recognizing that Talon's had a couple good reads. See if you can bait out the reactions, and now they see, the heavy utility coming out on B. All right, now we can start to re-clear A a little bit. Haven't seen anyone push out.
Here.
This time another fast push out of B, and Talon's tried this so many times to hold on the side on A with the utility while the flank comes through. You even have From the Shadows this time in the form of JitBoy's Omen. Is it going to be enough? Thrash online for Surf. They just need to stay alive until Cruz and Governors arrives. JitBoys stunned up. All three members still alive, and here comes the Thrash on the spike plan. Just trying to buy time. JitBoy swings on it. Ban is there as well. Finally, could it be the retake? But Jing slows things down. Talon, they'll have to battle through a bit further. Something's still alive. That's another 1v1, but JitBoys will win out. And Talon finally the picture they've been trying to get on the board. The retake comes true.
Getting the reads right. I mean, as soon as that Thrash goes through, they can tell the game plan, trying to stay alive, and they managed to do it. The rest of the team flanking forward as well. That's definitely what they needed. You might have thought that PRX might be able to hold some of their positions, Mind Freak up on top of the boxes, for example, but that said, Talon finally adapted to it, and now maybe a slight chance at turning around these tables.
Yeah, that's always been the biggest weakness of this composition, right? You don't have a Cypher, you don't have any true Sentinel to watch your back. You can start to punish that if you clear one side of the map early. Once again, full utility on A for a retake to buy some time. It's another set play towards mid, but this time all the way straight through. It's a full committal at the Dizzy. Something not expecting that one. Thought it might have been a tiles crunch, but I love the variation. Talon might be a step late, but they want to say that they're still in the game, trying to make it a 5-7 half. And Jin correctly recognizing, all right, if the back has been taken over, we got to push deeper into the site, create another opening. And the Sage Wall to cut off the flank this time.
Hiding inside the dark cover as well. Not watching the flank, all we got to worry about is the front, and that is where PRX might be able to take them down. But Jing peeks out, good flash, but not quite enough to fight against JitBoys.
Devi has the operator, he gets one, they can't follow up the slow orb. Yeah, it's going to be able to delay them just a bit. The Aftershock to try to buy time, but they're already past it. Forsaken, he hears the Shrouded Step, but JitBoys is quick on it. Now a 2v2. Devi's already set up, holding the angle. He gets one. The Shrouded Step actually gives time for the reposition of Devi. And JitBoys knows the spike is ticking down. He has to run through, and Mind Freak swings out as PRX shuts down and dashes the dreams of Talon, trying to close the gap.
And that's just so quick. Again, you mentioned it before, PRX starting to show that they have what it takes to adapt. They have the discipline, and they're not complacent. That was what Jing mentioned in the hype trailer, that they don't want to be too complacent about their win from stage 1. And they're definitely showing that they're capable of it. The sensibility to put that barrier orb behind them instead of up front, and then having the positions along with that operator from Devi just to nail down Talon. I mean, look at this guy on the stage, on an operator, but 12 kills on top of everyone.
Yeah, fragging out to its heart's content. Devi doesn't get to do that every day on this squad of PRX, oftentimes in a supporting position. But today, feasting with that op on the attacking half. Governor lands a nice flick onto something, shuts down a bit of that aggression, but the resurrection comes through. Can Talon hold on to this? Has to shy away from the boom bot. They have to give up the site. They'll hold on to market for the time being.
Forces it out. Now a bit of utility being spent just to create a bit of that extra pressure.
Right there.
And Talon repositions into a 2-on-2 default, and against a lot of teams, this would be a good idea. But it's PRX, and they don't have a Sentinel. They recognize that. They don't have the leisure to wrap around all the way to the other side. Talon, they wanted to push out of A main, but they're still not quite sure, so that information isn't there for their teammates, and it's a fast push! Oh my, the shorty does land, but not enough for a kill. Surf trades 1 for 1, but the spike goes down. That's the most important part. Now the Thrash trying to push through. Surf trying to create a curveball, but the Thrash wraps all the way around, and Governor doesn't have a rifle to try to follow up. Just the operator, the Rolling Thunder to push him back, and the flank is still too slow. 2 members unseen, Mind Freak ready for it. He'll get one. And now hunting for ban. PRX on the move. Something's coming back as well. They're all ready for it. Ban will get 2 crispy ones, but it's just too many targets. A 9-3 half for PRX.
Nice couple of crispy chicken wings, but then by the end of it, just still not quite able to fire on through. Good opening shot from Governor, right? Talon able to fight back, but like you mentioned, Will, a moment of hesitation and trying to pull off a bit of that flank, it takes too much time. And PRX knows exactly where to apply that pressure. It's painful for Talon, and hopefully this halftime will give them some moment of respite to regroup and re-engage. They gotta tighten up those elephant pants theirs.
Now we'll see the collaboration, of course, outside of the server, but now in the server, Talon has to strike back. PRX so far trying to please all the fans that have come out to cheer for them, the reigning champions of VCT Pacific. Sure, Gen G currently in the absolute spotlight worldwide. But PRX, they say the year's not over just yet. The most important trophy of all, awaiting all the teams around the world at Champion Seoul, and PRX have their eyes trained on it. Trying to go for the full drive forward here in stage 2.
Definitely looking better and better. Same compositions, same stories. And that's just going to be PRX now back over onto the defense. This is where that Sage can, have different kinds of value as well. Meanwhile, for Talon, I mean, what are we going to see? You need Cruz, Surf, they got to set Governor up and they got to go in for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a full commit this time to the B side for the time being. Just a trap wire to check for any forward movement out of A. Oh, a frenzy for Cruz as well.
Look at PRX too, though. Interestingly, focusing their attention over onto mid.
Just wanting to make sure that it's not going all the way deep. Again, a result of them not having something like the tripwire to cover top mid. They're pretty confident in their ability to go for a retake on either of these sites. Using this box nice and early. Cruz has an inkling for it, but he doesn't come into it, and it's an early drop. Something with a nice pick at the back site as well. The Frenzy still holding on to the site. Talon intends to cause chaos, but Forsaken tries to cut down the numbers. Now a 2v1, but Surf solo. My freak with the PRX classic. Clutches it up. Continues the lead, 7 rounds ahead of Talon.
1, 2, and 3 taps. That's all he needs to clutch out the round. Mind Freak, still calm, it's still ready to strike. I mean, PRX, I was wondering what that positioning was all about, but you can clearly see, just trying to avoid the classic execution from Talon. They knew it was going to be that Blast Pack Satchel combo into the site, and PRX just avoids it.
I don't know if I've ever seen something get up for a clutch from one of his teammates. I mean, it was a great clutch, but this isn't like the craziest thing PRX has ever done. That was an interesting interaction, but great to see them back in good spirits. We've seen this so many times ever since the offseason. Forsaken be a KO or breach, sitting with the Outlaw, using the Sage Wall. PRX going back to some trusty old ideas. Now the judge as well. I mean, the bait and switch is going to be perfect. The jump forward. Now the hunt past the Dizzy.
Wow.
Jinx so quick with it.
Spike down A.
Dizzy didn't have a chance.
He's just a little lizard. Why you gotta?
Is he a lizard? I don't know. I always thought he was an armadillo.
Armadillo.
First of all, they aren't actually animals for anyone curious.
True.
They're like spirits. But Forsaken's gonna get the cleanup kill. 11-3 here for PRX. And there it is, something catching right back forward. And as the desk mentioned, again, a quick reminder, something wasn't here at the beginning of VCT Pacific last year, so he has been absolutely farming these kills to catch up this quickly.
Welcome to the 1,000 kill club. I mean, you can definitely see how it all happens. The judge in hand, being able to find that double. Jing as well is just there to back him up. I mean, this is going to be a tough ride for Talon as they try to come back into the game. But it's not happening yet. Forsaken opening things up with a quick headshot.
Yeah, the Outlaws have always been so powerful in the hands of PRX. Mind Freak, he's been very sharp today. Has his eyes trained on the very edge. You know that that's where they want to pick out from the smoke. But quick trades this time from Talon. Moving as a unit. Their game plan always to try to hold some semblance of control in backside while the spike goes down. And PRX will respect it for the time being. Jing all alone has to wait for something, only a judge in hand, but should be able to pick up a long-range weapon if he so chooses. There it is, a Phantom, perfect choice. Mosh pit to toss him out. There is the wingman to go for the defuse. It baits out the attackers. Ban will go for the trade. Boombot singles out one, but he knows it's a pinch now. Jing hungry to try to get it. He wants to close the gap. Goes right up against the box. And Chip Boys will stabilize. 4th round for Talon, and we do have to make clear it's not match point just yet for PRX. There is still some hope for Talon.
I need a draw. Definitely. I mean, this time just kind of delaying that push, I think. You know, allowing for the initial forces to push on through. They managed to create that space, but then the rest of the team to slowly fan out across just to find those trades. Once they found it, Chit Boys with the paranoia out towards Jing really counteracted PRX's retake scenario. So 4-11 now. PRX still fighting back up on the Outlaw, trying to make use of some long-range duels, but the stack up on A is interesting as well.
Yeah, the Thrash trying to push them back, but it does get taken out just in time. So Talon able to continue their agenda of pushing forward. However, they now recognize it's a bit of a heavier stack onto the A side than they may have wished for. Governor, is he going to have the backup on the pop flash? There is a double swing. Governor good for one. And they quickly still stay ahead in numbers. Meanwhile, Ban digging deep in mid, already in position. If they need, a rotate could happen, but the Thrash will clear out the site for the time being. Something waiting for a timing, and Defy up top through the Sage Wall. You can never count that out. Wingman goes by something. He wants to try to get a kill, but for now, he'll get the free spike down. The smoke dissipates. Woo! I was getting a little worried, but Surf quick on the trigger.
Defy able to fight back, but yeah, it's just enough of a timing for Talon to really shoot back against PRX. And with that, economy turned upside down. Talon has a chance to find the momentum.
See if they can string it together. Still a long way to go. No mistakes allowed for Talon here on Sunset. But it does seem like the players individually starting to come online just a bit. Looking a bit faster, looking a bit more confident, a bit more snappy in their movement and their aim.
Right there. Especially on the attacking side, not really all too much to consider or hesitate about. Meanwhile, PRX starting to go back in for some of these duels and trades. It doesn't quite work out, especially up around this elbow position. But now with pistols, let's just walk up front. Why not? We got the sheriffs, we got the firing squad. We're back in, boys. And Van, unfortunately, will get shut down. That is a rifle pickup.
Yeah, that one rifle could make a huge difference in the hands of PRX. Talon, they know where the opponents are coming from. For the most part, the likely scenarios are B main and market. That's where Talon's watching. They're a bit quicker than Cruz imagined. He has to get ready with the Aftershock. Aftershock just to buy time, going for the reposition. Now everybody, their eyes trained here. Meanwhile, keep an eye on the minimap as Jing goes all the way around, but so much utility dumped in from PRX. Surf stays alive, isolates the fight. Now Wingman to make sure that he can still stay alive. And all through this, Governor staying focused on the site, recognizes that it's still missing out on Defy, and Governor will get the final kill. 6th round win for Talon.
Good communication, good trust in the teammates, and what a way for Surf to ride the wave. I mean, knowing that they were going to push up front into this B main position, he holds it down. First 2 kills, and then waiting with the wingman against Mind Freak. At the same time, like you mentioned, just looking out for where Defy could possibly approach from. This is Talon showing that they do have the teamwork to really come back into this. 3 rounds in a row now, and PRX buying back up.
If they can win this round, suddenly tying it up is right in front of their doorsteps. Big round for Talon, grouped up by tiles, but something An absolute wild card here in mid. He's planted in. He doesn't realize that Governor's already made it past him. They have no idea. He doesn't get both. Surf, an absolute savior for Talon here in the second half.
A little bit of a fault line, but look at how fast Mindfreak responds instantly with the dark cover. Shuts the door in front of Surf's face. A couple of shots fired through just to deter any further aggression. Meanwhile, Jing heads up front in towards Elbow, but bites the bullet. What is Forsaken going to do now that he's alone on A?
Pushes forward, tries to close the gap a bit. Now from the shadows here to support them as well. You do still have the Thrash as well for Surf. If he can stay alive, he gets the kill, and now they know B-side has to be clear. They notice there, the Rolling Thunder sends back to a kill on Mindfreak. Forsaken setting up the team kill Goomba Stomp. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that.
Outside of game collaboration, inside of game kind of collaborating, they gave Talon their wings. They gave Ban wings. And it's just unfortunate, but what a way for Talon to really cement their win in this round. And like you mentioned, Will, this is now Talon potentially being able to even out the odds. It's right at their doorstep.
Another buy-for-buy round win for Talon. And a big part of this is Surf holding things down, being a menace, and Ban patient through all of that.
It's like, all right.
You can tell he's just waiting for his feet to land. He's constantly searching for that head. And that forces out the timeout from PRX. Fans have been wanting to see Alex and Alex's desk on camera. And we get a chance. Talon, or PRX rather, smiles wiped away for now as they realize it's not going to be smooth sailing just yet.
Yeah, not entirely that simple. After the past couple of rounds, I mean, Talon has been showing their adaptations to this game as well, right? I mean, delayed pushes, finding bits and pieces of teamwork where they are able to isolate some of these duels against some of the PRX players as well. The trade's not quite happening for PRX, and the retake's not quite happening as well because they don't quite have the numbers. So 4 rounds in a row now for Talon. Let's see if they can string a couple more.
Looks like it's going to be a fast hit onto A. That way you can get the showstopper as well. It's going to be a full execute up to the doorsteps of A main. Meanwhile, Rez online for PRX, but only 2 members, so not looking to use that too early just yet. The early spike him, spots both, and immediately elbow control given over to Talon.
A little bit more time now, a little bit more space. PRX, triple stack on the other side, slowly starting to move on over. Ban has an opportunity. Reflect on a possible kill. Not quite happening just yet.
Yeah, but Mindfreak takes this opportunity to push out mid. Ban, I don't know if he quite realizes it just yet, but he will get the kill. And now they realize mid control given over to PRX. Elbow still there as Ban still fishing for a bit more information, but that's already 3 members you've spotted in mid. Talon has to go right now. They have an opening. They have to make it happen. Governor hesitating until his teammates are there for the backup. He does swivel and get the kill. Something, a rare whiff from him. And now Talon spread out across the map. Post-plant position online. Showstopper just to try to buy time. There's the counter, but it's after the rocket fires off. And Jing will only get the trade to even the numbers. Sage Wall online from the shadows to try to buy more time. Coming in from Jip Boys, but he's already losing teammates. There's a crack in the wall, but the weapon's not out. Mindfreak gets the read. And PRX, a successful retake, will bring them to match point.
I mean, this was a counter in protocols. They knew what Talon's game plan was alongside that showstopper. Allowed them to sneak in, but bingo, bango, bish, bash, bosh, it's going to be PRX with Jing in the movement to counter against Governor and that showstopper. Devi being sneaky and beaky with that barrier orb just around the other side of Elbow. He hung down and looked for that frag against Surf. A little bit unfortunate for Talon, but it is what puts PRX at match point now.
Yeah, it's the small little mechanics, small ways to use your tool set. And now that it is match point, never mind, take that back. I was gonna say, bit of a different soundtrack. Well, we'll have to wait to see what the issue might be. At least it doesn't seem like it's a hot pack being bursted open, so wait to see confirmation on what it is. Admin already on site to try to resolve this here for Governor. Audio issue, taking a look at his earbuds.
It's going to take a little bit of time, but at the same time, I mean, just PRX having that many rounds in their pockets, a bit of a timeout, and it just shows, you know, Alex's timeouts continue to have that impact. Right, the win rate continues to climb a little bit higher and higher.
Yeah, Talon, they've been in this position before, right? This was that map where they started to try to mount a very strong comeback in Sunset as well to try to best PRX in the playoffs in that knockout round in Stage 1. But unfortunately, they lose track right near the end, the focus slipping away from them. They don't want to make that same mistake, but they've already made it way too close to a deja vu.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it, Will. I mean, the way that Talon has switched up the roles from before, now back to something that they're more comfortable with, but we don't really see, you know, the same level of success, you know, against like some other games, some other teams that they've played against. Governor, not the loudest performance on the server, but meanwhile, Surf on this Gecko has been the one who's topping the kill feed. And it happens because, I don't know, he's kind of hanging back and going in for some of these trades.
Yeah, a lot of the lurks once again, right? And the trades, he's very quick uncovering for his teammates, something that we couldn't really see when he was playing that Jet on the Icebox. But now, issues resolved, we continue on to what may be the last round of the night. PRX already leading 1-0 in this match, now 1 round away from wrapping it up. Something will be denied vision up in mid. Now slow control of mid. PRX, that previous round, countered out that lurk. Is that going to be the swing on the paint shells? No, it's going to be the fault line that's just too strong. Coming in from both sides and no escape for Governor. And it's going to be the snappy shots of something dominating the mid lane of Sunset. And Surf, we praise him, coming back online here on map 2. But it's 5 members of PRX.
I am grimacing in pain off of that one. 5 on 1.
5 monsters that Surf has to battle through. 1 down, but can he make sure it's all 1v1s from here on out? It's just too many. There's the thrash, and it's a double, triple swing as PRX start off Stage 2 strong, right where they left off here in Pacific with a 2-0 clean win.
PRXing their way back into Pacific Stage 2. 2-0 win, showing a little bit more discipline, a little bit more cleanliness in how they want to take some of these duels, and a lot better teamwork as well. The adaptations coming back in after Alex's timeout, but Talon, I mean, just trying to find their footing still in this Pacific stage.
Yeah, it does seem like there is a bit of impact on the role reshuffle, and I'll just call it a roster shuffle as well, right? They had that 6-man rotation. They had a Sova specialist. They had someone who was helping with the secondary calling. And it does seem they're still trying to find their comfort zone, their own new color and tempo. But unfortunately for Talon, not much time left. Thankfully, they set themselves up for success after Stage 1 with a nice record in the league play. So we'll see if they can continue to do it here in Stage 2. But for now, PRX continuing to just gather all the championship points, making sure that they can redeem themselves at Champion Seoul as they start off Stage 2 with a very strong showing against Talon Esports.
Very coherent. You got Uncle David with that outlaw on the stage on this map of Sunset. It is PRX, and of course the crowd favorites as everyone's starting to cheer for them once again. We'll toss it right back over onto our analyst to break down this entire series.
And it wasn't a 3-mapper as we thought it might go. PRX not only proving why they were the champions of Stage 1, they want to show how much more disciplined they are coming into Stage 2, that they are improved, refined, and ready to rock.
Yeah, I mean, just a strong performance across the board here in both maps from PRX. I mean, a decent rally back here from the side of Talon. You know, just trying to fight back, trying to get themselves back into this game, but too much damage dealt. Timeout finally gets called there by Alex, leads to the map point, leads to the victory. Strong performances from basically everybody on PRX. No one was a slouch here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It just, again, it's the same thing we were talking about on Icebox. It just feels like they could do really no wrong. Sure, they get traded off, but then they're so quick to kind of just go for that next step. Sure, we'll have like something get picked off because he was on the front, but then you have the backline, Devi and Mindfreak just kind of following it up. And these setups, man, from PRX, the fault line bounce plays that comes off of Forsaken. Everyone from PRX is kind of expecting it, and every single one of them is looking to kind of follow up on it. And you just see Talon really struggling to adapt to that.
I mean, you guys made a great point. Every single one of their players are on form today. And it isn't the wild PRX with these crazy heroics just running in and doing insane things. This was just absolute like masterclass. If they continue this way, I mean, this is a good sign for PRX. We just need that consistency from them. I mean, this is a good sign for both teams, both Gen G and PRX, defending their respective titles, their respective trophies from just a few weeks ago. I can hear the audience behind me. You guys can hear that, right?
Yeah.
They're going like
crazy.
Mad.
They're geared up.
Yeah.
You know, we're having the Korean side interview at the moment, and clearly they're very happy. So, yeah, plenty of PRX fans, of course, they're in the audience, and they always are here. They're always here to show their support.
Yeah. It's great to see. The stadium has been absolutely packed the entire day today. And we have our own ranks to discuss.
Yes, we do.
Yep. I just want to point out that I specifically said round 4 with absolute confidence here.
Well,
And
you
the
don't
viewers,
get 2 rank up, so.
I don't get 2. So I'm just bronze.
I get a rank down.
Yeah, you get a rank down.
To be fair, if the audience, some of the audience also guessed, or not all of the audience went for 4-5, right? If some of them guessed round 6, it was sort of true because the operators that got kills were after round 6. So just saying, right? The first time
it
that
wasn't
Talon.
about kills.
I know.
It's
But
about
still.
purchasing it. So I'm back to the starting point.
Look at that.
So
Good
highest
job.
rated out of the casters. I'll take that. Everybody
the
else.
viewers heard this. You're the greatest.
Yeah, everybody else is just at bronze.
You're the GOAT of Pacific.
It's okay.
The viewers, though, I have to point out, 42% of you did actually say round 3. So luckily, that 3% of you guys carried Wingman to the top.
I think we should just split them then. They should be right in between Diamond
So we got a
and Plat.
Wingman and a Dizzy.
Yeah. We should add in Dizzy.
And a Thrash, too. Why not?
I don't know what happens if Wingman gets a Radiant before any of us, if the audience gets there. I think you guys should get a prize.
Everyone watching gets a Reyna statue.
Everyone gets a Reyna statue. Hashtag VCT Pacific. Say, I want a Reyna statue.
The rest of the show is canceled. All budget goes to providing Reyna statues.
For everyone
The
out
thousands
there.
and thousands of viewers. I love it.
Now, we did not go to map 3. PRX absolutely on form today. But, you know, we're looking at how these frags are going. First kills, 10-10 on both sides. I think Talon, again, they definitely prepared stuff, but it's so hard to go against PRX when they are in top form.
No, it very much is. And I mean, again, similar scenes to what we saw on Icebox. You know, Talon, they're able to get some early advantages. They're able to find these first kills. They just haven't been able to fully convert off of them. You know, a decent run back to try to make this a little bit more competitive. They get themselves up to a 13-7. It was looking like we were going to have back-to-back like 13-4 score lines there for a little while. So it's still some fight being shown, but clearly some more work to be done. I mean, it's a tough draw for your first opponent coming in to stage 2 to have to go up against PRX. So it is what it is, but for Talon, again, like my eyes are going to be trained on the next patch, that next round. The buffs coming through for Neon, maybe even some ISO coming into play. But Governor, if he can really find his groove with that Neon, really find that impact, then I think Talon's going to be just all right.
Yeah, 100% agree. Speaking of the Neon, I don't know, maybe we'll also see Forsaken, that he was playing that a lot last year. So just kind of something to also be maybe excited about. This player, though, Devi was bringing in some... He's good with the operator, and it's something that I think teams don't really take too much into account, how different his opping playstyle is to something. And I think a lot of the interactions that he's had, you kind of see the players not really knowing when the timing is, how he kind of positioned himself, and that's how he got I feel like that's how he got so many frags with the op, even on the attacking side.
I mean, he was hitting some pretty nasty flicks as well, so he did have some something-esque moments throughout there. But yeah, I mean, just overall, a fantastic performance from everybody on PRX. I mean, Mindfreak, the pistol clutch up, Some other fantastic moments in there. Forsaken, Util was just so very on point. Jing, something. They're just, being the normal selves, just running around, running at people, killing them. It was just fantastic.
Yeah, I have to say, Divai on stage on Sunset's just definitely one of my favorite agents and moments to watch, to witness. Now we're looking at the standings here. Of course, DRX, we saw it yesterday, go undefeated, at least as far as the stage, Mega Alpha Omega groups go. Sorry, because I'm like, it was in playoffs, they lost, but I don't know, it's a technicality, but we don't count that for these
Group
standings.
Play.
Group play, that's the word. PRX here also remains in their position. Gen G climbing way up there now in third in the standings. And how are you guys feeling about how the shuffle is going around? RQ will be playing tomorrow, for example, so we will see a further shuffling of this.
Yeah,
moving forward.
RQ might be able to jump up there. The round differential is something that's hurting them a little bit with that -12. But I think overall they're going to be in a pretty good spot. They're going up against DFM. They still just have that singular victory under their belt versus T1. And RQ with some, recent adjustments. I'm curious to see how everything looks, because now they've got Moniette, and he's going to be a monster.
Oh, I'm excited for
I
that.
feel like if your team does not end with RX, if you're in Omega, there's a lot of cannibalization that's going to happen, because it feels like you're just, we're going to go up against, one of two top teams, where on Alpha, you just have Gen G just kind of chilling, starting to build up that lead back into top 3 possibly, just out there.
Yeah, it's true. It's a little rougher in one of the groups than the others, and we kind of knew it was bound to happen. Yeah, it was the opposite, just stage 1. Now, the MVP is Forsaken. We were talking about this a bit. I think all of us picked Forsaken in the end, even though all of them performed really well. Why do you want to go with Jason today?
His fragging was on point. He was impeccable across both maps. He set up his teammates incredibly well. The fault lines were always getting connections. Just overall, just a very nice performance from him.
Yeah. When Forsaken does those things, everything just gets amplified 10 times over for PRX. And again, if you can see that more throughout the stage 2, PRX has a really damn good chance of maybe taking away the trophy, possibly from Gen G.
We have something really important, though, that we haven't talked about today that we have to cover before we go to the interview. And that's that it's Father's Day. So to all the dads out there, Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
My own father. Happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day.
I'll be calling you later.
Happy Father's Day,
Dad.
to all the daddies out there. All right. Speaking of, here's the daddy of PRX, Forsaken, the man who coined W Gaming.
Thank you guys, and a W for W Gaming, and obviously D Gaming for this wide swinging guy. I'm joined by Something to talk about today's win. Now, congratulations, Something. Now, coming back from Master Shanghai, tell us all about what you guys have been working on.
Obviously, as you can see, our icebox, for example, if you watch this Shanghai, we just throw every post plant. We lost every clutch, so we improving our post plants and we improving our disciplines. So yeah.
You guys are checking more corners too, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, now what was it like going up against Talon?
Talon, we prepare to them really well. We have a good game plan how to play versus them. But yeah, they're a good team, just good win, it's good opponents.
Let's talk about Sunset, because I'm pretty sure our English viewers want to know as well. Tell us just what you were doing in the mid, holding
with
the
this
spike by yourself.
3 versus 4 situations. Okay, guys, I'm gonna explain you why I do that. Okay, before I trade Jason on middle, right? And I can hear Breach rotating to left side, which is and before Leash, which is Davai, said to be main. So in my mind, already could be one middle. And if, for example, I kill this governor in these situations, I have all free side on A and easy spike, easy round, I think.
Yeah. Thanks for letting us know and giving your insight. Now, everything happens for a reason. You do everything for a reason. But now, let's talk about the map pool and the agent pool, because a lot of people talked about how after Shanghai, that maybe PRX needs a deeper map pool or more flexibility on the team, because Jason can only do so much. So in that aspect, what have you guys been working on?
Yeah, obviously we don't really have this for example, some teams can play 7 maps.
Yeah.
We don't really have it, but we're gonna try our best at this moment to the champions. I hope we're gonna qualify to the champions. We're gonna have 7 maps in our pool, and also I hope you're gonna get new agents in our pool, which is, for example, ISO and Neon.
Oh, okay. ISO and Neon. Now, you talked about the new patch coming in. So, curious as to see what you think the next week's meta will kind of look like. We see a lot of Clove, Deadlock already. You mentioned Neon and ISO. So, what is it going to look like?
I think my thoughts from the start, especially in VCT, people gonna try ISO and Neon a lot. But I think after a while, people gonna recognize ISO not that good. Yeah, of course, for example, I play rank and I play with Op and I can hear the shield activating and I cannot pick him. And like, I already waste my 5k in Valorant, you know, 5k money just because I cannot kill him by one shot.
Okay. Now, why do you think ISO is kind of going to die down once the hype is over?
Because I think it's not that good for the team play, but I think we're gonna try to use this.
Okay, so it's kind of like Reyna back in the days.
It's like upgraded Reyna,
Yeah, upgraded Reyna. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Now, next week you guys are facing DRX, but it's a new iteration of DRX. So any thoughts on how they performed yesterday if you had the chance to watch them? And also, you know, what are your expectations for the upcoming match?
I mean, I saw a bit this match. Yeah, they beat like Zeta, 13-0 on Icebox, then they lost, they win some map, I forgot what is this map. Yeah, they look strong, and let's see, I don't know, no thoughts.
Will you guys be ready for the Icebox Clove?
Hope so,
Okay, all right. Well, thank you so much, Something, for your interview, and best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, that was Something, everybody, with the post-match interview. We're going to go ahead and say goodbye, sign off right here, but make sure you come back tomorrow for another day of Valorant action, starting with DFM facing RQ. So, good night, everybody.